No sound. Okay, wait. It's because I wasn't talking. Okay, that's why. Okay, I was like, oh no, is my microphone not working right away? What's good, everyone joining in the live right now? How's everyone doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's good, everybody? What's good? What's good? We got the 30 count back. I'm so happy, everyone. Oh my gosh. I got fucking permanently banned yesterday and I was terrified, chat. I was terrified. I was like, oh shit. The main account's banned for 3 days. The fucking third account's permanently banned. I was forced onto my girlfriend's account last night. It was so brutal. It was terribly brutal. By the way, everyone, we know that Dean's gonna be live here, I think like at 3 o'clock today. So I was gonna go live on the early shift. And yeah, it just makes more sense for the day. What's good, everyone joining up? Do tap that screen to share the live. It will help get it out to more people. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, Courtney? What's good, everyone? Brianna, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, everyone. By the way, I just woke up an hour and 30 minutes ago. Um, there was someone saying, why it's 10 a.m. Parker, why? It's because I got on early today because Dean's going to be on early. And then, or Dean's going to be on like 3 or 4. So I thought I would go on early to get off by the time he gets on or so. Because I have stuff to do with my girlfriend today. We have to do a bunch of chores and everything for like the house, get groceries, the whole ordeal. Um, so that's my plan today. But what's up, everyone? I've seen some people in the comment section say the big beautiful bill passed. Yeah, I was just talking to Matt. I think he said that it when I texted me that um he said that it might be law by the end of the week. So that's really bad. That's really bad. That's really okay, that's really bad because that guts Medicaid, that guts food stamps, that cuts benefits for the bottom. I'm pretty sure it's 80% of Americans, right? That's fucking insane. That's like actually dystopian. Right? That they're rolling back a bunch of the protections from renewable energy that were put in the renewable energy, like the renewable energy aspects of the Inflation Reduction Act. A lot of like the progressive elements, essentially anything. Um, yeah, it's actually really crazy. Um, it's gonna irreparably harm this country. I really hope that people. I don't know how we respond to that. I think that getting in contact with your with like the people who are in office, like and trying to call them is great. But I do think that it's going to be law here within a week or so. So I think that this is just like really bad, and we need to organize politically speaking around this. We need politicians to stand up and to start talking and to have dialogues about the specific aspects of the bill. I mean, is it just me or like have we not heard many politicians talk about it? Is it just me? Is that just me? I feel like it hasn't been talked about that much. So like, I mean, why? Obviously there are some. There are definitely some politicians that have talked about, it, but like I'm just saying, like, why have a lot of Democrats not talked about it? Not enough. A lot of progressives have. Yeah, I want to be very clear. A lot of progressives have talked about it, but like I'm just saying, like the overall Democratic Party, like seriously, like where are they? Like every single one of you should be against this. Every single one of you should be out there trying to talk about things, right? Trying to bring attention to it. It's literally about to be law. I'm not going to just blame Democrats, by the way, obviously, but I do think it's important also to acknowledge that, like, whoa, where is the leadership within the Democratic Party? Where the hell is it right now? We need leadership right now in the Democratic Party. We need politicians to go out there, right, to be spokespeople, right? We need them to talk to the American people, to be real, to be genuine, and that's just not what we currently have. I think it's important to acknowledge the disarray, important to acknowledge where things are, because it's important to acknowledge that to be able to progress, to be like, okay, so what are we going to do with this, right? Love you. Think the $10. That's one thing I noticed when it comes to Democrats. If the majority of the party isn't talking about it, almost as if it's a frenzy, they really won't talk about it. Yeah, it's like one thing I've noticed with the Democratic Party is it seemingly is the case that they don't hop on ideas until they're politically popular too, rather than just like having principled ideas. And I don't like that. I think that's a bad aspect of the Democratic Party has existed historically speaking that we should not have. Right? We should base our politics on being genuine, right? Being values, having principles. That's why people are really happy with Zoran. Like seriously, is that like people really like the genuine nature of being able to call things out for what they are, being able to stand on things whether or not like it's viewed as politically popular because it's the right thing to do. You know what I mean? Like that's what's important. And at one point, maybe in the future, it will be politically popular, and that's the point. But you have to stand on values. You don't just stand on values only if they're politically popular. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I think that lack of genuine nature, makes people fall into the right. It really does. Yeah, I'm gonna get some debates up here right now. Just letting people know. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. I know, right? Love you. It's crazy. Thank you so much for the $5. Appreciate it. Jamie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I know, like there are establishment Dems attacking Zaron. It's crazy. It's like what? It's like what? Like they would not do that with any other candidate. Sabrina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, it's gonna be really bad. Thank you so much, Sabrina. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I support him though. I wasn't old enough to vote
If you could
when
go
the
back
election happened.
and you had the ability to vote, would you vote for him?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
all right,
would.
for sure. So, why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I think I definitely support his foreign policy. His policy in the Middle East has been one of the biggest reasons why I support him.
Like what specifically?
What specifically? Well, when I look at this prior administration, I think the Abraham Accords are really significant. And it's really more about what Biden did, which was awful in the Middle East, in my opinion. And I
Okay.
like what he's doing currently as well.
Okay, like in terms of the Abraham Accords, what do you think we got from the Abraham Accords that was so unique?
What do you mean unique? But I mean, what we achieved from the Abraham Accords and what the intent behind it was to build a group of nations in opposition to Iran, which is the biggest threat to U.S. in the Middle East.
Okay, so you're saying that the whole point of the Abraham Accords specifically was to build a coalition against
Yes,
Iran. Where's that
exactly.
coalition now?
Where's the coalition now? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was slightly derailed by October 7th. I will concede that point, but it's currently. I mean, if you look at what's happened recently with Iran, literally every single country except for Iran and its proxies have been supporting Israel and actually intercepting rockets, right? So I think the coalition's pretty strong.
Okay. So you agree with America fighting wars on behalf of Israel?
Well, it's not just on behalf of Israel, it helps us too. But I
Oh,
mean, the reality of foreign
wait,
policy
wait,
is
wait,
that
wait. Wait,
we have.
I have a question. Here's a real question. Do you support the U.S. defending Ukraine?
Yeah, I do.
You
I
do?
don't support Trump's policy in Ukraine. I've been very against it. So, but that's another thing.
I have a question. Have I talked to you before?
I
Many
think a long
times?
time ago. A
Many
long
times?
time
How
ago.
long ago?
I don't know the date. I think it was maybe like 4 or 5 months ago.
4 or 5 months ago? Why hasn't your mind changed?
Why isn't my mind? What do you mean? Why isn't my mind changed?
Yeah. What
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 do you
what what,
mean?
what conversation do we have?
I don't really remember.
You don't
I
remember?
think it was about Israel and Palestine, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so are you a Zionist?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. So your mind's likely not to change because you're a Zionist. You're gonna have the same conversation now. You know what? I've already had a conversation with you. Have a good day, man.
Sure.
I already had a conversation literally on that
We're,
topic. So, what's up? How old are you?
we're going to deport you, Parker.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Gary, accept the request. I sent you an invite. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, 26.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I just think like Nick Fuentes is right about everything. So like, and the facts that like he's in the
So you're just a Groyper and you're a fucking white supremacist. Okay. And I've that person's insane. That person's insane. So by the way, that person said in the comment section that I get quote unquote destroyed by Zionists. But just clarifying, they are only doing that because they don't like me. They actually said something that's antithetical to their own position, by the way, right? Because they just don't like me. That's really funny that a Groyper said that. Dude, that's actually so funny. Dude, that's so ironic. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Why do you support Trump?
Well, I think like abortion.
Wait, actually, how old are you again? Sorry.
19.
And what's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
June 25th.
June 25th. Okay, all right. And why do you support Donald Trump?
I think abortion's demonstrable.
Okay. I have a question. Is abortion worse than the Holocaust? Like abortion the last 20 years in this country, is that worse than the Holocaust?
No, I wouldn't say so.
No? Okay, so then clearly you don't value like them as people, right?
I do.
Okay,
I don't really see how that falls.
wouldn't you say that more people dying would be worse?
No, not necessarily.
No?
I don't view it by utilitarianism.
Okay, wait, how do you view it?
I kind of support by its deontological value.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, there's still, even from a deontological perspective, we're talking about the number of rights violations. There are more rights violations. That was
Yeah, but
that's from a
also-
deontic perspective. That has
No,
nothing
I
to do
mean-
with utilitarianism.
I don't think. Was the Holocaust just killing? No, it was also torturing. There's more qualitative reasons, right? It wasn't just like the.
Is
I mean,
abortion torture?
I don't know if I'd say it's torture. No,
Oh, okay.
it's killing. It's the
It's
termination.
just the killing.
Yeah, it's the termination of a fetus. Yeah.
You don't think there's anything else other than just the termination that you'd say is morally wrong about it?
If we're talking about well, which one? There's like two types of abortions, right? Mainly, you can either do one that's mechanical or what's the other one? Chemical, right? So I don't know. Like, is there? I think it's pretty much just termination. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, so I do believe it's just a termination of a pregnancy. But I was saying
Yeah.
from your perspective, what do you think? Because it sounds like if you're saying abortion is so demonstrable, it's not just the termination of a pregnancy, right?
No, I think it is the termination. I think mass killing's pretty bad. I don't know.
Okay. If mass killing's pretty bad, right? Well, then you
Yeah.
evaluate how bad they are based on the level of mass killing, right? Well, would you say that there would be more killing specifically in the last 20 years of abortion in the United States?
Yeah, but like I would. It does have more killing than the Holocaust, but so does the the Ukrainian genocide than the Holocaust. But I wouldn't say the Ukrainian genocide was worse than the Holocaust because there was.
Okay.
It's not just the total murder, right?
Okay. Well, then I'll ask you that question. Well,
Yeah.
we can talk about specifically the Ukrainians that died, right? Do you think the Ukrainians that died specifically? Do you think right? Do you think that was worse than than abortion, or do you think abortion is worse than that?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Okay. All right. So then here, I'll ask you an easier question to verify. If you
All
were
right.
in a burning building, and
Yeah.
you could either save one newborn baby, or you could save 100 zygotes that in the future would be human beings because they'd be implanted, and you know that for certain. Who would you rather save? The one newborn
And-
baby from burning alive, or the 100
saying-
zygotes?
You're saying in this scenario, there's no difference in the qualification, right? Like there's nothing else. It's just that.
Well, it's 100 zygotes or one newborn baby. In the burning
Okay.
building, which would you rather save?
Based solely on moral value, I would save the Zygotes. But if we're talking about like what they provide for society, I'd maybe change my mind. But it's only
What do you mean what they provide for society? I'm confused.
well, for instance, like you versus like I don't know some massive philanthropist provide differently to society, but y'all have the same moral value, right? Or like say there's a person who's going to cure cancer tomorrow, and you are in a burning building. I'm probably saving the person who cures cancer tomorrow, but that's not like me saying you're valued less morally.
I'm so confused. Can you restate that? I'm confused.
So if you're in a burning building, right, and there's a scientist tomorrow who's going to cure cancer, right, and y'all both have equal moral value, but I'm going to save the person because they're going to provide more for society.
Okay. So to clarify, if you talk about in a long-term sense, wouldn't the 100 people, if they were to exist in the long run, then in the future, wouldn't they provide more to society than one person?
I mean, maybe I guess.
So you'd rather save the 100 zygotes over
I mean,
the
in that
one?
case, I probably would. But
You'd save 100 zygotes over one. You let the one newborn
yeah,
baby.
if it was,
To clarify, you let the one newborn baby
yeah, I said
burn
that.
alive in saving 100 single cell organisms.
Yeah, if we're saying the zygotes mature to humans, yeah. I mean, I value them the same morally, right?
Really, you value them the same?
Already.
Okay, how about 2 zygotes or one newborn baby?
2 zygotes. I mean, yeah, more based off moral value, I would save the zygotes.
You'd save.
I mean, I don't really
Wait,
see-
no, hold on. You'd save 2 zygotes, 2 single cell organisms over a newborn fucking baby. You let the newborn baby fucking burn alive instead of saving them.
Yeah,
That's nuts, dude.
off moral value. Yeah.
That's
it isn't.
quite literally despicable, dude. That's quite literally despicable. Dude, I just want to
Ask me a
clarify.
question. Ask me a
I just want to clarify. 2 single cell organisms or one newborn baby that's like fucking looking up at you, cute as fuck.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
What makes a human morally valuable?
What makes a human morally valuable? Well, it's gonna be their sentience, right? Their sentience alongside
Okay,
them being human.
Okay, that's kind of circular. You said alongside them being human.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
what makes a
let me
human-
clarify. We're of a species that meets a particular threshold of rationality.
Okay, so it's something grounded in the rational nature, right?
Yeah, but like it's species related based upon a threshold of rationality within a certain species.
So like if someone is incapable of being rational, they are
No,
still
they're
they
still
have a value.
still granted the value because they're a part of the human species and they have the past or present and future subjective experience. Does it make sense?
So it's a conjunct of the two, right?
Yeah.
Is the conjunct
There's
contingent
2
or
separate
quantitative?
conjuncts we're talking about. People are saying you're 17. How old are you?
I'm 19. Who said I'm 17?
Why are people in the comment section saying you're 17?
I mean, I don't know. How do they? Why do they think I'm 17?
I don't know.
I literally don't. I don't. My name is not Graham. I'm looking at the chat. I don't really know what this is, what they're talking about, but
Your Instagram.
I don't have an Instagram linked. I mean, you can check my profile. I don't know how
Okay.
they're figuring it out.
All right. I don't know why people in the comment section are saying that, so I don't know.
I mean, I literally don't have an Instagram link to this account. But,
Oh, people
Um,
are saying your IQ is 17. Okay. Sorry.
oh, okay. Well, that's nice. So you said it was a conjunct.
No, I'm just like I must be misreading that. Like I don't know. Like there's no way. Obviously there's not an Instagram linked.
Yeah. So so you said it's a conjunct. Is the conjunct quantitative or contingent?
Clarify the difference between how you use the terms
All right, sure.
because I don't have
So
a distinction
contingent-
based on that.
Sure. So contingent. Sorry for the ambiguity. Contingent would be like they're interdependent. You have to have both to have moral
Yeah.
value. Quantitative would be that they're kind of a part of a whole, and you can have like half a moral value through this, and it's kind of quantitatively applied.
Okay. So I say that for the conjunct, you need to have past, or present and future. That's it. Does that make sense?
Okay. Okay. So if you don't have, if you're both not a human and you're both not, I mean, you're both not a human and you're both, and you both don't have the subjective experiences, you're not morally valuable.
Well, I would say that it wouldn't be granted as much value.
Is it, so there's, is there a percentage or is it not like quantifiable?
It's probably not quantifiable. It's threshold based on intuition.
Okay. So the threshold based off intuition.
Yeah.
Okay. So how would you rank like,
How do I rank? Like, are you saying
oh,
me?
I'm sorry.
How do I rank other species comparative to humans? Is
Yeah.
that what you're
Like,
saying?
wait, so is it like kind of like a
I'm
metric
confused
based
how this
off?
is relevant to the topic, man.
I'm just trying to figure out what you view as valuable.
Yeah, I'm confused why that. So you understand that why I view as valuable. We both have this distinction. Do you have this distinction as well? It's because of
What
the
do you mean
fact that the species meets a particular threshold of rationality. That's the distinction. That's it.
Okay.
That's why the human quality granted on top of the fact that they're sentient grants them more value. Not to say that
Yeah,
other
I'm not.
sentient beings have no value, because I do place value on other sentient beings.
Okay. But do other humans that aren't sentient have any value?
Other humans that are not sentient, you mean brain dead individuals? Like
Well, I
we
yeah,
grant.
brain dead or fetuses or stuff you view as, do they have any value even if they are human?
Yeah, you could say that there's some value prescribed to them, right? In terms of, like, for example, if they've existed prior, in terms of them being brain dead, right? Like, because obviously we'd say that their body should be treated a certain way, right? We don't think that you should be able to do terrible, disgusting things to people's bodies after they die.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
there's prescriptions in terms of that, if that makes sense.
Okay.
But
Can I,
like,
can I ask you?
but like a right to life in the same way, like it's not murder to pull the plug on an individual that's brain dead, and it's not murder to get an abortion in the first trimester or like any time prior to sentience for elective
Okay,
reasons
but
or any reason. Okay, there's a
I
lot
guess
of
I have a
people. I
question.
don't know why people are keep spamming your 17. It's like it's two people. Yeah.
I mean, I really don't know. I mean, maybe there's another account with like a similar name, and so they're somehow tracking that. But okay, I have a quick question. Well, it's more of an example. So suppose we have fetuses, and we, using some form of vector, remove their capabilities to ever become sentient, but we don't change anything else about their biological nature. So would you be okay with them coming to full maturity, like adult human without subjective experiences, and harvesting their organs for?
Oh, like harvesting their organs? No, I wouldn't be okay with this.
Why?
Yeah, I wouldn't be okay with this because I don't think that you should be able to treat dead bodies that way either.
You know, so you don't like. I mean, that's kind of like standard practice. I think like I mean, a lot of times those people
Really?
when they
Like
die,
I mean,
yeah, like,
I don't believe that people should be like their organs should be stripped out of their body without their consent.
I know a lot of, well, not really even their consent, but parents can give consent or family members can give consent for their bodies being, um, having their organs removed outside and being used for other people. I mean, that happens with a lot of people who are brain dead. Once you're diagnosed as brain dead, your family can give your organs up, and donate them. Are you against that?
Is it, I mean, I'm not sure on the law on families specifically being able to do that.
Okay. But like, suppose it was the case, would you be against
Okay,
it?
wait. There's a lot of people saying that like you're a minor, and that even people that are like in my community for a long time saying that you said you were
I mean, I don't,
18 and then couldn't vote, and then now he's saying he's 19.
I never said I was 18, and I don't really understand what's happening. I mean, I'm not Graham Ward 51. Hate to break it. I don't know who that is.
Um, I typically don't have this level of people in my comment section saying that unless like you're.
Can you like
Can you just
figure
tell me
out
the
why they
truth?
think that? I mean, I'm being so honest. Can you tell me why they think
This
that? Like,
dude, I go live every single day. Can you tell me why they're doing that?
I really don't know who Graham Ward is, bro. I'm being so for real.
Yeah, I'm not gonna waste the time figuring that out. That does not typically happen in my chat, so I'm gonna trust the intuition from the chat. But chat, please don't take advantage of my trust, please. Like if obviously there were people in the chat I trust, that's why I'm following through with that. But like in general, like don't just like say people are like minors when they're not minors. Yeah, of course. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, I just want to get some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. The Mr. MAGA person. You've already been on my live multiple times. I think they're a troll. No, Gia, thank you so much for pushing the $5. Did you hear about the gunman in Idaho yesterday that started a bushfire to ambush firefighters? I did hear about that. I heard someone messaged me about that last night. That's fucking crazy. It's actually crazy. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. For anyone just joining in, also just want to let people know, it seems like the big beautiful bill will be law within the week. So that means cuts to Medicaid. That means cuts to food stamps. That means massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Okay. All right, we have like no guest requests right now, so give it a second, everyone, for people to join up. Do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. If you're MAGA and you want to debate, make sure to send a guest request right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, chat. I don't know. I'm gonna cry. Oh, is it gonna... Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2003.
You said 22?
23. 2003.
Okay, 1 month.
February.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Deportation.
Actually, instead of asking you why you support Donald Trump, did you just hear about the big beautiful bill is likely to be law here within a week?
No, I did not.
Wait, you said 22 originally? Why'd you say 22?
You said what?
You said 22 originally,
For what?
and then
My
you said
age?
23. Yeah.
No, I said I was born in 2003.
Oh, I hate this so much. I hate when people do this. It's so annoying.
What?
Can you not?
What?
I have the whole chat telling me you said that.
I just said I'm 22 years old and I was born in 2000.
Okay, if the chat's fucking with me, I'm gonna go insane because it's really annoying. It's really annoying. Like I don't know what's going on right now, and I just don't want to deal with it. I just want to be able to debate. I just want to be able to debate. Like, bro, I don't know what's going on, man. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, it's a pal to you.
38.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
All right. Why do you support Trump? Or actually, no. How do you feel about the fact that the big beautiful bill is likely to be law here in a week?
I think it's great, but could I address something? So I just started doing lives about a month and a half ago. I'm a conservative creator, and every day somebody comes up onto my chat and they're like, "Go debate Parker and Dean." And so I wanted to come up and say that ultimately I don't have any intentions to debate with you because I think your actions of supporting a racist are disgusting. I mean, why did you support Z, who's racist?
You support Donald Trump, by the way. You support Donald Trump. You literally you support Donald Trump. You're on the live saying why you support Donald Trump. Okay? I just want to be very clear, right? I definitely disagree.
Why did you support a racist?
Okay. I definitely disagree with what Z did. I have come out and I've spoke out against that, and I definitely have been very, very upfront with that.
After you tried to hide it.
I have a question. Do you think that what Z did was racist?
100%, and so did the black community.
So then I have a question. Do you think
But
that
a bunch of white people told black people they were wrong, and you were.
Do you think Donald Trump is racist?
Now you're trying to pivot to Donald.
Do you think that Donald Trump is racist?
Why don't you speak on your racist act?
Do you think that Donald Trump is racist?
I know that you're racist.
He can't answer this question. Do you think that Donald Trump is racist?
You're pivoting. Why are you pivoting from?
Do you think that Donald Trump is racist?
I think you're racist.
Do you think that Donald Trump is racist?
All right, Parker, you're a racist piece of shit.
Do you think
I'm
that
out.
Donald Trump is racist? Okay. You can't answer that question. All right. We're going to go to the next person. Like, dude, I can't get a single debate today because that's the only debate I can get today. Are you serious? Are you serious, dude? I literally, I can't even ask him. I can't even ask him about, like, the big, beautiful bill that just got fucking passed, dude. Can't even ask him about that. Can't even have that conversation, dude. Oh, my gosh. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do. I'm a gay Republican.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump? Or actually,
Well,
sorry, let me stop there. How do you feel about the big, beautiful bill that was just is likely to be passed into law here within the week?
I think that has pros and cons. I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's going to benefit some Americans and hurt other Americans. I don't think it's going to help all Americans.
Okay, like what are aspects of the bill that you like?
Well, honestly, if I'm being honest with you, I have not really been educating myself on the bill. I'm going to be completely transparent. But, you know, I think that it's good for our country as a whole. I mean, whether or not it's whatever executive order that does get passed isn't going to really benefit every American, which is, I think, how our country works. But I have my iPad right here. Let me look it up so I can actually give you some actual context and be respectful.
Sure, yeah. Well, I mean, do you think that Medicaid and food stamps should be cut?
I think it should be reconstructed because there's a lot of people in our government that are getting freebies that don't need them. A lot of people.
Okay, so like, what do you mean people are getting freebies? We're talking about, by the way, just to clarify, when we talk about Medicaid,
Yeah, of course. Is EBT included in that? Would that be included?
like
Food
yes,
card.
yes.
Okay, so from my perspective, there's a lot of people that have
But we're talking about
food
SNAP as well.
SNAP benefits. Okay, cool. So what I have a problem with SNAP benefits is the fact that there are people that literally do get so much money a month for 2 kids, and they're going and shopping for filet mignon and lobster, which is not a necessity, it's a want. And that's what our tax dollars are paying for. And that's happening throughout our country.
Repeat that, sorry, one more time.
So a lot of people that are getting SNAP benefits are using it for lust and greed. These people go to the store, and mind you, there's people that have kids that don't get approved for the amount some of these people are getting approved for, and they're buying filet mignon and lobster where everyone else has bread and butter in their cart. That's a big problem for me. There's a lot of people that are getting taken care of.
You said everyone has bread and but you don't want people to have bread and butter?
Compared to the people that are getting our tax dollars that are getting filet mignon and lobster, yeah, it's a problem that
Wait to clarify. You think people on food stamps are getting filet mignon and lobster?
I have seen them have 2 carts full of groceries while other people that are having to work a 9 to 5 can't afford that shit. But these people sit on their ass and have a bunch of kids
Wait.
and then get taken care of by the government. That's a
Okay.
big problem in our country.
Okay.
People are using the SNAP benefits
How much?
to their own,
How much money do they get with their family?
depending on the kids. But I've seen people having 2 kids getting $5,000 a month, and that happens. I live in
Two
Ohio.
kids
a lot
getting
of,
$5,000 a month.
Yep. And then you have people
Can you
selling.
give me a single source that indicates that? That is a
me one
bold-faced lie. No one's getting
It's not.
$5,000 for 2 children.
It's not. It's not.
$5,000 a month, dude. Do you even know what you're saying?
Parker,
That's
I swear
60
to you.
grand a year.
I
You think that
know.
someone's
I-
getting
listen,
fucking
I have
60
seen it.
grand a
I
year
go
in
to-
food stamps? You're fucking insane.
Bro, I've seen it.
No,
I
you
have seen
haven't.
it, and
No, you
yes,
haven't.
I have. I go to the grocery store.
No, you haven't. You
can
have
tell
not
at the grocery
seen. No, you have.
store.
No, stop.
You can tell
You
people
have
at the
not
grocery
seen.
store who
No,
have SNAP
stop.
benefits and
Stop.
don't.
Stop. Stop. You have not seen someone getting fucking $60,000 a year from food stamps for 2 children.
And you know, and how would you know
Please,
that? Like, you
please,
go to-
please show me this. Come on, dude. $60,000 a year from food stamps. That's a new one. That's a new one, chat. Oh my god.
So, can I ask you a question? So, are you, when you go grocery shopping, you know that these people do or don't? Because I can tell you there's a big difference of people at the grocery store that you can tell who has SNAP benefits and who pays out of pocket.
I don't
You
know.
can tell.
Actually, you know what's crazy? I have never once been at a grocery store and been like, you know what? I see that this person's using SNAP benefits, and I'm gonna go on a TikTok live, and I'm gonna fucking be like, oh my god, I'm so mad
I mean,
that
but
they
you're
were
on a
getting
TikTok Live
fucking
and you got
SNAP
paid for by
benefits.
pallet
How
management.
fucking insane! No, I don't work with pallet management. I
But
have
you
no
do,
management
though.
company.
Love, I have the list. You, Dean, Harry, you're all paid for by DNC Pallet Management.
Okay, wait.
You're really propaganda.
Let's have this conversation. I don't
I
work.
would love to. I have
Yeah.
the document on my iPad.
Yeah,
right
I'd
now.
love
Your
to. I'd love to.
username.
Go ahead. I don't work with any management company. I am totally
they
by
fire you?
myself.
Did they fire you because your friends were involved?
No,
with
I
it?
never ever worked with Pallet. Right? I've
But you're-
never
okay.
never once signed with them.
Okay, then you might be a real one, but your besties, well, your ex besties were. They sold their soul.
Then
They sold their
I'm
country.
confused why you would then say I'm paid by the DNC as a means
I
to
mean,
like
you were, but
dispute
you
away
were,
from
though,
the other
Parker.
things that I was
Parker,
just
Dean, and
saying.
Harry,
You were
hey,
just
keep
making a
talking about
claim. You just
Bro,
said that
it's a fact.
you just said that to pivot away from me.
I'm not pivoting. I
You
wanna
you
call
are
you
you
out.
are. You just said someone got $60,000
Sold
in
out
a
your
year for food stamps. Just let's have that conversation.
You sold out your country for a check. Just like
No,
every
I
other Democrat
didn't.
on this app. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
From who?
Everybody
Who did I
knows
get a
you're
check
chill.
from?
Everybody knows.
Who did I get
Everyone
a
makes
check
fun of
from?
you. DNC Pallet Management. What are you talking about?
I don't
Your
work with
bestie,
Pallet.
Harry Sisson's one of them. So is Dean Withers.
I'm not friends with Harry. Okay. Again, so is it me that's selling out my money for a paycheck?
No,
Because
I mean,
I don't work with Pallet.
Is that why you cut ties with them? Because he's a womanizer? Is that why you cut ties with Harry? Because he womanizes
Because
women?
he can't take accountability for the bad actions that he engaged.
You know
in.
what, Parker? I'll give you credit for that, and I applaud you for that. And maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. I know your old ex-besties were all in pallet management. Maybe you're not, but your besties were, and it's really
Okay,
a shame.
Wait.
that
So
you
then,
have to
so then,
cut
why are you saying that I'm selling out the country specifically
Well,
for a paycheck?
Honestly, you were hanging around that circle for a very long time. So, what's to know how much money you've been offered to talk about it? And I'm not just saying that on the Democrat aspect. Republicans are getting paid for it too.
Yeah, I just want to let you know, like from all that I've engaged in, I've never once had like some shadowy, shady person come up to me and be like, you know what, I'm the Illuminati, right? And we're gonna give you money to support these particular. That's never happened to me. Okay,
It's not the Illuminati. It's government organizations and political
government
campaigns.
organizations haven't come to me. The most that you could reference are their private businesses that run management companies specifically to get people to like do content together so that they can make more money off of brand deals. That's literally it's capitalism, bro. Use your brain.
I have the list, love. Your name's on the list, and it was leaked by someone that's. At
Well, I
Pallet, and
don't know what list you're referencing. I am not signed with Pallet. I don't know
Okay.
what you're talking about. You you
Okay.
saying this as a deflection away from the fucking 60,000. Shut up. Shut the fuck
Then
up.
talk to people.
The $60,000 a year claim that someone from fucking having 2 kids was getting $60,000 from
I
food
am
stamps.
actually in my.
Can you please be quiet and listen to what I say for 1
I need
second?
to listen to you.
Please let me talk. I want to speak for 1 second. Is that fine? Is that fine? The fact that you said that to deflect away from the fact that you said there was $60,000 that someone was getting per year for 2 children on food stamps, right? That is ridiculous. Go provide a source right now because you've got fucking nothing.
Give me 1 second, love. I got you.
That is actually like the biggest trust me bro ever. Adam, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. According to USDA, a household of 3 gets a max of $768 a month
Not
as of
everywhere, it's
June
different for every
2025. Thank you so much, Adam. I really appreciate
Well,
that. Isaiah,
it's
thank you
right
for the
here on
$10. Thank you.
government website. It says, yes, SNAP, supplemental nutrition assistance are being misused. And there were reports of both recipient and retainer retailer
Steve,
fraud.
thank you for the $10. Thank you.
So yes, there are people misusing it, love. That's literally.
I'm sorry. Well, then you're saying you know someone committing fraud. Well, then why didn't you fucking report that information to the federal authorities instead of going on my TikTok live and talking about it?
They're literally selling their SNAP cards for money. It happens all over.
Wait, I'm sorry.
I'm not saying
they would have to be committing identity theft in order to be able to do that,
And I
because they would have to
understand.
be saying that they have so many more children than they actually have.
I understand that. I'm not saying all people using SNAP saying. I'm saying there are people misusing it, and that is why they're cutting funding
They're
out of
not
it. So
getting
that way,
$5,000 a month though. What's the $60,000?
some people are though. I'm telling you, I
No
know a
one,
woman
not a
right
single
now. Yes,
person is
she
getting $60,000. No.
Yes, she is.
No.
And I do, and I care because
No.
Americans have to work a 9 to 5 to put food on the table, and then you have these fat motherfuckers sitting on their couch having children.
Stop.
And
Don't do that on my live. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's so fucking weird. That's so fucking weird. Steve,
Is
thank
it,
you for
or-
$10. Thank you so much. And Talia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Yes, it is weird. It is really weird for you to do that. Because wait,
it's
but-
not true.
Wait.
But
Do
okay.
you think it's okay for people to make fun of me for being skinny?
I mean, people make fun of me for being skinny. I mean, it's the
Is
internet.
is that okay though?
And that doesn't matter. I mean, it's the internet.
Is
People
it, is it acceptable?
Is it acceptable morally? No, but people
No.
still do
Okay.
it.
So if it's
Freedom
not
of
mo-
speech. I have the right to say that.
wait,
I'm
wait.
not attacked.
not morally acceptable. So then why are you saying that it's morally acceptable for you to do it here?
Because I can. I don't give a fuck about moral
Because
standards.
you don't give a fuck about moral standards?
No, not when it comes
you
to
don't care?
liberals.
Well, no shit. You voted for Donald Trump. You don't give a shit about moral
Yeah,
standards.
and guess what? You'll see my interview at the White House later this summer. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, you're so cool for selling out the country. You just did
Oh,
that.
yeah,
You
I
just
didn't-
admitted
I
to
didn't
selling out the
sell out.
country.
What are you talking
You just called me a performative shill, but then admitted
Invited.
yourself to selling out the country. That's actually hilarious.
I got invited by the White House personally. I didn't reach out to them, they reached out to me. No one
So?
sold out. I got offered because as a gay person, it's my responsibility to let people know it's okay to be gay and Republican. There's nothing wrong. Sexuality and DEI has nothing to do with what we vote for. Period. That's what I stand for.
You
Okay?
you act like people who are gay, who are liberals, only vote on that. What
You
the hell
guys
is
say
wrong
that
with you?
you're the people that say that Republicans don't like gay
Alexander,
people,
thank
and
you
I'm
for
a prime
$5. Thank
example.
you so
they
much.
do.
I'm
I'm a prime example.
Okay, do you agree with me?
I have went through 20 accounts, over 500, 700,000 followers,
Ken,
all Republican
I
that
have a
love
question.
me.
I have a
Okay,
question. I
so
understand.
Republicans don't hate you. You are
I
the
have a
people
question.
that say that Republicans don't support gay people.
I have a
Where's
question.
where's Donald Trump removing
I have a
gay
question.
rights? I want to know.
Do you think that Republicans are more homophobic on average comparative
No.
to Democrats?
No, Democrats are. I get called a slur by the left every single day. I get told to unalive myself every single day. People have showed up to my house trying to harm me with weapons that are on the left. So I'm going to say that the Republican Party has my back, and Democrats are the ones causing this. I'm a prime
Well,
example of that.
I
I can
just
show
wanna- I
you
just wanna say-
thousands
I
and
just-
thousands and thousands of it.
I just want to say I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm really, really
And I
sorry to hear that.
appreciate that, and
I
I'm sorry that you
genuinely
go
am.
through that as well. And
Yes.
would you agree? I have
So,
a question because we are.
Can I just
obviously-
clarify here
Of
real
course.
quick? I think we can acknowledge from a genuine basis that if we look at the overall society, right, that it is the case that Republicans tend to be more homophobic than Democrats do
What
on a
source do you have then?
genuine basis, right? In talking in conversation, right? And if it would depend on how you define homophobia, right? We'd have to have studies that depend on
Okay.
that definition of
Right.
homophobia. I'm saying specifically in terms of the different positions that people have, Republicans are the ones that tend to specifically say, "Oh, I don't want the fact that there are two fathers in a household or two mothers in a household to be taught within."
I
the
agree
school
with that.
systems."
I don't think there should
And
be
I
two
am
mothers
constantly-
and fathers in a household.
Wait, what's up?
Because a child needs a mother and a father to grow up the right way. That's a fact. You don't see.
Okay. No, it's
you
not
don't
true.
see
That's
birth-
actually not true at all. There's
Because if
actually
you look at animals. If you look at the
You're
animal
wrong.
kingdom, right?
you're wrong, by the way. Like I
Okay, so
can't, I
I'm
cannot
animal
believe you're
kingdom.
saying this right now. By the way, if you
Animal
look at the
kingdom.
bibliography in my bio, there is literally sources that have been indicated for decades that indicate that literally gay parents provide the same, right, in terms of outcomes for children, if not slightly better, based upon the data. If you look at the bibliography in my bio, it's already listed.
Can you tell me the source?
Yeah, so
Because
they have
because
biography in
I've
my
never
bio.
seen two male penguins raise a baby together, or
They
two
actually
giraffes
wait
that
wait
are
actually
pregnant.
actually
They don't.
ironically
Well, yeah, if they're murdered. Yeah,
they
right, if the
do.
parent gets murdered.
Ironically they do. Ironically penguins actually
Oh,
fucking
yeah,
do.
if they die,
Did you know?
yeah.
Did you know that penguins not only do they have gay relationships, but they raise children and adopt
Are
members
you?
of their own species, specifically to raise in the gay relationships. So actually, yes, penguins do that. You
So,
you
so
using
you're
the specific example of penguins is hilarious. Plus, we don't
so how
fucking
many
determine
genders?
what's moral behavior, how we should act based upon how fucking penguins
Okay,
act.
well,
I'm sorry. If you looked at penguins about how you should act
how
morally
many fucking?
speaking, you're probably deluded in the first place. Like what's wrong with you? That is a delusional take.
Okay, well, how many genders do you think there are?
I don't think you can prescribe that there are two genders. It depends on the context of the
There are
society.
two genders. Okay, so you're gonna go
I
against
think
biological women and say that
wait
trans women
hold
are
on.
real women.
Yeah, trans women are women, trans men are men. There are
No, they're
there
not.
there,
No,
there
the
are
fuck they're not.
typically two genders within our.
Trans women,
There are
they're not.
Can you be quiet, please? I will have to kick you from the live, and I will allow you to come back up after if you don't stop. You're being ridiculous right now. Okay. There are typically two genders within our society, but to say that there are only two genders is not acknowledging the context of other cultures that have different connotations of gender than we do here specifically within the United States. So I just think it's like a weird perspective to do so.
Okay, well, the DSM that we all know, the DSM-5, literally states that gender dysphoria is a mental illness.
Okay, that's not
Okay.
gender dysphoria and being trans are the
So
same
being
thing.
trans, so being trans is not, they're not biologically man or woman if they're born of the opposite sex. Okay, that's not how science works. Okay, I don't know what social book you're reading that's telling you that there's more than two genders, but there's only two genders in human history. There's male and female. Now there.
Male and female aren't genders, and throughout history there have
Yes,
been
they
different
are.
connotations of gender in different cultures. Gender dysphoria is not being trans. There are cis people who are not trans that do not have gender dysphoria.
Okay. Well, I know exactly what kind of people you are. You need help, and I'll pray for you.
Why do I need
Goodbye.
help? You don't want to have a conversation? You run away? Okay. Crazy. Crazy. Yo, what's up,
Hello?
audio?
29082495.
Okay, do you
Have
support
you heard
Trump?
of an app called Rumble?
Do you support Trump?
Have you heard of an app called Rumble? It's a-
By the way, I am the one asking questions right now. I'm the one running the live. You don't just come up on my live and ask me a question without answering my qualifying questions for you to be on the live in the very first place. I will let you ask questions as soon as you answer mine, but please have boundaries.
My apologies. No, I don't support Trump.
Okay. I am just looking for people who do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. I do appreciate you coming up, but I am just looking for people who do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Oh, hi, Dave Parker. I'm sorry, I was just I was listening. I'm 46.
Appreciate the VR goggles. Thank you so much. Are you driving?
I'm parked right now. I just got to my spot. Just turned my truck off.
For sure. So do you support Donald Trump?
I voted for Donald Trump. Yes.
Do you still support the guy?
In areas I do, in some I don't. I mean, it's not what I went in for, to be honest with you. But there are some areas like immigration that I do support.
So to clarify, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
You could flip a coin on that one for me.
So you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump, essentially.
50% chance.
50% chance. Why so?
No, that's what I'm saying. I have zero faith. My faith in Kamala has never increased since Trump has kind of taken a shit. So,
So what makes it 50-50?
I have no idea what Kamala would be, what kind of president she would be. So why would I vote for her?
Okay. So you're saying if you don't know the presidential candidate, why would you vote for them? Can you tell
That
me?
makes sense to me.
Can you tell me a single one of Donald Trump's policies?
As far as like the big beautiful bill or what?
Preferably something before he was the point of office, because I'm like, did you even have a policy you knew when you voted?
I just like the immigration. That's the big thing. what he was talking about to get do
Okay.
with immigration.
Let's talk about the big beautiful bill before we do. What about the big beautiful bill do you like?
Well, it's not necessarily that I like it. I do. I was going to piggyback a little bit on what the other gentleman was saying as far as people abusing SNAP benefits, which I have witnessed myself as well. They don't. They I think misspoken when they used the word with a dollar amount of $60,000, but I've witnessed I don't know how many times of people selling their benefits. You don't sell your ticket. You don't sell your card. You basically get a grocery list from the person and they give you cash and you use your card.
Okay. So you're saying some people have misused SNAP, meaning it's okay to cut SNAP because you're not specifically just cutting it in scenarios in which there's
Well,
fraud. Because if it was scenarios specifically in which there's fraud, there would be charges. Where are the
if they're
where are the
caught,
criminal where are the
that's
criminal
just it.
charges?
If they're caught, that's just it.
Under the bill, it doesn't just say specifically in circumstances in which there was fraud, by the way.
How many people are committing crimes right now that are not being caught?
I don't know.
Probably quite a few, right?
Mm-hmm.
And SNAP is not whatever the term is not benign from that, you know?
Okay.
That's
I'm confused. I'm confused why you're saying that like you are for sure that the cuts specifically within the big beautiful bill are cuts to people who are like engaging in fraud.
no, you said that.
No, okay,
You
so you
just
don't have
limited
reason
that.
to believe that. If you don't have reason to believe that, then why are you supporting it?
Because it has to be, I think, reconstructed. I think that has to be more accountability in it. I believe just like, and that's where it kind of trails into the immigration. It has to be reformed. It has to be, something has to be done, brought to the forefront. Is this the all-time fix for it? No, but at least it's brought to the attention.
Okay, so how do you feel about the $800 billion cuts to Medicaid and $300 billion cut to food stamps?
Through 10 years, right? So 30 billion a year.
Yeah, 30 billion and then
Right.
80 billion a year on Medicaid.
So they're cutting. So does that mean people just I'm assuming families, individuals, whatever, are not receiving, let's call it, for dumb it down a little bit, instead of $100 a month, they're receiving 50? Is that what it is? Or what's being cut? Is it the people who are working for SNAP, or what is it?
Regardless of how it's cut, do you want people who can't afford health care to get less health care?
Well, like I said, well, it does matter how it's cut. Is it the Medicare field or the Medicaid field? Like they're not going to employ as
No,
many
it's
people,
it's different
or
in
is
it's
the
different
benefits itself.
it's difference in qualifications to be able to get the benefits. So it's going to be restricting people from getting it, even if it is the case that they would have prior qualified, right? So people
Okay.
who need health care in this country, people that cannot afford it in this country, not getting access to that health care. Because it is the case that we don't have social services to help people pay for it.
I think it's like a double-edged sword. I believe that there's people that can afford it, but it's not but Medicare. Why would you want to pay
Medicaid.
for something? Medicaid, I'm sorry. Why would you want to pay for something when you qualify for something else for free?
Wait, Medicaid is explicitly in circumstances in which people like wouldn't be able to afford it. That's what Medicaid is about. You're thinking Medicare about retirement.
No, I'm thinking Medicaid. Like I was at a point in my
There
life.
are more.
I
Wait, so
qualified-
do you want to cut Medicare then?
No.
Wait, but
I
there
said
are
it-
circumstances where people who are rich get Medicare.
There was a point in my life where I qualified for Medicaid, or I could buy my own personal insurance, right? Why would you want to go ahead and spend your own money when the government gives you something for free?
So again, you're saying that you could afford it, but yet you still received Medicaid?
No, I did. I paid my own. I paid for my own. But not everybody thinks that way.
What's wrong with there being a governmental plan? I actually think it's good that everyone should have a governmental plan, right? And I think
that's
it
what
should
I
go.
said.
I
It's
think it should go a lot further than Medicaid does. Medicaid doesn't go as far as I think it does. I think it should.
And like what I said, and that's your thought. That's fine. You're entitled to that. I believe as though that it, like I said, is brought to the forefront of being reformed, just like SNAP. I think it's not the all fix all. This is not going to be the one that fixes everything or anything, but it's at least brought to the forefront, and it'll just
Cutting
hope
Medicaid and food stamps is not helping people out. That's worsening the
it's,
conditions for
you're
people.
saying cutting like it's wiped off the table. It might be for some people, yeah, not for everybody. It's not going away.
Yeah, but that
Just
doesn't
some
mean
people
that's
are not
good.
going to qualify for it.
I'm
What's
sorry,
that?
you want to cut people off of health care that they need?
Do I want to? Um,
That's
there
what the
has
bill
got to be a
does.
hard. There has got to be a hard line in the sand. Before this bill was even passed, there was a hard line in the sand for a dollar amount to qualify for it. There were people that were living on the edge. Now that number is just lower. It's the same difference.
So again, so then you have no issue with reduce. Okay, so then would you be okay with making it so basically no one gets Medicaid because you make the qualifications basically applicable to no one?
Would I have a problem if there was no Medicaid? Yeah, I would have a problem with that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I would have a
why?
problem with that. Well, I mean, if you think about your single mothers that are out there raising a kid that I mean, can't afford babysitting, can't afford anything else, and they need help. Yeah, I get that. They need help. Yeah.
Okay. So then why wouldn't you understand that's true for the people who are going to be cut off of Medicaid now?
I'm sorry for them, right? I'm sorry that this happens, but I mean, it's not the way I feel as though it's sitting right now between Medicaid and SNAP is that the income level is too high and it's a free ride.
Okay.
Why
So
would
you're
why
just
would
saying
you
you're
why would
saying
you want to
Medicaid
go
is a free ride in this country. That is
why
ridiculous. That isn't.
why
You're
would you want to
you're
go
so removed from reality to say that Medicaid is a free ride. What are you talking about? It's like supplemental to help people out who can't afford.
why would they want to make their life any better and try to why would they want to make their life
Because
any
they can
better if
get
it's
better
handed to them?
because they can get better care.
Okay. I bet you if there was a stat on that it would be proven that majority of people don't do the way you're saying. They don't improve their life. It's cushy. I mean, I lived it. I'm not going to lie. I
Would you
lived
like
it.
to?
I
Would
was
you?
on Medicaid.
Oh,
I was on Medicaid and I was on SNAP before.
wait.
It was a free ride.
So to clarify, you were on both of them before in the past, and then you're not on them
Yeah.
now. And the only
Nope.
reason you think that they should be cut is because of the way that it affected your life and the fact that you didn't need it and that you got it. So you're the fucking problem, and yet you're sitting there and saying that everyone else who didn't fucking do what you did shouldn't fucking get it.
No, not at all.
So you're
That's
the
not
one that
you're just
abused the
listening to what I'm
system.
saying.
You're the one that's doing the fucked up shit, and you're blaming it on everyone else. You're projecting
Not,
because you did it that way that it's true for everyone else, and that the people that
not
are
at
being
all.
cut off of it, the $80 fucking billion a year, that's just people who are cutting it off, getting cut off specifically that did it just like you did. No, that's not the people who are getting cut off. You know who's getting cut off? It's the specific single mother, right? That has multiple kids, that she's getting extra funding specifically from SNAP to be able to provide food on the table for her children.
Oh, you're a genius at spinning stuff.
How am I
I like
how? That's reality. That's happening.
Wow.
That's who's not going to receive Medicaid because Donald
Tell
Trump
me.
is reducing that. Elderly people aren't going to receive Medicaid. People who are prior to the point of Medicare.
Parker,
Right?
ask me why I was on SNAP and Medicaid.
Why?
I had a very unfortunate time in my life where I was literally physically unable to work.
So then how is that a fucking free ride? You couldn't work. It was impossible. What the fuck do you
Okay,
think should have happened?
it was fucking free to me. There are people. Don't say that there are not people in the fucking
It
world
should be
who have
free. You
something
couldn't
handed to
fucking
them.
work.
Yeah. So why are people going to fucking work if it's handed to them for free?
I'm sorry.
Answer that.
Wait,
Answer that.
To clarify,
Answer that.
you understand? Just
some-
because you get Medicaid
Answer
for
that.
just because you
If
get Medicaid.
something is handed to you
Hey,
for
listen.
free, why are you going to work for it?
Listen, if you just get Medicaid,
You can't
that does
fucking answer it.
because you're not listening. That's not your only bills. Do you think Medicaid is the? Do you think healthcare is? Oh, he left. Does he think healthcare is the only bill that someone has? You still have to go to work in order to be able to pay for all your other bills. What? What is this guy saying, bro? Ross said, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Cutting funding hurts honest people, not the abusers. Fraudsters know how to abuse the system. They can apply this logic to guns, but not social services. For real. Bethany, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said my disabled / medically complex 9-year-old nephew will be cut off of disability because of the big beautiful bill. That's so fucking disgusting. I can't believe that. I'm so sorry to hear that, Bethany. Shifter, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. It's crazy. What is going on, dude? I feel like live today has been diabolical. Robert, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Kylie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Zoe, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, hi, I just wanted to say the guests are so wrong. My single mother has already had my 2 younger siblings cut off Medicaid in Oklahoma. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. Ryan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's crazy. Ryan, thank you again for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe true. Maybe true. Alexis, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. McKenna, thank you for the $5. Tyler with the $5. Suze, thank you so much for the $1. Oh my God, people are sending me DNC paychecks from the last guest I didn't even see. That's so funny. Megan, thank you for the $20 for now. I use Diabolical every day and I love it. Daniel, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I did see that. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $10. Nightblade with the $2. Ray, thank you so much for the $12. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh, Trevor, I'm so sorry. I wasn't even looking at my phone. I apologize. Oh my God, Mitchell, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Mitchell. Thank you. I really appreciate some W's for Mitchell in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section for the $50. I really appreciate that. It's incredibly fucking kind of you. W's for them in the comment section right now. Seriously, W. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 2 years old. Hello.
Zygote? Dill, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Lindsay? Okay, let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. For everyone on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you like the stream. It helps send it out to more people. Frankie, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. It's cool to see so many people here in the morning. I love to be. I might be doing a lot of streams like this more in the future because my girlfriend, when she starts working, this will be her schedule. So like me doing this live schedule would make a lot of sense for me. It would make a lot of sense for me every day because then I get to spend more time with her. A lot of people saying no, I get it. I will definitely try to have other days where specifically I do lives later in the day. But I just want to say that because like I know that inevitably speaking, I'm going to be doing that because, you know, it's just like, you know, it allows me to spend more time with my girlfriend. So I do really apologize. Like I love the later lives as well. Like I really love doing them. But like, you know, I also like if I do the lives later, if you think about it this way, I'm practically gonna have no time with my girlfriend. If I started lives at 4:00, say I did that, my girlfriend gets off around that time. That means the entirety of the time that she's at work, I'm not doing anything. And the entirety of the time that she's off work, I'm on work. So it's like, I probably have to think about that, you know, before, you know. So like that's something that I'm really, you know, thinking about. Yo, what's up, all to you?
40.
But also, just want to say, my girlfriend, you know, she's not completely going to be doing full-time work quite yet. You know, she's still going to be like substitute teaching and stuff. So that alongside school. So it's not going to be like every day it's like that. So I'm just saying for a lot of the days where she does work or something like that. Overcast, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. You can put it there, but I'm not going to say anything on the live, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only sending guest requests if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Frankie, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to the next person. I was just texting Santana back because he was texting about coming on the live, but I didn't even see it. And he was like, "Yeah, I just had some wild guests today. It was about one of the guests in the past." Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, how are you?
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I think I love Trump.
What's your birth year?
He's a great man. Sorry?
What's your birth year?
2006.
And you said you're 19?
So I'm 19.
What state do you
Yeah,
live
I'm
in?
19. I don't live in America.
Okay. Let me just say thank you to everyone real quick. I was going to bring someone up before I say thank you. Can we get some W's for Cheyenne? Thank you for the $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Cheyenne, thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for people need to eat, have somewhere to lay their head, and have affordable health care to live. These people really don't care about people after birth, huh? Anyway, love your lives. You and Dean have really inspired me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's incredibly fucking kind of you. And absolutely, literally though, like why are Republicans so anti-life out after birth? It's like they don't want to provide for people once they're out of the womb. It's crazy. Dill, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Chloe, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Chloe. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chloe. That's incredible to hear. W's for Chloe in the comment section. And then Ava, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Ava. Can we get some W's for Ava in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Ava. Seriously, W's for Ava in the comment section saying great debates. You have great patience. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, it's about you. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
How old are you?
23.
What's your birth year?
Sorry?
What's your birth year?
My birth year. Sorry, I can't hear you. Sorry.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Ryan, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Ryan. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm still in the womb. I'm still in the womb.
Literal zygote? Not in the womb yet? Not yet. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh wow, I joined. I have a question.
How old are you?
My wife.
Hold up. I have a few questions for you to answer before you ask me any questions. Okay. How old are you?
28.
And do you
28.
support Donald Trump?
My wife's father is a judge, and he does. I was wondering if you two can maybe have a debate.
Is he there with you?
Not at the moment. I was wondering if I could message you about it at some point.
Yeah, if you just hop in the box sometime and you're with him, I'll debate him.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. There's not many MAGA that want to debate me. They're scared, it seems. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're a faggot and Charlie Kirk owns you.
What a fucking weirdo, dude. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. All the MAGA are scared to debate me right now. They're terrified to debate me. They don't want to have a genuine dialogue, a conversation. They're scared. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? I'm 39.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, this is all just my personal opinion, but I have
Actually,
resentment for
wait. How do you feel about the big beautiful bill?
I'm not too much of a fan of it. I think it's a lot of tax cuts for the rich, but I still support Trump.
Okay. So even though there's massive cuts to Medicaid and food stamps and large tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires, you're willing to overlook that overlook that because of what?
C-19, the border.
What about it?
Well, I have extreme resentment for the left because of those things. During C-19, the left was imposing totalitarian lockdowns in 2020 and 2021.
When Trump
In
was
summer of
president in
2020,
2020?
it was Democratic governors who were locking down. That's blue
Okay, so then
states
why do you
were-
blame Kamala Harris for how other Democratic governors acted? Oh, did he just get a multi-guest live? Oh my god, live access restricted. Oh, dude, I hate TikTok. Dude, I can't get away from this. You actually can't go. What I went? I went an hour and 10 minutes. Okay, well, an hour and 10 minutes. Very unfortunate. Alrighty. Let's see what we can do here. I got permanently banned yesterday, and now we're already banned again. I think it's impossible to go without getting banned. Appeal. Oh, is it not letting me appeal? Oh, let's go. I click appeal and it doesn't let me appeal. Oh my god, I fucking love it. That's crazy. Grace, think of the $5. Actually, I did not. Let me know about that. That's crazy. Oh my god, I click appeal and it doesn't even submit. Let's go. Oh my god, I have to go use my girlfriend's account now, chat. Because I lost this one for 3 days. Oh my god. It's so brutal, chat. Is there a way I can look at bans here on... Wait, live access. Is there a way I can look at bans on the computer? Can I appeal the ban on here? I don't think I can. Alrighty, let me... Okay, it's seemingly not appealing. Okay, alright. We're gonna go to Parker got a GF. I hate TikTok. They're like kind of annoying sometimes. I will try to actually I'm gonna try to sign into add another account. Can I do a QR code? No, I can't even. Wait, here we go. I can do this. There we go. I can sign in on my phone and try them on my phone. 1 second, chat. I'm trying on my phone. I am going to use my account on my girlfriend's account because I can go on my computer. Yep, I can't appeal even on there. So we're going to go to my girlfriend's account, everyone. All right, I love everyone. I love everyone so much. I will see everyone here in a minute on TikTok. I recommend going over to my YouTube channel. Thank you so much, Overcast. Appreciate the $10. W, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right. Everyone go over there. If not, go over to my girlfriend's account. Parker got a GF. Alrighty. I'll see if I can do anything on here in terms of the ban. I don't see anywhere I can, try to run back the ban. Live center. Can I check my bans? Hold up, chat. I'm trying to check the bans before I hop on. Okay. Yep, I don't think I can. All right, we're cooked. We're actually cooked, chat. Looks like I have to go onto my girlfriend's account. I fucking hate TikTok. It's so brutal. Alrighty. We're gonna start getting some debates up here very soon. Everyone on my girlfriend's account. If you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you like the stream. I would really appreciate that. We're actually gonna turn off the recording for now. Hopefully, I have something from that. Alrighty, let me try to go to this. Or wait, wrong account. I'm clicking on it. Give me 1 second, everyone. Did you get banned again? Yes, I got banned again. My QR code. There we are. Boom. Perfect. All right. Why'd you get banned? Just they removed guest access for no reason. It's getting ridiculous at this point. I'll go and put it on my Instagram. I'll put on my Instagram. Got banned on my third again. So I am on my girlfriend's. On TikTok. Parker got a GF. Still on YouTube. Parker, get a job. Sorry, everyone. Just trying to inform anyone who's not. There we go. If you want any updates like that, go join my Instagram. Join my Instagram. Instagram updates thing on Instagram. Parker, is that your computer? Yes. It's from the TikTok app. Well, what's up, everyone? We're gonna start getting some debates up here soon, and just keep restricting liberal accounts. I know it's kind of diabolical. Alrighty. Yo,
Hey,
what's
can
up?
you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Was that something that I didn't think I said anything wrong? But
No, I think it was from prior conversations.
oh, okay. Yeah. So, like I was saying, I have resentment for the left. I C-19, the border, the left's obsession with I'll be careful what I say. LGBTQ. I want détente with Russia. I support Israel.
Okay. Real question, real quick. You said the
Sure.
left's obsession with the LGBTQ plus community. What obsession?
I think there's been I believe in tolerance, but I think especially in the last 20, 30 years, there's been a real glamorization of LGBTQ.
What do you mean by glamorization?
Well, it's the left has made it trendy, and
Trendy? What is a trend?
well, the left says things like trans women are women, and the left wants drag time story.
Saying trans women or women has nothing to do with particularly gay people, right? In terms of being a trend, you said that gay people were a trend. How is it a trend to be gay?
Well, I think that now Gen Zers, I guess like yourself, right? Approximately 1 in 3 Gen Zers identify as some type of LGBTQ plus, and where
I do think it's 20%,
approximately
but
30 years ago,
I
it was
do
a
think it's
lot fewer.
20%. But what's wrong with that? So
Why should it? What's wrong with it is there's an exponential increase because the left has like tried to make this cool.
has made it acceptable to a
pages.
greater extent to come
Well,
out as gay and to come out
okay.
as trans.
Okay.
That's it. That means more people just came out. People already were gay. People already
don't
were
think
trans.
culture has
They just
anything
didn't
to
come
do
out.
with it?
What's up?
Go ahead.
No, finish. Go ahead.
Oh, I said you don't think the culture has anything to do with it? The like Hollywood and
Okay. How does culture cause you to be gay?
well, if there's a if there's a glamorization, a radical indoctrination,
Really?
glorification of it, then that would increase the number of people who are engaging in this type of identity.
Because it is the case that they already are that way. You can't. Can you choose to be gay?
I think what I'm trying to articulate is that I think 30 years ago, the percentage of LGBTQ plus was probably somewhere about 3 to 5%, and now it's approximately.
Okay, so I just want to let you know, when there was stigmatization of people who were left-handed, a lower percentage of the reported population was left-handed. As soon as people were accepted for being left-handed, the population increased. What describes why the population increased? Is it now just because it's more trendy that people are becoming left-handed? No, it's people were left-handed and now are open with the fact that they're left-handed because it's less stigmatized in society.
You don't think that the way a culture like views now, if it can go the other way too. Like if you see a lot of Islamic countries, not all, but they have very harsh views toward homosexuality, and ironically enough, at the same time.
And so do Christians, by the way. I don't know why you'd specifically just say it's Islam.
Well, which is worse?
What? They both have horrible prescriptions on being gay.
Okay, which is worse?
Which is
it better?
It depends.
Is it better
It depends on the view of Islam that you're referencing, and it depends on the view of Christianity that you're referencing. Some views of Islam, right, hold radically better positions than the views of Christianity, right, in general. And some views of Christianity hold radically better positions than the typical views within Islam. It depends on the context, on the denomination. Progressive versions of both of both Islam and Christianity are preferable forms, but the conservative elements of both Islam and Christianity are incredibly disgusting and harmful.
Okay. In some places in the Islamic world, homosexuality is punishable by being unalived.
Yeah,
right?
Which was also true for plenty of Christian countries throughout history.
Not in
and
Western
even
now.
Wait, saying not in Western civilization now doesn't change the reality of Christianity. That's like saying not in Western civilization hasn't happened from Muslims either. Because we're secular here. There's also Muslims that live here.
Well, in the U.S., for example, the left is very critical of the Christian right, because the Christian right would like to see homosexuals have some conversion therapy, and in some places in the Islamic world, such as Iran.
Wait, I'm confused. Why are you bringing this up instead of acknowledging the bad
Well,
behavior?
they have a much harsher view of homosexuals having their head examined in places like Iran. If you understand what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm confused what your point is with this. Of course, I would acknowledge the homophobic laws that exist around the world, but I think the issue that you have is with acknowledging that it is also applicable to Christianity.
No, I just think nowadays, in our time now, it's much harsher in places like Iran than it is in the U.S. I mean, you would agree with that,
Iran,
right?
yes.
Okay. Yeah.
What's your point? What's your point with that?
Well, I find it odd that.
Aren't we supposed to be secular here, not Christian? So are you saying secular countries yield these outcomes, not theocracies? It seems like any religious fundamental theocracy is going to have really bad outcomes.
I find this. I actually find this fascinating. I'm actually glad I really would like to ask somebody on the left that how the left is so supportive of, so worried about Islamophobia and so supportive of, so pro-Palestinian when with the treatment of homosexuals and women in some of those countries.
I'm sorry. Are you saying because it is the case that there's homophobia within a certain society, it's okay for them to be genocided?
No, I find.
Oh, he got violation for hate speech, hateful behaviors immediately. Gone like that. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Hello? I don't think it connected them. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
August 2nd, 2006.
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Because
You cut out. I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. Hello? Alright, we're gonna kick him. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I don't know how I got in here.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Don't worry. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump.
How are you?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 33.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do, indeed.
If you could go back in time, either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Trump.
Why so?
Border, first of all. You remember how bad the border was at the time?
I have a question. What state do you live in?
New Hampshire.
Really? What time is it?
1:44?
You said what?
1:44 in the afternoon.
44?
1:44.
Nowhere around the world is it 44.
Oh, 1:53.
Oh,
sorry. I
was like, nowhere around the world is that
my
true.
watch is a little.
Okay.
My watch is a little behind. That's why.
It's okay. It's okay. Here's my next question. Can you name 3 cities in New Hampshire?
Sure. Milford, Manchester, Nashua.
Okay. Now, one more question. Who's your governor?
I don't know who the governor is at the moment. Actually, sorry.
Okay. What's the capital of New Hampshire?
It's Manchester.
Okay. I think I've talked to you before as well, by the way.
No, you actually spoke to me barely because I was on Dean's chats and then you came in and you went away. Never spoke to you.
That's right. There's a lot of people saying I had a conversation with him. Concord, okay. He's a different person I've talked to, okay. That's also not the capital of New Hampshire, yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello. I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
It's 2006.
And you said you're 19. Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
All right. So, here's how my argument goes. What do you think about him banning gay marriages?
Trump's not banning gay marriage.
Or sorry, not banning gay marriages. What do you think about him not supporting like gays and all that?
Like Trump?
Yeah.
I mean, I do think that he is probably homophobic himself, and he has supported some policies that have been harmful to gay people, but he typically tries to keep it under wraps. He tries to act like he's not homophobic.
Okay, can you give me one policy that's against homosexuals?
Okay, so were you just like wanting to like be like, oh, wait, actually I have a question. What state do you live in?
No, just give me one.
What state do you live in?
California.
What time is it?
It's 10:55.
Can you tell me 3 cities in California?
No. I mean, I don't know off by heart, man.
Really? Because I live in California, and there's not a single person I know that lives in California that wouldn't be able to mention 3 cities. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2004.
Okay. What month?
March 14th.
Okay. Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes. Well, I support mostly based off his border policies. The one I mostly support is the Remain in Mexico policy.
Okay. So remain in Mexico. Can you tell me why you support the remain in Mexico border policy?
Yeah, because I think if you're speaking for trying to get asylum, then you shouldn't be able to come here while it's being processed. Just like if you're trying to buy something and it's getting processed, you can't just take it with you and then we'll hope that it goes through.
Have I talked to you before?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I've talked to Dean.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Is there a way you can get out of a place with as much background noise?
Yeah, give me a second. Sorry.
Just unmute when you're ready. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support all Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2002.
And what month?
August.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
Give me 1 second. Let me turn off something on my phone. I'll be like 10 seconds.
Okay.
Don't kick me, dude.
Hello?
Yep. Why do you support Trump?
So, if you viewed my profile, you can see I'm currently obviously a personnel of the military, but the reason I would go back and vote for Trump still, I just want to preface this by just saying that, or preface, sorry, that I'm very middle ground. Like, I don't really agree with what he's doing with the BBB. I don't really agree with the ICE and, not following Supreme Court orders. So I will say I'm very middle ground. Like, I'm not super right wing, but the reason I would go back and vote for Trump is I don't really agree with the Biden-Harris administration on the withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan and how that was handled and the service members that died because of it. I believe they prioritized optics over the safety of troops on the ground.
Could you tell me specifically that, like what Joe Biden did that caused that? Because the agreement specifically to leave Afghanistan was set up by Donald Trump and some of the people involved, particularly in the attack that led to the deaths of the service members, right? Involved in getting people out of the airport, right? That specifically was due to the fact that they were given back to the Taliban within Donald Trump's deal. 5,000 members within the Taliban given back to the Taliban.
It was to my belief. I'm not sure. Sorry, this is just like my general understanding. I'm not super dug in like you are, so I understand if I'm incorrect, and that's why I'm here to talk to you, really to see if like my optics on this are wrong. Again, I'm trying to be middle ground here. I'm not trying to be super right wing, but it was to my understanding that Trump had set up a withdrawal in a different location, and that Biden had moved it to a more dangerous location. And I believe it didn't really follow Trump's timeline, and along with that, there were certain like things that the Taliban did within the withdrawal that kind of went against the agreement. And I think maybe with Biden seeing that and getting security briefings on it, that maybe he should have changed it, even if it was Trump's plan. He still executed it, if you know what I mean.
Hey man, you have a lot of background noise right now. Is maybe a time in the future you can come back on the live and we can have a conversation?
Is it wind noise?
Yeah, it is wind noise.
Okay. Were you able to hear me or no?
It is kind of hard to hear you, so I heard parts of it.
All right. Sorry again. Thank you for the talk, I guess.
Of course, just come on another time when it's not windy or something like that, and we'll have a conversation. Appreciate you coming up then. Okay, all right. How old are you?
22.
And why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I'm a conservative, so I think I align more with Republicans. I'm a Christian conservative.
Okay. In what way? Can you tell me one particular Christian norm that Donald Trump specifically upholds outside of the context of abortion?
It's not really so much him in particular. It's just the whole party. I think embodies conservative values, or they're way more likely to, as opposed to.
I asked you one specific Christian norm that Donald Trump upholds outside of the context of abortion.
Yeah, like I said, it's more so the party in general. Because I mean,
so nothing. You can't mention
agree with
anything.
you. I can agree with you that like Kamala's a better person, like more virtuous. But in terms of like what the party represents,
It's like you
like
can't mention a single other thing, a Christian norm
What?
that Donald Trump upholds.
well, I think like the left is anti-Christian, so
Can you tell me something that Donald Trump upholds that is Christian outside of the context of abortion?
I already told you that he's a worse person than Kamala, but the party itself.
So then how can you say he's upholding these things that are Christian if you can't mention anything outside of the context of abortion?
Well, I don't view it like just him versus Kamala. I view it as like a whole party, what the values they hold.
But like you have to acknowledge that it is Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris.
Sure, but it's not like King Kong versus Godzilla. They have all sorts of, just their party in general embodies things, that the other party doesn't.
Like what?
Like the progressivism of the left, I don't really like. I don't agree with it. Nowadays, it just seems to be destroying all the social values.
What progressivism did Kamala Harris support that you disagree with?
Well, the LGBTQ plus community, that's one.
What about the LGBTQ plus community?
I just don't think that that's really like a virtuous thing to aspire to, like to not aspire to, but to like promulgate in our society.
How is it not virtuous just to acknowledge and accept people who are gay and trans?
Well, yeah, well that's fine. You can do that. But whenever it gets to like little kids putting it in like Pixar movies and like this kind of stuff, me being a Christian, I don't really agree with that. I think it's
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Wait. I'm sorry. Wait. Are you watching the Pixar movies?
No, but they're little kids that are watching them.
So what's wrong with little kids, right? Watching movies that have literally gay people within them. That's it. Just gay people exist in the movies, as if straight people have not existed in the movies I grew up watching my whole fucking life.
No, yeah, but it's like I just wish we would leave that out altogether, like in schools as well.
Okay, so
Like,
do you think it's wrong that when I grew up I watched Beauty and the Beast?
No.
Why not?
I don't know.
You
It's
don't
got
know?
a lot of symbolism in it that's healthy, or like that pertains to the human condition.
Here's the real question. If the Beauty and the Beast was a man, would it be then wrong for me to have watched it?
I just said it wasn't.
Oh, so if the Beauty was a dude, right? And it was representing a gay relationship, you'd have no issue with that, right?
Oh no. Yeah, I just don't think. I mean, I don't have a problem with like LGBTQ movies or like art and all this stuff, but it's like in kids' movies, I just think is a little weird.
Okay, Beauty and the Beast is a kids movie. If the Beauty was a dude, would it be wrong for me to have watched that as a kid?
Me as a Christian, yes, I think so.
Wait, so the only difference in the movie is whether or not the Beauty is a man or a woman. That's it. There's no other distinction. It's nothing about what they're doing. It's just the fact that there's a guy there, right? That's it?
Yeah.
What's wrong about that?
It's just, I mean, me as a Christian, I don't think that like having that kind of messaging to little kids is like, and swaying them in that direction. I don't think that that's like
I'm sorry. Do you have an issue? Do you have an issue with anything that's like not religious being portrayed within the context of movies shown to children? Do you think it's okay to show lying? Wait, is it okay to show kids like movies where there are like people within the movies that lie?
Yes, of course.
That's not a Christian value that's being upheld. What about
Okay.
adultery?
Okay. But that just shows like part of the struggle of being a human. And you can argue that that's like part of the thing with the LGBTQ representation, but I just don't think
As
that
not,
any
well, being
duality.
LGBTQ shouldn't be considered a struggle. Right?
What
It's
do you
not
mean?
I'm confused, right? People who are LGBTQ plus, right? That's not something they should have to be considered to be struggling over, right?
Well, I thought that that's
It
what you were going to
should be that they are accepted for that, right?
Well, I thought
In
that
the
you were
same way
going to
that straight
correlate
people
that
are
with the
accepted.
lie.
What's that?
Well, I thought that you were going to correlate that with the lie, like asking me if it's okay if people lie.
Well, obviously you view gay intercourse as a sin, right? So specifically,
Yes.
right, we're not even showing a specific instance of gay intercourse. Is it wrong for a man to kiss another man?
Yes, just with what it like the implication, I guess. Yes.
It is? Is it wrong for a father to kiss his son?
If you're doing some weird Tom Brady stuff, then
I'm not
yes,
talking
it's
about
a
that.
little weird.
I'm not talking about that.
Okay. Like
Like
kissing a little baby?
a little baby, yeah.
No, that's not wrong.
Okay. So, right,
But it's not sexual.
obviously. So there are contexts in which you can show people kissing that's not sexual, correct?
If they're like teenager boys doing it, where they're way more cognizant of their surroundings and like their identity, it's a lot different than kissing a little baby.
Okay, sure. Okay, well then I'll ask you this question. Why is it okay to show two people who are not married, right, kissing in the context of the Beauty and the Beast, but in the context of the Beauty and the Beast, it's wrong to show two men kissing?
Because I view homosexuality as a sin, as we.
Isn't it a sin for people to kiss outside of the context of marriage?
I don't know if that's specified in the Bible. I don't
Well,
think.
because you're saying that kissing between two partners in a relationship, right, is sexual by nature. So then it must be a sin under your view, right?
No, I don't really. It's just not.
It's not sexual, so then there's nothing wrong specifically or immoral about the Beauty and the Beast, right, kissing if the Beauty specifically was a dude. There'd be nothing wrong about that because it's not sexual, even if they're in a relationship.
No, I would just.
Oh, so is it sexual?
I guess you could say technically it is.
Okay, so then you're okay with showing sexual content to children.
No.
Okay. Well then you're not okay with showing children the Beauty and the Beast? Because they kiss?
I think it's a lot different.
What's different?
Well, it's definitely I mean, I guess you could say a kiss is explicit, but it's really. I don't really think it's.
Then it's in,
like
then it's not
insanely sexual.
okay, then it's not immoral. If there were to be the Beauty and the Beast and the Beauty is a dude and they kissed, that's not immoral because it's not inherently sexual, even if they're in a relationship.
Well, I guess you could say it's immoral to show little kids a couple kissing, I guess.
Really? So Beauty and the Beast is wrong to show children?
If you're coming from the place that you want to show them anything, even like, implying any sort of sexuality, then sure.
To clarify, so you think it was wrong for my parents to have shown me the Beauty and the Beast when I was a kid? You think that's wrong?
If coming from your standpoint that it's like sexual, then
Well, not from my standpoint. This is your standpoint. Because I don't consider that sexual.
well, it's more so like the story is a lot deeper than just like a sexual kiss. It's like her relinquishing her like relationship with her father to a new man, which is like an aggressive, man. But then he turns into a man at the end, I believe. So she kind of like whenever they unite,
I'm push the
I
umbrella
just
of
think
love.
it's
So wait, by the way, you have less of an issue with demonstrating bestiality, right? Like literally engaging with a fucking with a
well, that's not really what
beast,
it
right?
symbolizes.
Obviously,
That's not really what
right?
it
Over
symbolizes.
saying that it's okay to show children a gay relationship.
Yeah, I just think that the outcomes being
He'll justify bestiality before saying that two gay people in a relationship is okay.
well, that's not really what the beast symbolizes, but okay. I mean, I guess if you want to like cherry pick it being like a literal thing, then sure.
Well, I was just trying to make like that's ridiculous of you. So like, what's wrong specifically about it if it were a dude? Because you just said it's not sexual to kiss,
Because
even if you're in
once
a
again,
relationship.
I just think homosexuality is just a sin. Pretty much all it is.
Okay, where in the Bible does it say being gay in of itself is a sin?
Well, I think it does in Colossians or Corinthians. I don't know, but also just like Sodom.
None of those say that being gay in of itself is a sin.
I'm pretty sure one of them
Nope,
does.
none of them do. Not a single verse in the Bible does it say that being gay in of itself is a sin. By the way, if it were to be saying, by the way, if it were to be saying that, well, then it would be God that was the one that sinned, because it is the case that you don't choose your sexuality. Sexuality is ingrained into us by our very nature.
He designed
And if our
sex
nature,
for a man and a woman
I understand, but do
to
you
become
okay?
one. It's not
Okay, then
like this.
I have a question. Under your view, why are people gay? Is it choice?
I do think it is a choice.
Okay.
Yes.
I have a question. Could you choose right now to find me sexually attractive?
No.
Why not? You said it's a choice. First the hand
I
up.
mean, well, I get what you're coming
you
from.
You should be able to do it right now. If you can't do it right now, it seems like it's not a choice.
I guess technically I could,
You
but I
could?
won't.
So you
Yeah, I
could
guess so.
right. So you could
It's
right now.
not-
So you could
Look,
right
I
now.
know you're trying
Wait,
to
wait,
do, like,
wait,
some
to clarify.
gotcha.
You
Oh,
could
you're
right now choose to find
homosexual.
me
Fuck
sexually
this.
arousing.
No, dude, is this like your is this your like way of trying to get me or something like that? To admit that I'm like homosexual? Like it is a choice.
No.
It's not
I'm getting you.
predetermined.
I was trying to get you to acknowledge that like sexuality is not a choice, but it does seem like if you specifically are saying that you could choose to, that maybe you might already have that particular desirability in the very first place already. So I'll just ask you a separate question to clarify.
I think whenever
wait,
your
with
brain
your
is super
wait,
plastic.
can I ask you
Dude,
can I
talk
ask
in
you a
monologue?
secondary? I think he left. He got kicked out. I was gonna ask him the question. I was gonna ask him the question if he could choose to find his mom sexually arousing, and obviously he would say no to that. Parker, why so early today? Dean's getting on at I think like 3 o'clock, and I was gonna do like a bunch of chores with my girlfriend later. Like we're gonna go get groceries and do stuff for the house. That's why we're on early today. I think tomorrow I might. Or wait, tomorrow is. Actually, I don't think I have plans tomorrow. I might be on later tomorrow. Actually, later tomorrow. I should be on 5 o'clock or so tomorrow. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 50.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do in some aspects, and I don't in others.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Well, I definitely wouldn't vote for somebody that's fake.
Would you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Okay. Well, he's pretty fake. I mean, he had 30,000 confirmed lies under his administration. He cheated on every single one of his wives. That's pretty fake.
What guy hasn't?
Me. I've never cheated on my girlfriend ever. Never would I. That's fucking terrible. You've done
You're
that?
still a kid.
I'm still a kid doesn't change whether or not I wouldn't cheat on my partner. What? There are plenty of people who are older that haven't cheated on their partners. My parents are in a long-term relationship and they've never cheated on each other.
Okay, that's as far as you know.
That's as far as you know. Okay, well, did you get cheated on and you just assume that everyone cheats on you because you got cheated on?
No.
Have you cheated?
Nope.
If you've never been cheated on and you don't cheat yourself, then what makes you think that in every circumstance someone cheats?
Oh, I've been cheated on.
Okay, you have been cheated on. So you're just assuming because you've been cheated on that everyone's going to cheat on you? Have you cheated yourself?
My ex-wife cheated on me.
I'm really sorry to hear that.
That's why she's in jail. Well, that ain't the reason she's in jail right now, but she's in jail for stealing my identity.
For showing your identity? What do you mean?
Stealing my identity.
Sharing your what do you mean?
Stealing.
Oh, stealing your identity. How did she do that? That's crazy.
Well, her and her new boyfriend, who was a pastor's son, stole my social security card, stole my birth certificate.
To like take money from you?
Oh, they got about $50,000 worth of credit cards under my name.
That's so crazy. I'm so sorry to hear that you went through that. I just want to let you know that that would not happen, right? For every single relationship that you will have in your life, right? That wouldn't happen with every single person. Not everyone's going to treat you in such a horrible way.
Oh, my new wife, she treated me great.
Yeah, exactly. Like so then obviously not everyone cheats.
Not everyone, but 95%.
No, it's not 95%. There's no good evidence indicating that. Actually, a lot of the evidence I've seen is anywhere between like 15 to 20% max.
But you were talking about these kid movies. You don't think the kids should be kids and they wait till they grow up to start figuring out the rest of this world. And by the way, I do have a LGBTI member in my family on my wife's side.
Mm-hmm. So here's wait, clarify your question one more time.
I do have a member in the family on my wife's side.
No. What was your question?
Oh, about these Pixar movies.
Oh, what about them?
I mean, kids should be kids.
Oh,
yeah,
wait. So then, would you have an issue with the Beauty of the Beast shown to a child?
No.
Okay. Would you have an issue if the Beauty was a dude?
In that aspect, with my grandchildren being grandchildren, yeah, I'd have an issue with that.
Why?
Why? Because kids should be kids.
Yeah, and kids can be kids, and the Beauty from the Beauty and the Beast could be a dude. Like I'm confused. What makes them not a child if the Beauty from the Beauty and the Beast was a dude? Like
what you all want is everybody to become trans. Democrats want
what?
everybody.
I'm not. Wait. I just want to clarify. If we want everyone to be trans, I'm not trans. What the fuck does that mean?
Well, you sound like it.
How do you sound trans?
Nah. I have,
and clearly that wasn't a good indicator because I'm not trans.
Well, I got friends that are trans. One of them's a model for Belk and JCPenney's and those places.
Okay, so obviously saying that I sound trans is crazy. One, two, I'm not trans, so clearly the indicator that you're trying to use is not a good indicator.
Okay, but I mean I have friends. My grandkids see that I got friends that are that way.
Okay.
But I'd rather my grandkids learn it at a personal.
Wait, can I just clarify? When we were talking about specifically the Beauty from the Beauty and the Beast, it being a dude, that has nothing to do with trans people. Let's just clarify this one thing. We're talking about gay people in this context. What's specifically wrong about the Beauty from the Beauty and the Beast being a fucking dude? What's wrong about that?
It shouldn't be shown. That part shouldn't be shown on TV.
Why not?
Because of the fact kids should be kids.
What makes them not a kid if the Beauty from the Beauty and the Beast is a dude?
They see their mom and daddy kissing. So why not see a Beauty and a Beast kissing?
What's wrong with the Beauty being a dude?
There's a lot wrong.
There's nothing wrong with it.
There's a lot wrong with it.
What's wrong with it?
Okay, two dicks being that close together, smooching. I'd rather them learn.
Wait, I'm sorry. What's wrong with two dicks, dude? What's wrong with that?
Well, you ain't getting no dick near my ass.
Okay. Yeah, because you're straight, dude. No one's saying you have to. I'm straight as well. No one's saying you have to. What's wrong with two guys doing that if they want to?
But I mean, some of these. I mean, you got Roseanne.
Hey man, just tell me what's wrong with sword fighting, dude?
There's a lot wrong with it.
What?
I'd rather see two women going at it than two men.
Okay, regardless of whether or not you'd quote unquote rather see that because you can sexualize them, right? That doesn't change whether or not you would consider it immoral under your position because it's still gay.
About you brought up something about the Bible. In the Bible, there are like 7 or 8 figures in the Bible.
Can we go back? What's wrong with sword fighting?
Well, I don't like sword fighting.
Okay, cool. Are you saying from experience?
No.
Okay. Well then I would just ask the question specifically, what's wrong with other people doing it just because you don't like it? Like you might not like certain ice cream flavors. Cool, that's up to you. You might not like those ice cream flavors. That's totally fine. But is it wrong for someone else to like those ice cream flavors?
No, it's nothing wrong with it.
Okay.
I ain't saying that. I'm just
so
saying
just because you don't like it doesn't mean that other people can't like it.
Why do you think we got 10 and 12-year-olds getting pregnant right now?
Probably because there are rapists out there around the world that assault
No.
children and get them pregnant.
You're too young to remember this, but a couple friends of mine, one was 11, the other one was 12. And we did a lot of goofing off at that age, where I'm from. We used to have an old saying, if you're a virgin at the age of 10, you're a visitor. But hold on. But he got her knocked up at the age of 12. And this happened back in the 1980s. And the two parents made them marry. They lived in separate houses.
How old were both of them?
One was 11, one was 12. It was all over the papers and stuff. Yeah, you're way too young to remember that.
What's the point of you telling me this?
But two things shouldn't be.
Isn't that a straight relationship, by the way?
Yeah, it was a straight relationship.
So then why are you bringing this up?
But kids should not be taught SMUC's education in elementary.
I just want to let you know, those kids that did that were not taught sex education. Did you know that if kids are taught sex education, they're less likely to get pregnant when they're children and teenagers?
We were being taught that in school in 5th and 6th grade.
In the 80s?
Yeah.
You think you had vast sex education in the 80s?
Yeah, we were learning it.
Where? What state?
Colorado.
Colorado. Where? Like rural Colorado?
Westminster.
What? I so doubt that. I'm sorry.
No.
What? No, you were not being taught sex ed back then. What are you talking about? I mean, maybe you were, but like, okay, sex ed here, just genuinely, like, we need more sex ed because it would actually reduce the likelihood that children are going to get pregnant, right? Are going to be, touched inappropriately, things like that. It reduces harmful things happening to children if it is the case that you specifically teach sex education. Now, obviously, you do age-appropriate sex education. We're not teaching 5-year-olds, right, what sex looks like. That would be ridiculous.
No,
right? That would be insane. What you teach a 5-year-old is that some parents, right, are going to be 2 men. Some parents are going to be 2 women, and some parents are going to be a man and a woman, right? And that's totally fine.
Well, on the LGBTQIA, I literally went down and I my daughter had nothing to do with it. I pulled
Wait,
those.
hold on, hold on. Are you posting videos on TikTok of your children saying this stuff?
No, not saying that stuff.
What were your children saying?
My daughter was too scared to go to the school and say, "Hey, take my child out of that class." Once he gets into junior high or high school, that's fine. But elementary,
What class?
the LGBTIA and the sex education class.
Okay, so you got your grandchild out of a sex education class?
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with teaching kids about.
How old is she?
It's two he's,
Okay.
but only one of them was in the grade up. Like, he's in fourth grade. But I believe kids should be kids. Period. When they grow up and can comprehend what's going on around them, then teach them that. But until they can
That has nothing to
comprehend,
do with that. Wait, is it on the repost or something?
what are you looking up?
Wait, I'm sorry, chat. It's literally just the kid making videos.
Oh, that's my grandson.
Yeah. I thought it was the grandchild saying things.
No, he wasn't saying nothing. He knows better to say anything. He just being goofy on my phone.
Okay. All right. Okay, so then here's my question. Here's my question. Fuck, where were we at?
Shit, I don't know.
Okay. All right, then I'll ask you. Okay, what's wrong with there being a gay relationship? Well,
There's
actually,
nothing
here's a question. Do you think that being gay is a choice?
No, it's in the genes.
Okay, so then what's wrong with someone being gay given that they didn't choose it?
There ain't nothing wrong with them being gay.
Okay, what's wrong with showing 5-year-olds that sometimes there are gay people? Oh, there, I lost multi-guest access. Chat, we lost it already. Wow. There it goes. Cheyenne, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yes, I do actually know that, Cheyenne. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's based. Thank you so much for the information. JB, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, JB. Give some W's for JB in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. As well as Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm so sorry that you had an awful day. Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Don't worry. I'm glad that you're feeling a bit better today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it as always. Good to see you. Melissa, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Claire, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Linda, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Aaron with the $5. And Nicole, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Robert with the $4.20. Grace with the $5. And with the $2. Thank you. Chat, what do I do? Just Alpha, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. In Portland, Oregon public schools. Yeah, Portland, Oregon definitely would make sense for sure. Yeah. There's more liberalized for sure. What do I do? Because I have no other account, chat. I'm fucked. I'm so fucked. Let me try saving my girlfriend's account maybe. And trying to appeal it. Let's see. We're going to appeal it real quick, and we'll see if the other one I got my account back. Actually, no, I can't because I can't appeal that account. Can I appeal this account? Yes, I did appeal this account. It worked. Okay, so the appeal on this account worked at least. It's sent in. Alexandria, thank you so much. I appreciate the Cash App. Thank you. Let's see if I can send one now here on this account, on my third account. Nope, I still can't send it. Okay, let's see what it banned me for. Okay, so that's what it is. Hopefully, I don't think TikTok will ban me because that played out. So they banned me because someone called me the F slur. Okay. Like what? That's on my third account, by the way. Alrighty. I do have my second account, but I don't know if I have guests. My hair looks so weird right now. I don't know if I have guests. So I would recommend everyone go over to my YouTube right now. We're gonna try to go and figure out an account to go on. And we'll see what we'll do. So I'd recommend to go over to my YouTube right now. There's 3,000 people here on the TikTok. If you go join the YouTube, we could have 5,000 people on the YouTube. Parker, get a job on YouTube, you know? I doubt we're going to get to that point, but I would really appreciate it. Especially if you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. I would really, really appreciate that. I'm going to test my second account real quick, see if I can, if I have guest requests. Actually, I could just go live on it on my phone real quick and see if it's there. Let's see it. No guest requests. Great, dude. Great. That's incredible. Chat, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I recommend you go to YouTube, yeah. Matt's account. I could ask Matt. Hey, man. I got banned on all my accounts. Could I use yours? Lol. Hey, everyone from TikTok joining in. I really appreciate you. And we're a few hours before Dean gets on. Wait, Dean. Yo, bro. All my accounts banned again. You have any extra account I can use? Lol. Let's see if Dean helps. All right, here. Let me. I have nothing. Doesn't Instagram have guest options? I technically could, but I want to use it on the computer. You know, I want to be able to be on the computer. Just can I go live from the computer on Instagram and add guests? Because if so, I'd look you do that. Plus live video. Add title. Debates. Public. Okay. Stream URL. Stream key. Oh, I have to go live with live streaming software. Okay. In the future, I could do that. I'd have to do it through my Streamlabs. So I'll set that up for a different day. You only get following, I think. Oh, that's brutal. I guess it would be good to, like, I mean, try stream on that anyway, just to bring people in. What's your YouTube called? It's Parker Get a Job. Do an X space? I guess I could. See, I mean, I can go to and look up another account, though. I just won't have this good quality on the camera, you know? Because I got them both on these accounts, but I won't have them on any others. Here, I can try a different account that I have. Let me see if this one couldn't log in. Oh, I have to go to my email. Alrighty, give me 1 second, everyone. Deplorable, thank you the $5. Thank you. Moved it for someone else's actions. Yeah, I know. It's really unfortunate. TikTok is super annoying for that. I don't know why they're doing that recently. We had such like a good set of time, you know? Or like we weren't getting banned. But yeah, now I don't know what to do because we're only 2 hours in and we already have gotten banned so many times. Here, let me try this account, everyone. Let me try this account. All right, I'm going to everyone from TikTok go over to my YouTube. I'd really appreciate that. I'll see y'all there. Parker Get a Job on YouTube. StreamYard, I don't have StreamYard open, so I'd have to end the live, which I don't want to do. Alrighty, let me end the live there. End live. All right, let me log out. Log out. Oh no. Here, let me open it that way. Yes. Make a phone number for YouTube call-in. Yeah, I might have to do that. It's just very unfortunate. Okay, I have no access. It says appeal not approved. Can I get access? You can't go live. Use another method to go live. Oh, what the fuck. That didn't work. Can I try this account? Otherwise, I have not got a message back from Matt, so I might be fucked, chat. Okay, all right. I don't know what to do. I have no account, chat. I did text Dean already to ask if I can use his account. Could watch the new Jubilee and react. Yeah, I guess I could do that. But I can't do that here on YouTube. That's the issue. Is because YouTube will then take down my fucking stream because I can't react to that on stream. Ah, dude, it's so brutal. I wish I could react to that on stream. It's very unfortunate. But can I just do YouTube? I don't have the ability to bring up guests. So I got to figure out something. You could ask Matt for an account. Yeah, that's what I was asking, but I don't have a response from Matt because I think he's busy because he was doing stuffs. Alrighty. Do you actually need a job now? Yeah, Parker actually needs a job now. Parker actually needs a job. Discord is getting huge. I mean, thing is, I just don't know if I'd be able to get people on Discord. But, you know, one thing I might try here. I have a good idea. Let's just check back. Let's see if I got my girlfriend's account back. Please, 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 please. Please. Appeal approved. We're good. We're good, chat. We're back. We're back. Woo! We're back. Let's go. We're back on. It's my girlfriend's account, by the way. So at least I got her account back. Alrighty, starting live. Persistence. There we go. Staying on YouTube, everybody. What's good? It's good. It's good. Can I stop getting these notifications? Stop with the notifications, please. TikTok Live Studio. TikTok Live Studio. I do not care. Stop. Stop. Can I turn these off? Turn off notifications for TikTok Live Studio. It's so brutal. What's up, everyone joining in? If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Those are the best ways to do so. Zymander, thank you for the $5. Do you and Dean plan to branch out from the debate format? Yeah, I mean, I have thought so, but like, I don't know what else I'd do. And I'm so in love with the debate content. Alrighty. We're going to start getting some debates here very soon. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Alrighty. You what's up,
Oh,
audience?
I didn't mean to press.
You're good.
I didn't mean to press it.
You're good. Don't worry. Lucas, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 15.
Do you support? Oh, you gotta be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules, everybody. 18 plus.
Yeah, hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, we talked earlier, and
Did I kick you off?
no, it was a mistake. I actually had to appeal, and it went through. So
Okay, all right. What were we talking about?
this is just all my opinion. We were talking. I support Trump, and I was telling you why I despise the political left. We're talking about
What about the political left you despise?
C-19, the border. The left allows riots. I want détente with Russia.
Wait, so to clarify, you're against violent riots, correct?
Yes, and
Yeah, and you'd be totally against like pardoning people who like were violent rioters and like assaulted police officers, right?
I think that the 2020 presidential election was very odd, just like the 1960 presidential election with Nixon and Kennedy.
What was odd? And that wasn't an answer to my question, but what was odd?
I think it was very suspicious. I think that
What was suspicious?
well, there were approximately 5 million more votes in 2020 than 2016 or 2024.
There being
And
more
also-
votes doesn't mean that there's something suspicious.
Approximately 2 weeks before the election, 51 people related to the intelligence community came out saying that Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation, and they knew that was nonsense. So,
So no, they did, at that time they did not know. You're incredibly racist, apparently, according to Dean.
oh yeah, I know Dean thinks that.
Oh, okay. Well, if Dean thinks that, I probably think that too. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Dean literally said that is a neo-Nazi, so he's a literal neo-Nazi, so. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
September 8th, 2006.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I just support his regulation on abortion.
Really? Why?
I don't know. I personally, being religious, I don't think it's right to have an abortion, but I do recognize women deserve to have a choice because not everyone's religious. Personally though, when I was 12, I ended up being pregnant, and I was forced into a pregnancy, and I think just from my own experience and I don't know, all of that, I think it gets really confusing, and I think Trump is leaning more towards having I don't quite know how to word it.
People have federally protected access to abortion up until viability due to Roe versus Wade. Donald Trump put multiple people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which restricted people's access to abortion. Now, you can say you disagree with people getting abortions in plenty of circumstances, but to say that people shouldn't have access to it restricts people's rights.
Well, I didn't know it was completely restricted.
Say that one more time.
I didn't know it was completely restricted.
You didn't know? Yeah, in some states it's restricted, even in instances in which children have been assaulted, women have been assaulted. right? There are circumstances where families are forced against their will to keep members of their families on life support so that the state can harvest a fetus out of them, because it is the case that it's past 6 weeks. Specifically with Adriana Smith, it is the case that the state did that because of how strict Georgia's abortion laws are. They harvested a fetus out of her body, out of her dead body, because it is the case that the abortion law says after 6 weeks that they have to do that. That's how strict their abortion laws are, because Donald Trump overturned Roe versus Wade. She's reposted, no king, she's not MAGA. Okay, all right, we'll go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. I'm going to give it a second, everyone, because apparently I don't think we have really like any guest requests right now for debates. So if you're MAGA, make sure to send a guest request right now. All right, everyone. All right, everyone, do give it a second. We're going to start getting some more debates here in a second. Guessing this person doesn't disagree. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, sorry. My baby bird tapped on the on the guest thing.
You're good. Don't worry. I had a feeling that you didn't disagree. Anyone see the meme? That profile picture has been going crazy. That meme. Someone literally got detained for having that in their phone. And they're like, they held him and they like showed the picture of the JD Vance meme. That's so brutal, chat. Alrighty. Let's see if we can get someone else up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
And what's your birth year?
2006, April 12th.
April 12th, 2006. And you said you're how old again?
19.
Okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, ultimately, for me, it comes down to I would really like to preserve American Southern history.
What?
Yeah, so like
What Southern history are you referencing?
so like the war in the South and the Confederalism.
Confederacy?
Yeah, so ultimately, I think it's a part of United States history, and
So
if you disagree
you
with
wanna
that, that's
you
just-
want to protect
that's
the
not-
Confederacy?
No, I want to protect the history of it.
The history of the Confederacy. So you want to keep
Right.
up statues of Confederates?
Yeah.
Okay. So you would fight to keep up statues of slave owners that commemorate slave owners and people that fought for slavery.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I have a question. Would you argue that they should have kept up all of the different Nazi paraphernalia that existed because it was an element of their history in Germany?
I'll say so if the German government chose to keep it up, then they could have, but like we took it down, you know what I mean?
Wait, you'd be okay with them keeping up symbols of Nazis on statues?
Well, okay, so I'll answer that, but can I ask you, like, are you okay with France having statues of Napoleon?
I disagree with like statues in commemoration of anyone who's like a murderous dictator or a tyrant.
Right. So like,
So can you
like Napoleon
would you
in
like to
France.
respond to my question then?
What was it again?
Would you be okay with Germany specifically keeping up statues of Nazis
Yeah, I mean,
that
it's their
commemorate
country. You
Nazis?
know what I mean? They could decide. Well, it's not so much commemoration. It's like it's just a part of history, is it
Statues
not?
commemorate that commemorate Nazis. Are you okay with those?
Bro, these people saying Napoleon was an amazing leader. Look what he did in Haiti. That's not okay.
I'm sorry. Are you gonna respond to what the fuck you just literally said that they should be fucking commemorated? Do you think Napoleon should be commemorated?
Napoleon, no.
Okay, so should statues of him be taken down?
Of Napoleon?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. It's up to their country to decide. Like, I don't really care.
You don't care?
The same way I don't live there.
No empathy, bro. Like you don't care about people. If you just like are totally okay with
Well, I mean,
statues being up that commemorate the loss of life to that degree. That's like actually disgusting. Like think about it for one fucking second. Sit down for one fucking second and think about what those statues fucking show people who have had to deal with that impacting their fucking families. Can you imagine?
yeah, so I could think about that the same way. But every other country has statues from that time too. Like Russia has statues of Stalin, right?
That should be taken down.
Yeah, but see, that's like closer to modern day. So can we get back to talking about like in the American South?
Do you again, you agree with keeping up fucking slave owners? I have a question. Do you agree with keeping statues of people who engaged in the genocide of indigenous Americans?
Yeah.
You're just deplorable. Like actually deplorable.
Bro, it's like
Deplorable. So deplorable. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. How old am I? 34.
Do you support Donald Trump?
How old are you? Do I support him? Not anymore. I did before. Not anymore.
Nice. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We don't have like any debates right now, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh my god. Okay, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And how old are you again?
18.
2006, 18. Really? What month?
November.
November? Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
I like his qualities, but I didn't want to come on here to debate. I wanted to ask a question.
Okay, if you don't want to debate, I will go on to the next person.
Well,
Appreciate
I want
you
to
coming
debate, but I want to ask a question. I want to ask
So
what
you
you
do
would
want
have
to
done.
debate?
Yes, but I want to ask what you would have done differently about bombing Iran.
I would have kept the nuclear peace agreement.
But they have been threatening us to bomb us and other countries for years.
Okay.
So, if someone was like
They
threatening you,
didn't
are
threaten
you
to
just gonna
bomb
sit
us,
there?
but they do say death to America. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We literally killed one of their top military generals. Donald Trump assassinated a top military general in Iran in his first administration.
All right.
What did they do?
I don't really know. I just wanted to ask what you would have done differently.
I told you I wouldn't have pulled out of the nuclear peace agreement. We had 24/7 surveillance from third-party agencies, right, on Iran's nuclear development.
Okay. That sounds good. That's a good answer.
Why did Donald Trump specifically pull out of that?
I do not know. I just wanted to ask what you would have done differently.
Sure. I have a question. How do you feel about the big, beautiful bill?
Well,
They left. I hate when people do that. Like, it's so disingenuous. They come up here to waste my time. They know that it violates my boundaries, and yet they still decide to do it because it is the case that they don't give a fuck. Oh, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. It really helps send it out to more people. I would really, really appreciate it if you do that. I think right now we currently have 11, almost 1,200 likes. Let's try to get to 2,000, everyone. I would really, really, really appreciate that. I think, what was it? 2 days ago, we hit 2,600, which is pretty sick.
Oh my god.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, man. I have to say this, dude. I am scared about this budget bill. I am so scared.
Hey, I appreciate you. Absolutely same. I appreciate you coming up. Absolutely. It's like actually fucking crazy. It's so crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
48.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Of course.
Okay, why so?
Because I've lived a longer life than you have, and I know people. I've seen what's happening in this country. I've seen where we're going, and a lot of us don't like where we're headed. You know.
Okay, there are people that are older than you in the comment section that agree with me. So it seems like they've lived a longer life
Yeah,
than
I
you,
mean,
and
there are a
you should
lot of
accept
people-
their views.
Yeah, I mean, not everybody has common sense.
Okay, so
You know?
the
I mean, I
same
don't know
thing.
what to tell you.
Yeah, same thing's applicable to you. So just because you're older than me doesn't mean you're right. You lack common sense. Now, give me the reason why you support Donald Trump.
No, it means I can see where this country is going, kid. All right.
Okay,
You have
and
no
where
idea.
and where is that going?
We're headed in a bad direction. If your candidate had gotten voted in, we would be in serious trouble right now.
We're headed in a bad direction because Donald Trump is our president. We would have been in a better direction if Kamala Harris was our candidate.
So the dollar wasn't falling apart and America wasn't shrinking, falling further and further down the ladder under your last administration?
No, it wasn't falling further and further down the ladder. Actually, it was like one of the strongest economies in the world. Yes, it saw inflation, but that was global inflation, not caused by the Biden-Harris administration. The Biden-Harris administration had us on track specifically to literally complete and total recovery. Donald Trump has got us out of that. Hannah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Donald Trump has caused, right, us to go back into, right, an indication of a recession. We see 0.3% decline in real GDP, right, after multiple quarters of several percentage points GDP growth, or a few percentage points GDP growth, a real GDP.
You know, as well spoken as you are, you still buy into the same bullshit. I don't understand it.
Tell me what's wrong with what I said.
What's wrong with what you said? You buy into the same numbers, the same manipulations. You know, Biden and Harris were doing so well. They
The
had us
same
doing
manipulations?
So well.
You mean,
It came
you mean
out
the
of
Bureau of
a-
Labor Statistics? You mean the St. Louis Federal Reserve? You mean economists across the board?
He came in behind C9. He had nowhere to go but up.
What? What are you
He
talking
had-
about?
They had nowhere to go but up. We were coming out of a pandemic, as they called it.
Wait, one, that's not true.
know, as they
one,
labeled
that's
it.
not. Plenty of the pandemic existed under Biden's administration. Two different strains that were stronger than the first strain, right, existed under the context of Biden's administration. What are you talking about?
No, the damage had already been done, brother.
What? No, not
Don't-
true.
don't
First
even-
Vandar.
no.
There was Delta and Omicron.
Yeah. Yeah, there were several. Every virus changes as it mutates. Every virus.
Yeah, and those were stronger than the
That's why
previous
you have
one.
different. That's why you have different flu shots every year, man. Because things change.
Yeah, but you
know,
just
and
you
that's
just
the way.
wait, you just said the pandemic
That's
was
the
already
way
over. It wasn't.
Coronaviruses are designed. That's the way coronaviruses are. We deal with over 25 of them every day in this country. That's the way they are. But they fear-mongered you guys into thinking that it was something different.
I'm sorry, that's like comparing the common flu that happens every year to the Spanish flu, right?
How many
of
people-
1918. Like what?
Do you know how many people unalive every year from the flu? Do you know that? Do you have those numbers right in front of you?
Yes, in the United States, it's anywhere between 15 to 30,000, around those numbers.
Why did that drop? Why did that drop in 2020, 2021?
Because people were using masks and social distancing.
Is that what it was?
Yes.
Okay.
And more people were getting infected with COVID rather than the flu because COVID is more infectious. Desi, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat for my grandma's 72 and she agrees with you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Desi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. As well as Kimberly, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Rose, thank you for the $2. Odalis, thank you so much. Appreciate the $10. Thank you.
I'm glad you're charismatic enough to collect those dollars, brother. I mean, good for
What do
you.
you mean?
Capitalism is amazing. That's what I mean.
What? I don't know. I'm confused.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're well spoken and kind of charismatic, So I mean, it's making you a good living on here, and I was just acknowledging that I'm happy for you.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you being
Does
happy
that
for
mean
me.
does that? Well, I mean, that's all I said. I mean, good for you, dude. That's all I was saying.
Okay. All right. What were we just talking about?
Well, you were thinking, before that, yeah, we were talking about. We got sidetracked on C-19. What led us there? Biden's presidency, where he had nowhere to go but up, was what led us into that
I have a
conversation.
question. What did the
So,
Biden-Harris administration do specifically to cause inflation?
what did they do? They started writing checks and borrowing money to pay out money to people that went nowhere. They borrowed money from other countries to
Did you know that Donald
write
Trump?
checks to people to make them think they were doing something for them,
Hey.
to make them think they were working for them.
Hey, I just want to let you know, the Biden-Harris administration signed off on less debt-related spending comparative to the Trump administration. Trump signed off on 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. That's from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, and they also indicated numbers about the campaign the campaign plans for Harris and the campaign plans for Trump, and it indicated that Trump's campaign plans over the next 10 years would do 4 trillion more in debt-related spending comparative to Harris's campaign plans.
Break it down more than that. Prove that what he spent was not good for this country.
Yeah, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act added 1.9.
Prove that what they spent helped this country.
Yeah, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act added $1.9 trillion to the debt over 10 years and only added $8 to $16 billion to the GDP per year. So $190 billion of debt-related spending every single year for there to be less than $8 to $16 billion in GDP growth, which is around $1 to $7 billion in terms of the federal revenues. So nowhere near enough to pay for itself. Secondly, it is the case that we can reference things that the Biden-Harris administration passed, like the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act that had the largest investment in renewable energy ever, the $35 cap on insulin for people on Medicare, right? Along with the fact that it invested in roads and bridges, it got lead out of drinking pipes for clean drinking water, right? It invested in high-speed renewable energy, or high-speed broadband for rural communities. Right, plenty of things that were great. The American Rescue Plan reduced childhood poverty by 45%.
I mean, it's great. I know I work in one of the poorer states in the country, but I haven't seen any of this that you're talking about that they did. Maybe all that was done in California. I'm not sure where. I mean, I know they have the highest GDP, so I mean, I know they're kicking in some money, but maybe all that was done there because I haven't seen it anywhere else.
Not true. It's all around the United States.
Yeah.
If you have seen something done, if you've seen something done by the bipartisan, if you've seen something in your state or where you are done by the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, type 3 in the comment section.
Are you out in the world, or do you actually spend most of your time in front of your computer?
I live in the world.
I mean, I said, where do you spend most of your time?
I spend most of my time on live and out in the real world.
You can't be on live out in the real world, bro.
I said and genius.
I got you. I understand. Well, I run a business. Okay, I work with people just like you and just like everybody else that's watching this right now. All of them, all different types. All right, I work with all different types, and I see things that you don't. All right, I'm out here in the world, and you are sitting behind a computer screen eating up everything the Democratic Party feeds you.
What specifically am I eating up that they give me that has no good reason to believe?
Anything that they're telling you. It's all, both the left and the right.
Anything that they're telling you? Can you give me one example?
The left and the right.
To me, this sounds like projection because you buy everything that Trump does, and you're sitting behind a computer screen right now.
I agree with most of what he does. Oh, I'm fixing to cut grass. I was just on my phone. I agree with most of what Trump does. Yeah, you're right. But I'm not, I deal with people, and I know what people, your average everyday man, not you. I mean, you're not your average everyday man. All right, you are basically a kid, you know, reading headlines. You're very knowledgeable, apparently, or you have your computer in front of you to pull up anything that you're not sure about at that moment. But that doesn't mean you're out here living life, man. That you know what your average everyday man thinks.
Okay.
You know nothing about what the average American thinks because you're not out here associating with.
Chat, watch this. You say I'm a kid, right?
I mean, to me, yes, sir. I mean, no
Okay.
disrespect intended.
That's totally fine. Listen to this. Donald Trump said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. I'm 23 years old. I'm 3 years older than the girl he said he would date in 10 years. Did Donald Trump say that he was going to date a kid?
No, he didn't say he was gonna date it.
So you
Okay.
say that I'm a
All right.
kid in order to demean my intelligence so you don't have to listen
I
to
got
me,
you.
but you don't do
all
the
right.
same thing for the very girls that Donald Trump sexualizes.
I see what you did. I see what you did, and I can appreciate that. But that little girl is not who I'm talking to. You know, I was just
Yeah, but you
my
understand
bad.
my point?
I-
You talk to me and you
Yeah.
say I'm a kid in order to demean my intelligence so you don't have to listen to me, but you're not willing to do the same thing about the girls that Donald Trump is sexualizing.
Hey, I mean, I apologize for referring to you as a kid. You're obviously more educated than I am on certain things. You know, and I mean, I'll give you that.
I don't actually
No, because
actually
this is all
you know
have
what?
to
You
do.
know you want to know something crazy? I don't even have a problem with you calling me a kid. I don't. There are plenty of people who call me kids I have no issue with, especially people who are liberal who call me kids. I have no issue with that. I am young. I acknowledge that I'm young. One, don't use it as a reason to dispute what I'm saying. And two, if you acknowledge me as a kid, you probably should for Donald Trump as well when he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. So that's a good reason to not support Donald Trump. I understand that I'm young, right? I'm not at the point where my fucking brain is even fully developed, right? I'm 23 years old. I'm still growing as a person. I acknowledge that. I'm very, very well acknowledging that, very much acknowledging that. But that shouldn't be a reason to dispute anything I'm saying. You should dispute what I'm saying based upon the reason. You should be able to use your experiences that you know that you have more in order to be able to explain things. Like if someone's younger than me, I wouldn't dispute what they're saying just because they're younger than me. I would give them reasons because I'm older than them, because I've had experiences and because I've heard different arguments that I could then bring into the conversation with them that would show them that I know more because I'm older and not just say it because I'm older.
I guess I understand that, but I guess what I was trying to say is, you know, you learn more. The further you go in life, the more you see about the reality of this world, not just the headlines. You know, that's all I was saying. The more years you live, the more you're going to soak up reality rather than just headlines. All right, that's all I'm trying to say to you, man.
I'm not just
Yeah,
reading. I'm not just someone who reads headlines.
Yeah, numbers can be. Headlines, numbers. It can all be manipulated.
Okay, well,
All of it.
I just want you to know, I learned that in school. I went and got a degree for economics, and throughout the entirety of my life, I've learned different practices specifically to be able to look through misinformation and to tell what's good information and
Right.
what's not. I specifically learned within school how to identify that specifically related to economics. So now I can use that same reasoning that I learned when studying economics, right? And I can apply that to Donald Trump's policies that he's advocating for. Right, the policies he's advocating for are disastrous to our economy, not just said by me, but also said by a vast majority of economists. Right, it's a very niche, specific opinion within the field of economics to hold a position that's compatible with Donald Trump being good for the economy. Practically no economists agree with that position.
But when you're running a country, you can't come from. You have. I mean, you are. He's trying to maintain this country for the long term. All right. He's not trying to do what's best for right now. He is trying to keep this country going another 250 years.
Okay, what makes you think that any of his policies are long term? Can you name one policy that benefits us in the long run that he advocated for?
Yeah. One policy, man. You guys ride on policy. He makes decisions more than anything because he doesn't always have the backing like he does now from the Senate and from Congress. He doesn't always have
no
that like he does
policy.
now.
So what did he do? What decision?
All right, he doesn't write policy most of the time. He's making decisions.
What
Like
decision?
what
Okay,
he's
if you
done
don't
in
know
the
what
Middle East.
policy,
Like
if you,
what
if,
he's
if,
doing in the Middle East.
like what?
He brokers deals. That's what he is. He's been brokering billion-dollar deals his whole life. That's what he does.
What deal
He's
in the
a
Middle East?
businessman. He just
Not a good
the
businessman.
ceasefire. The ceasefire. All right.
Which
What's
one?
going on
The one that
with
failed?
Israel? For a moment. Yeah, it did for
Okay,
a
so
few hours.
you can't cite me
So
a
what's happened since
ceasefire.
that first
You
few
can't
hours?
cite
has
me a
happened since
ceasefire that
first-
failed.
Okay, Iran fired a shot and then Israel struck back. What has happened since then?
They haven't got a deal done yet.
What has happened? Yes, they have.
They did. Let me know. I actually haven't seen.
Well, I
this.
mean, tell me what's happened since then.
I haven't.
What has
seen,
happened since?
I haven't seen any change in the dynamics.
There is no exactly. Neither
so
one of
they're-
them
they're
are
still-
firing
they're-
shots at either one.
No, they're still at war. I meant by no change. I meant like they're still at war. They're still firing shots at each other.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Quit, dude. Stop.
Can you give me a source?
There were a few fires. Yes. I mean, yeah. No, I got to cut grass, dude. I ain't got time to freaking go get the iPad. No.
You can
sorry.
just look at it
I
on
don't-
your
yeah,
on
I know
your
you
phone.
pay somebody to cut yours, but
You know I what?
I said I know you pay somebody to cut your grass if you don't live in an apartment or something.
I don't have grass.
But I got to cut mine, so I don't have time to grab an iPad, man.
You do have time to go grab
so
an
I can look
iPad.
it up
By
later.
the way, I just want to let you know, you waited in my guest box to come up and have a conversation with me.
Dude.
You definitely have the time to sit by and
popped
look
up
it up
here.
real quick.
With 2,000 people in this room, I was on this panel within 60 seconds.
By the way,
60 seconds.
There's 3,000 people here just in the TikTok
No,
space.
there was 2,000 when I came up.
And almost
I was
3,000 on the
blown
YouTube
away at how
space.
fast you brought me up here.
Because I was adding people from the guest box, dude. You got lucky.
Is that what I got lucky? I was.
Yeah.
I should have been like 40th down the line.
Well, you got lucky. By the way, there's no line. It's all flipped up and it's random on TikTok. Sid, thank you for the $75 for missing the stream today, but I hope it's a good one. At least I get something to watch on my lunch break. Give me some W's for Sid in the comment section right now. It's always good to see you, Sid. Let's get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sid. I seriously really appreciate that. W's for Sid in the comment section is always, we always love to see Sid. Always love to see Sid. Jacqueline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. I am also on TikTok. I'm on my girlfriend's account. Parker got a GF. Alexis, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know. It's actually crazy. I don't know why they do that. Veronica, thank you for the $5. This guy left, by the way. Veronica, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Randy, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, Randy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I guess the donations got him so mad that he had to run away from the stream. Thank you so much, Randy. I appreciate the $50. And too bad. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Randy in the comment section right now? And Alexis, thank you so much. As well as Sid. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you're for almost the 3,000 people over on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. For almost the 3,100 people here on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's get up to 500,000 likes. Romy, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally no clue. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Who's Marge? That's my girlfriend. That's the name that we have made for her. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You.
How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As well, make sure to follow me here
Hey,
if you haven't already.
give me 1
Subscribe if you're
minute.
new. How old are you?
23. Give me 1 minute.
Naomi,
You
you
can
think
ask
it's 6 pounds. Do you
somebody.
support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, for sure. I'll give you a minute. Unmute your mic when you're ready. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Ran to cut grass. For real? Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. All right, let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. All righty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh no, I was tapping. Sorry.
You're
I
good.
was
Don't
tapping.
worry. Can we get some W's for them for tapping? We fucking love that. We love that so much. We love that. We love that. W's on the tapping. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I just wanted to say I love you. I guess I accidentally came on here, but I love what you do.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for them as well? So incredibly kind.
All right.
All right. So do you support Donald Trump?
Oh yeah, I do.
And why do you do that?
Well, first I want to talk about the tariffs.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I do think that there are great strategy, to protect local businesses from here, America. So, what do you think? Why you don't support tariffs if they are helping people grow businesses here?
See, the thing is, I don't think that they do, because many businesses in the United States, they rely on aspects of their production process that come from countries around the world. So the idea that you have in your head that it's only going to benefit America is actually wrong. It will harm plenty of domestic manufacturers, even in the United States, that rely on aspects of their production process from other countries around the world.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, I'm talking about long term.
Yeah, it also hurts. It also hurts small business in the long run because it reduces competition. And it will benefit huge corporations in the United States, absolutely, who will be able to price gouge more because there's less competition.
I mean, yeah, the thing is that that, for example, if a product is cheaper to do it in China and you bring it here with no tariffs, everybody's going to buy the cheap product. Nobody's going to buy the American product. So if you apply tariffs to those products, I think
they make the
at least
products
they're
more
gonna
expensive,
compete.
correct?
Yeah, they're going to compete with the American products. So if American products are being bought here in the U.S., it's going to help the economy more than people buying stuff from China or whatever part of the world.
Okay, so you say it benefits us more. Can you give me any good evidence that tariffs benefit our economy? Because I can show you that real GDP has declined by 0.3%, right? And that's from an overall basis, not just like a decrease from one quarter to the next. That's an overall net decrease of a 0.3%. Right, real GDP after several quarters of after several quarters of multiple percentage points, real GDP growth.
How many quarters?
I'm talking quarter 1, 2025.
I mean, yeah, I'm talking about it's not gonna help like that fast. I'm talking about long term.
Okay, is there any good evidence that tariffs are beneficial in the long run?
I mean, it's common sense.
No, it's not.
It is common sense because
well, I have a degree in economics. Explain to me the common sense.
So who do you think we should carry more, like for the American people or somebody else from another country people?
That's not answering how tariffs specifically benefit us in the long run in terms of GDP.
I mean, I'm already explaining you if we apply tariffs to countries, their products are not going to be cheaper than American products. So
yes, but it will make overall, it will make the GDP diminish because it is the case that we have lower levels of value within social value within society for the goods that people have. If someone's buying a good from another country,
it's gonna lower a little bit the GDP, but it's gonna cut a lot of money that we're expending on buying things from other countries. So we're gonna lose a little bit on the GDP, but we're gonna save a lot in expenses.
And expenses. So what expenses?
I mean, if a company from here wants to, buy or bring or import another thing from another country, it's going to be cheaper if they do it here in the U.S.
Not that it is now, but then it is after you make the product from other countries around the world more expensive to the American consumer.
So if you don't agree of on pulling like tariffs to another countries. Do you agree on
In
the
what
other
way does it
countries?
benefit us in the long run?
Because there are gonna be more American, like people are gonna be buying more American products and being made in America.
Actually wrong. Because around the entire world, places will place retaliatory tariffs on us that then lead to a reduction in our global exports.
I
And
mean,
if
let me
our
explain.
global exports reduce, that means American goods are demanded on a lower level around the world, and it means the US dollar will be devalued.
No. So let me explain. So for example, let's take the example of China, right? So China is a big economy because they sell a lot and they export a lot of products and goods from their country and they sell it around the world. So they have that incentive in China because their products are cheap. So, for example, for Americans to sell products in other countries, I mean, we're not going to be able to do it because everybody's going to buy the other country's products. So, in the long term, I mean, yeah, the GDP.
So
is
how about
gonna
you
go
invest
down
in our
because of it.
country so that we can compete with them rather than forcing competition? We're still not going to sell in their markets because of this. We're actually going to sell in their markets less because they're going to place tariffs on us.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
what you're doing is harming American companies, not only in terms of their production of goods for consumers here in the United States, in terms of making it more expensive for them so that their goods will be less demanded, but also by specifically reducing the demand for their goods from the global market. So plenty of businesses that rely on global exports in America will literally lose their entire jobs, because it is the case that global exports radically will go down when you impose tariffs, because they will impose tariffs back on us.
I mean, yeah, but so they already have tariffs on us.
Wait, they
Like
will
countries
impose retaliatory tariffs on us, which means that they will increase. And also the tariffs that you're referencing are very minimal.
But I mean, it's fair to at least equal tariffs. No, we
Tell-
don't have tariffs on them. And we
yeah,
have
so
tariffs
when he said he's not equaling tariffs, for example, there was the USMCA, right? That was actually a trade agreement brokered by Donald Trump in his first administration with Canada and Mexico. It was actually pretty good. I actually don't disagree with this in most terms, in terms of the USMCA, but it reduced tariffs. And he went against that by imposing more tariffs on Canada and Mexico. So why did he go against his old trade policy in decreasing tariffs by imposing tariffs on them when they did not have imposed tariffs on us to that degree?
Okay, so I agree on Trump putting tariffs on other countries. The part where I don't agree is how he's doing it, right? So how is the strategy? So I do know that he imposed or he threatened Canada and Mexico to put like, I think it was like 50 or 40% tariffs. And like a few weeks later, he said that if they put twice like the border control, you know, in Mexico and Canada, he was going to decrease it. So it was like a strategy, you know.
That's still, by the way, against the USMCA, and plus Biden got more people on the border, right, in terms of Mexico and Canada, with just negotiation without the threat of tariffs.
I mean,
so
I guess there
what's
were
the
some-
point of
everybody
threatening? What's the
wasn't
point?
welcome in
What's
the
the
country.
what's the point of threatening tariffs if we get less? If we
No, what's the
reduces
point?
our relationships with our allies?
What's the point on reducing tariffs and putting more people, but immigrants still coming in? Like, you know how many people come in when Biden was here, and I'm not saying like Biden did a wrong, like, you know, term, because I agree on some things with Biden, but it doesn't have sense. You have to control the country.
How is immigration bad for the country?
Immigration, like legal immigration, or
Anyway,
I mean, if you walk in with no documents, you know, yeah, it's bad for the country because you don't have control of who is in the country. Do you know that some criminals that were coming in?
criminals. Okay, so I have
I'm
a
not
question.
saying everybody's a criminal.
No, okay, for sure. But you know that undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens?
Okay, all right. Let's suppose that 4 out of 10 people that come in the border commit crimes, and 6 out of 10 people that are born in the U.S. commit crimes. Just an example, right? Would you rather have those 4 people that come in with no document, or just have the ones that are here and control the ones that are here? You know, because it's gonna be more
I would
difficult to control those
wait. So
crimes
okay.
if you're
So
bringing people
here's
in
your
that is
question.
adding more crimes.
Here's the real answer. All right. Would I rather have, right, 6 out of 10 crime, or would I rather have 10 out of 20 crime? I would rather have 10 out of 20.
Yeah, but it doesn't work that way. 'cause,
Wait.
I mean,
Which would you rather have?
yeah, same as you.
Okay, well then clearly you'd be okay with more immigration. Even though it
No, but
increases the
what-
nominal level of crime, it decreases the crime rate.
All right, so no.
Based upon the same calculation that you just provided.
When somebody
You actually
comes
provided a
into-
relatively good hypothetical to demonstrate specifically that undocumented immigrants reduce the crime rate.
When somebody comes here, right, with no documents, you know that we don't have control about that. We don't know them. We don't know their criminal records. It doesn't matter if they're criminal or not. We don't know anything about them. So how do you think it's gonna be more controllable?
So specifically,
what is easier
if
to
you want,
control? People that you know that are here, or random people that just coming in and you don't know where they're staying, where they at, and none of that. But it's not that the only thing why I think illegal immigrants with no documents are bad for the country. I mean, we're paying them medical stuff. We're paying taxes for
am
them.
I able to respond or no?
Go ahead.
So, fuck, what was the first point you made? Repeat it. I had it and I just lost.
I mean, we're paying taxes for those people that.
Arg, what did you say? What did you say? What was the first thing you said?
What is more, like, what is easier? What do you think is easier, to control people that are here and we know that they are here, or people that are here plus people that you don't know that are here?
Okay, okay, I got you. So, if you want to know who they are, why don't you give them a pathway to citizenship to actually incentivize them to tell us?
So you think everybody should have a citizen? That's like a citizenship.
If someone's in the country, they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe they should be given a pathway to citizenship, or they do not have to leave the country.
I mean, so how do you know if somebody that wants to do something bad, example, I'm not saying that that's going to happen, Middle East countries or Russia or China parties that want to come in here just to,
The pathway to citizenship process has a vetting process, but they do not have to leave the country in order to go through the vetting process, meaning that they are heavily incentivized to go through that process if they want to be treated better in the country, if they meet the set of criteria of not committing a violent crime or bad crime. And if that is true, it'll be easier for law enforcement to identify anyone who's in the country for nefarious reasons, right? Because it is the case that a lower percentage of the population that specifically is not going through the pathway to citizenship in the legal process, right? A higher percentage of the population that is not going through that process would be coming for nefarious reasons or have actually committed violent crimes or bad crimes. Because the only condition in which they would not be incentivized to go through the legal process is if they do not meet that set of criteria, if they have committed violent crimes or bad crimes. So that's actually like, it makes it easier for law enforcement to identify anyone who's come into the country for nefarious means, and it makes it a more humane and secure process for everyone, because it allows us to identify anyone who's already in the country that has not committed a violent crime or bad crime, who we shouldn't be deporting in the very first place. If someone isn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, what is the reason to deport them?
I mean, they broke, they broke a law in the Constitution. I'm not saying
so
that.
Because they broke a law. So someone should be deported because they broke a law, but because someone broke a law means they should be president of the United States if they're orange?
No. So, okay, what do you think? So if you commit a crime, can you be president?
No, that's what you were saying.
No, right?
Because
No,
you voted for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, who pardoned people who violently assaulted police officers on January 6th who were violent rioters because they did his bidding.
He didn't go to a trial. I mean, he went to a trial.
You cut out.
He was so it doesn't matter. Let's forget about that.
Wait,
So
no, let's not forget about that. What? Why?
We were talking about people, immigration, and now you want to talk about Trump. I don't know why you want to talk about Trump.
Well, what do you mean? Why do I want to talk about Trump? What the fuck is this live about?
No. So look, I have another question for you. You're okay with open borders then?
No, that's not open borders.
All right. So you have to know that, for example, in South America, Central America, Mexico.
Wait, why are
all
you
the-
pivoting? Do you want to address what I said before you pivot? If not, I'll just thank people until you pivot, until you stop pivoting. But Sid, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat for. Oh, also my B-Day is coming up, and I found out that my friend
was your
rented the theater in her apartment to watch your stream on for that night. Lol. I'll send you a photo of when it happens, Parker, on the big stream. On the big screen?
Alright, go ahead
What?
after you're taking on
Yo,
the phone.
Sid, you got to tell me what day that is. We're going to be celebrating on the fucking live. We're going to be celebrating your birthday, okay? We absolutely will be. Sarah, thank you for the 100 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. For many Canadians have drastically changed their purchasing habits to buy from anywhere except America. After years of changed habits, many won't go back to buying American. His poor tariff decisions have forever harmed our relationship. Happy Canada Day. I know, that's so sad. That's so sad. I think that when we have better, people in office, that hopefully we'll have policies to strengthen that bond again.
Are you gonna listen to me?
What's up?
What was your question?
What were we originally talking about? Do you even remember? Because I don't fucking remember. I'm
We're talking
elevated.
about immigration.
What?
Immigration.
What about immigration?
All right. So I was saying that you're saying that okay, everybody can have the right to have citizenship here in America. But I mean, I don't know if you know that if you go to the legal process, it costs money, and people from South America and a lot of countries that come in, like at least, I would say, I don't have the source, but I don't know if you know it, but 60% of immigration comes from South America and Central America.
What's wrong with
if they
that?
have to go, nothing wrong, but if they have to go to the legal process, it's gonna cost them money, the money that probably they don't have. So that's why they're doing.
So let's make the legal process not cost money for the person trying to come here.
So what, free?
Yeah, I mean, we could
And who's gonna
definitely
pay
try
for
to
that, too?
reduce that. One, two, as it relates to this. I mean, even if you kept the fees related to it, that still doesn't change whether or not, like, yes, even if the fee did exist, that would be better than the current system right
So
now,
you're
where
gonna
the
pay for that.
where the fee exists plus it takes that long.
So you're gonna pay for that.
If it takes money to immigrate, yes, we're willing to do that because we're gonna save money in the long run because they'll provide federal revenue in terms of working.
I don't know, but
Yeah, that's how it works. They will pay it off. That's literally how it works.
all right, and the people that are in right now. So that's not talk for the people that is coming in the future. So the ones that are right here in America.
And if you want to come to the United States of America for a better life, come to this fucking country.
Yeah, I know.
That's what we
I'm
want.
I'm an immigrant,
Dude,
and I'm already a citizen.
That's
here,
exactly what we want, though. We want immigration. If someone, wait, what's the point of the immigration process in the very first place?
better life.
No, I meant like from our process. Why do we vet people? To make sure the country's safe, correct?
Yeah.
How is it making the country safer to deport people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes?
I mean, not violent crimes. It doesn't have to be a violent crime if you want to deport them. They're already committing a crime coming in.
Yeah, but like I don't care about that crime. I actually genuinely don't.
I mean,
Monique,
but
thank you for the $3. Cynthia, thank you
you're
for the
not the
$10.
Constitution,
And
you know?
Charles, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you want to care about the Constitution, well, then you'd care about Donald Trump violating due process rights. You'd care about Donald Trump trying to undermine the birthright citizenship. You'd care about Donald Trump not accepting
agree with
orders
you on that
specifically from the Supreme Court and actually disobeying those orders from the Supreme Court. You'd care about him saying he called for the termination of the Constitution. You'd care about all of those things. Undermining our democratic processes relating to the 2020 election, sending false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election. All of those things are threats to our civil, electoral, and our Constitution.
I mean, but if you care about all of those things that it said about Trump and you feel that, it's unconstitutional, you need to know as well. You need to be same on both parts, that illegal immigration, I mean, they should be deported if they came like that.
No.
So why not?
I don't believe that that's
So do
we
you
have a
think-
justified law for immigration currently right now.
So do you think a family of people that came here with no documents, that they are living, paycheck to paycheck, are gonna pay a legal process already when they're here? No, they're not gonna do it.
Why would they need to pay?
I mean, because they're here with no documents.
Why should they have to pay to get documents?
Because it costs money. a lawyer. You have to pay a bunch of things.
Oh yeah, and they should be granted the same legal protections as everyone else. That they wouldn't have to pay for that.
But they're not citizens.
They should be.
I agree with you if they're citizens. But
They should be. They should be citizens, and that's why I think they should be able to go through a pathway to citizenship without leaving the country. Tell me why they should not be considered citizens.
because they weren't born here, they don't have any relationship with any American.
So?
It's a different culture, different country. I mean,
so like, is that not true for any immigrant when they first immigrate to this country? Like, did you say that you were an immigrant?
yeah.
Are you a first generation immigrant?
So when my mom was born here, so she made us citizens when we were
Okay.
kids.
Okay. Your mom, were her parents born here?
No.
Okay. Would you say this about her parents?
I mean, it's hard to say it, but yeah.
What? Why?
Because it's different because people that are coming here to, they have childs here just for them to be citizens. For example, my mom was born here because my granddad, he was, I think, in college here. So the purpose of her being born here wasn't, we're gonna have a kid that is American. Because people are doing that, coming here
wait.
legally,
So
just
okay.
to have kids, just for them to
Watch this.
stay in here.
Watch this. Watch this. If you come to this country, you can stay here for 90 days legally.
Yeah.
You can stay here for 90 days regardless, right?
If you come here
Okay?
legally,
If
yeah.
you have a kid within that 90 days, should you be allowed to, should that kid be a U.S. citizen?
No.
Why not? You were legally in the country.
But it's everything on intention. Do you think that person who's having a kid is having the kid
How do
because
you know their
they want to-
intentions from a legal
they want the
perspective?
kid to
You
be
could
American?
wait. By the way, from a legal perspective, in order to apply any type of
I mean,
charges,
because if
you
the
would have
woman
to
is-
demonstrate what their intention is. You cannot demonstrate what their intention is. No one would meaningfully tell you that their intention was that, knowing that they would then be enforced to not be allowed to come into the country based
Yeah,
upon
exactly.
that intention.
So that's the
So
reason
obviously
why
they
they
wouldn't
shouldn't
tell
be-
you the intention.
I mean, if they live here and, for example, an immigrant family comes here and they have a kid, right? Or what?
Wait, actually, can I just ask you this question? Would you restrict
Yeah.
pregnant women from coming to the country?
No.
Okay, well then they happen to have a kid in the country.
They're gonna have the baby here. The baby is gonna be whatever nationality the mom or the dad is, and if they want to stay here,
And are they a
wanna
U.S.
live
citizen?
here- Oh, if they are U.S. citizen, yeah.
Okay. So to,
I mean, but if they're already coming,
so to
for
clarify,
example, in
so to
vacation-
clarify, if you are legally in the country and you
Legally,
specifically have children, those children are
But I mean,
then
you're
legal.
here
Wait,
vacation, you
clarify,
live here.
let me please finish. Those children are then legal citizens. Okay. Well then, any.
But I mean, I want to know more about your example. So they live here, they're coming here on vacations. If they live here and they have been living here for at least a year, I mean, yeah, the kid can be a citizen. But if they come in here on vacations, I don't know why we should give them a citizenship.
So a tourist comes to the country. On the
Yeah.
point in which they were specifically touring to the country, they gave birth. Unexpected.
Okay.
Right? Is that kid a U.S. citizen?
I mean, as right now, yes, but it shouldn't.
No, under your view, should they be a U.S. citizen?
Oh, no,
Why not?
because they're not living here. I mean, if you're living here and the family is living here,
If if the family wants to then live here in the long run, should they be
Okay.
given citizenship?
I mean, if they do it the legal way, yeah.
Again, I'm asking you what that legal way should be. They've already had a child who's in the
So I
country.
think
They,
it
they
should
know
be
someone who's.
legal.
Is it
I think it
possible?
should be
Wait,
legal.
wait. Is it possible for you to listen to a single full
right,
question
yeah.
I ask? A single
All right,
full
go ahead,
question.
Go ahead.
What was I even just talking about?
You were saying that the family is coming here as a tourist.
Okay. Should the family, right, given that they were in the country legally, should the kid then be considered a citizen?
If they live here, yes.
If they don't live here, they're just they're tourists.
No.
Okay, why not?
Because I mean, I think that being a citizen here is more than just oh, I was born there.
So you disagree with the Constitution?
I mean, in that part, yeah. I think
Okay.
if you're gonna, I mean, you disagree as well. The Constitution says that you can't cross the border like illegally, and you're saying no, that it should be legal. So it doesn't matter.
Wait,
if I
wait.
disagree with
Actually,
the
tell me
Constitution.
where in the Constitution it says that.
I mean, there has to be a part. I don't know, but
Yeah, there has to be. Go find one.
so
The,
where do you
the
think
other
it-
disgusted veteran. Thank you so much for the $20 for Cold War veteran here. No Dem has attacked the VA. No Dem has called me brainwashed, fascist, communist, or the R slur. Right? A $1 trillion defense budget is a travesty. All of the while stealing from veterans, retirees. Literally. That's crazy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
that
Misha,
is
thank you for the
fine.
$5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Like this
They
conversation
said
is
that
going
Misha.
nowhere. I'm not gonna change your point of view, and you're not gonna change mine. So, I mean, can you tell me one thing or three things?
Misha, thank you for the $5 for please tell this dude it took my great grandparents 3 hours to immigrate through Ellis Island. And then the other disgusted veteran, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, can you tell me three things that you agree on Trump?
You just said I can't change your mind. Why would I have a conversation with you if I can't change your mind?
We can talk about another thing.
No.
Do you think I can change yours?
Tell me why you can't change your mind at all.
I mean, you
and by the
can-
way, for anyone asking if this is the real Parker in the comment section, absolutely go check my YouTube channel. I'm currently live right now on YouTube. The reason why I'm on my girlfriend's account is because my main account and my third account are banned. Lennon, thank you so much for the Leon the Kitten. I really appreciate it. Cryptic, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You were saying?
So okay, I was wrong. You can change my mind, but do you think I can change yours?
Yes.
Okay. So you have to be open-minded.
Are you going to change my mind? Probably not. But can you change my
For
mind?
you.
Absolutely.
Same for you. All right, can
So
you
then,
tell me?
can I
three-
ask you a question?
Okay.
Would you support Donald Trump if he is a 50-year-old man, went up to a 10-year-old girl, and said he's going to be dating her in 10 years?
You don't get tired of saying that?
You don't get tired?
You have been here for 3 hours saying the
I
same
don't get
shit.
tired saying that. I have a question. How many times have you heard me say this?
I mean, I have been in the live like for 40 minutes, and you have been saying that to everybody.
No, I didn't say this to everybody. But
Okay, but it doesn't
if
matter.
I've
Yeah,
if
I
you've
don't
heard
agree
me
with
say
that.
this
Yeah.
before, what response do you have?
Yeah, that is wrong.
What about it?
That is he. I don't know if he said that like being 100% serious or he was just like joking. But yeah. if he
Can you even
said
describe what is wrong about it?
about what? About being with a 10-year-old?
Saying he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Why is that wrong?
I mean, because he's the voice of the country, and being with a 10-year-old is illegal.
Just because it's illegal?
Because it's wrong.
How about this? How about this?
Yeah,
Maybe
a
because it's
10-year-old girl
pedophile.
is not.
How about this? It's pedophilic?
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
that a good reason?
Yeah, that's the
Okay,
reason,
so
yeah.
given that that's the case, how about this?
Okay.
Given that that's the case, why do you support him given that he's engaged in such a pedophilic comment?
I mean, I think people should be more judge about their actions than the words. I'm not saying that, because he said that he's okay, that he, he's fine. I'm just saying that all the presidents, I guess you have things that you don't like about Kamala and Biden.
Kamala. I like how you're saying everything but an answer to the question. Are you saying that you don't evaluate what he says?
I mean, yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay, so obviously then evaluate what he said.
I mean, there are things about other presidents, that I don't agree as well. I don't have to agree 100% with him to vote for him.
I understand. But we're specifically talking about him saying he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, which you agreed is a pedophilic comment. If you agree it's a
Yes.
pedophilic comment, would you say you'd support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris, even if he engaged in a pedophilic comment?
It's funny how you word all the phrases so you can look, you know. But it's fine. I mean, you will not change my point of view. I will not change yours. I'm not saying that.
Do you want to respond to what I said rather than just saying I won't change your point of view?
I mean, you're right. Yeah.
Nothing?
I'm
Anastasia,
not
thank
saying
you
I
so much for the
vote for
$10.
Trump.
And Cynthia, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
I'm not saying I vote for Trump because he said that.
No, you're willing to vote for Trump
I mean, you
in
and
despite
me-
of that, right?
I mean, you're a grown ass man, and you know that he's not gonna do it, right? It was only words.
Wait, you're a
right?
grown-ass man and you still support this?
No, man.
No,
you know that he
if
said
you
that
don't
already.
support this, then why are you
I'll-
sitting
I'll
here
give
on
you-
the
I'll-
live right now defending it?
What do you mean? No. I'm just saying that. He okay. You know, he's bad. It was terrible that he said that. But it doesn't make, you know, he's not gonna do it. You know that he's not gonna do it, even though he said it.
Regardless, him saying that, isn't that a disqualifier?
So how exactly he said it? Because I mean, if he said it as a
Yeah,
joke,
I'll tell you.
know,
I'll
can
tell
let
you.
it pass.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
But you agree with me that, right? That if it was a joke, you can let it pass.
No, what the fuck? No. What?
So if I win my sister, right, and she's super beautiful and I love her, and I say, oh yeah, if I don't know you, I would date you. Do you think it's wrong?
Yes.
Bro, it's a
Bro,
joke.
bro, we weren't even talking about that. Why would you say that? Sweet home Alabama, where the skies are so blue.
No, you don't understand what I'm meaning.
What? Yeah, that was some incest shit, bro.
No, bro, I'm not gonna be with my sister. I'm just saying because she's so beautiful.
Bro,
But
you're
if it
talking
was
about your
another guy,
you're
I'd
talking about
date
your
him.
sister right now, bro. Not on Earth
my
One.
sister,
I appreciate the
my
fireworks show.
cousin, whoever.
By the way, I have two sisters. Saying this shit is diabolical. Okay, I have two sisters.
have two sisters
Saying
too.
this about your fucking sisters is
No.
diabolical.
No, but actually, I'm not gonna be with them. And you have to be stupid if you think that.
What? Say that again?
I'm just saying that it was like a metaphor. Because they're beautiful.
What? What?
Alright, man,
I'm
alright.
sorry, you wouldn't
Alright,
think
take
that's
it easy.
weird for someone to wait, by the way. One, that's weird to say about your sister.
Okay.
Two, isn't that weird for a father to say that about their fucking daughter?
What? That they're beautiful?
Yeah,
That we
wait,
date her?
you have a
Is there
sister.
another
Wait,
person?
would you be totally okay with your 50-year-old dad going up to your daughter and being like, I'd be dating you if you weren't my daughter?
No. That's not
That's
what I
what
said.
Donald Trump did. And he also said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. He also said he has sex in common with his daughter.
All right, I'll give it to you. Okay, you're correct. So another question. Give me one thing. You
No,
don't
whoa, hold up. You cannot just pivot off of all of that like that. You still stand by that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to defend that position instead of just trying to
No,
pivot
no.
off of that?
I'm just saying that if it was a joke, you can. I mean, at least.
No,
let
I'm not going to
it-
overlook that even.
Yeah.
Do you think it's acceptable to make pedophilic jokes?
No.
Oh! If Donald Trump made a pedophilic joke, would you still support him?
If it is a joke, you know, and everybody's laughing, and it's not.
Everybody's
going
not
like a
laughing.
joke.
No, actually, when Donald Trump said it, the little girl went like, ah. I'll tell you how it went. He said, "Are you going up the escalator?" She said, "Yeah." He said, he turned over to someone. He said, "Can you believe it? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years." And she goes, ah.
So he said he's gonna date that girl in 10 years when she's over 18, right?
Do you think it's acceptable to go up to a 5th grader and say that?
No. I'm not saying that.
That's a 5th grader, bro.
Yeah, I know.
That's a 5th grader.
You know.
Are you gonna like respond like that's a 5th grader, or are you gonna be like, "Oh no, I'm still gonna support him because it was a joke. It was a joke.
Alright, yeah, alright.
You think it's totally acceptable to go up to 5th graders and to make pedophilic jokes to them as a 50-year-old fucking man? You'd still vote for the guy. The fucking creep that is literally going up to fifth
Why?
graders and saying that to fifth graders. You would vote for that guy. What fucking
Alright,
insane world and timeline do I fucking live in? Where the insane fucking creep that is running into the school, into a fucking fifth grade class and saying to one of the little girls that's 10 years old that he'd be dating her in 10 years, that
No.
guy becomes fucking president of the United States because people like you are willing to support shit like that. That's fucking crazy. You're willing to overlook shit like that. That's fucking crazy.
No, you're exaggerating everything.
I'm not
you're saying.
exaggerating anything. Do you want me to play the audio?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let's play the audio.
Didn't Biden said something like that? when he was
No,
a
no,
president?
Biden never said something like that. Jesus Christ. Now, I want you to sit there and I want you to open up your ears for 1 fucking second and I want you to listen to this.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
You know, people are laughing because they know it's a joke.
No,
It's
that's not a
fucking-
laugh. Listen.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Do you think he for real wants
Who
to date
laughed?
her?
Who the
10
fuck
years?
laughed? Who the fuck laughed? Tell me right now who the fuck laughed.
Alright, nobody.
No, no one fucking laughed. The little girl fucking squealed because it was such a fucking disgusting comment that he made. And you're gonna sit
So
up
do
here
you
and you're gonna
think
try and
he was
normalize it on my
talking for
live
real?
stream? Hell the fuck no. Hell the fuck no. Listen to what just happened. She fucking cried out because it was so disgusting. And you're gonna sit
Yeah.
up here and say that people fucking laughed?
Okay. I thought they laughed. Doesn't matter.
And who the
But-
fuck laughs at that? Who the fuck laughs at that? Would you laugh at that?
No.
Okay.
Would you?
No, I would never fucking laugh at that. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I think you would laugh.
Why?
I mean, if Biden said it, you would laugh. If Trump, you know, you're
No,
gonna
I
start
would
crying.
never fucking laugh at that. If Joe Biden said that, every single person on the left would condemn him for that. Every
Alright, so
single
if Biden-
person. He would not be the next fucking president after he said that. I can tell you that damn right. He would not be the fucking president. But Donald Trump is. And you voted for the guy. You were willing to overlook it. I promise you he would not have been the candidate. If that was true about Joe Biden, he would never have been the candidate in the very first place. But because it's true about Donald Trump, Republicans were willing to overlook it. Because he was really looking for the dumbest group of voters you could ever find.
So, do you think he was talking for real? Do you think he wanted to date that girl?
It doesn't matter whether or not it's real. It doesn't matter whether or not it's real, like whether or not he was intentional, like actually going to do that or not.
I know, but we have to know that he didn't want to date that girl. So it was just a joke.
Regardless, again, pedophilic
I'm not
jokes are.
saying that- I'm not
How do you
saying
feel?
that
How do you feel about pedophilic jokes? Do you think
They're
they're bad?
bad,
Do you think
Yeah.
that they're disqualifying? I have a question. If
Um,
someone, if there's a 50-year-old trying to enter the country legally, that went up to a 10-year-old girl, and said he would date her in 10 years as a 50-year-old man, would you let them legally enter the country?
No.
No? So you wouldn't let someone legally enter the country for that, but you'd let them become president of the
mean-
United States?
If they no. If they say it as a joke, yeah. It's not that serious, you know. I know that it's bad, but it's not as bad as as you think. As you say it, but it doesn't matter. I mean, you can go ahead and talk to somebody else.
Yeah, you're crazy. Jesse J, how old are you?
32.
Yeah, you said I only talk to NPCs, so is that what I'm doing right now?
Sound like it.
Well, that's what I'm doing right now, talking to you, right?
That's a good one.
Yeah, all right. So I really enjoy talking to NPCs. That's why I'm enjoying talking to you right now. So let's have this dialogue. Can you name the one provision within the Big Beautiful Bill that you like and also spit out your gum?
One provision?
Yeah.
No.
So again, I like talking to NPCs. Clearly, that must be true here in this conversation. If you can't mention a single
Okay, wait.
provision within the Big Beautiful Bill, that's Donald Trump's main bill that he just got passed today. Specifically, that's going to cut Medicaid by $900 billion, actually.
When?
Right,
When?
and food stamps by $300 billion.
When?
When
When
it's
are they
passing,
cutting all
it's going to be law within the week.
No. When are they going to make the cuts?
Literally as soon as it becomes law.
So as soon as it becomes law, he's going to cut.
Yeah,
welfare?
it's gonna set up the cuts in law. Yeah,
That's going to set it all up. I don't believe it.
No, the law gets passed at that point. It's set up into the law. Are you saying when people lose their benefits?
Yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna lose their benefits.
No. Okay, so you think that they can cut 80 to 90 billion dollars from Medicaid per year, and people won't lose their benefits? You're delusional.
I don't. I haven't heard anything like that. Like, where are you getting this information from?
Where am I getting this information from?
Yeah, like
in terms of the Medicaid cuts, from the bill itself. I can also send you stuff from PBS, AP News, NPR, Reuters, BBC, Al Jazeera. I mean, you pick anything.
Okay, but like, don't Democrats have like the right to like vote on things, like when it comes down to everything that goes into the bill?
Don't Democrats have the ability to?
Like,
it's
vote
mainly
on, like,
supported by
wait.
Republicans.
Okay, but it's not all Trump. Like, it's just like he suggests.
But he
things.
supports the bill.
Well, of course, but still, like, Democrats and Republicans have to come together and like decide on what is actually in the bill. So it's not all Trump's fault.
We have to decide on what's in. Wait, it's mostly Republicans, and Donald Trump agrees with the bill. He's proponing the bill. The other disgusted veteran, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I know. It's really crazy.
Well, I mean, it still doesn't seem like it's all Trump's fault. Like, how does that like make Trump like a
dude?
bad
He
guy?
literally supports it.
I don't understand how you like overlook everything that Biden does versus Trump. Like you swear like Trump is like does SA or anything like that. When
Yeah, he was held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating E. Jean
See?
Carroll's vagina against her will.
That was not true at all whatsoever.
Yes, it is.
It is not true.
Yes, it is.
She can't even get her story straight. What
Yes,
are you
she did.
talking about? She cannot get her story
Her
straight.
story's
How
been
did
straight
she
for
black out when it
decades.
happened? How did she black out when it happened?
She didn't necessarily say that she blacked
She
out.
blacked out when it happened.
She didn't necessarily say she
She
blacked
said
out.
that.
What?
She said it, but she blacked
No.
out. She doesn't really remember.
No, you're saying she blocked out information.
No, she blacked out.
No. There's a difference
Look it
between.
up. It says blacked out. Like she doesn't really remember.
No.
But she can.
She does.
She remembers that she feels.
So there are certain aspects of it that she's blocked out. That's different from her blacking out. There's a big distinction, right? Because of trauma, because trauma affects memory, and that's true for many great victims. I know people who have been assaulted where that's true for them, and that does not mean that they were not assaulted. That's actually expected if it is the case that someone has been sexually assaulted in plenty of scenarios because of that. Because of the trauma. You want to unmute your mic real quick? In the meantime, everyone, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the bio, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Description of the YouTube, I mean. By the way, I just want to let everyone know, you can go over to my YouTube channel. Right now, I'm banned on all my accounts but my girlfriend's account. That's why I'm on my girlfriend's account right now. So for the 3,900 people on TikTok, I'd recommend to go over to the YouTube. There's like 2,800 people over on YouTube. I'd really recommend going over there right now. And for the people on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes here real quick. You were saying?
Yeah, she made $2 million.
What about it? She should have gotten
She made
more
$2
than
million.
what
Of
she got.
course she's gonna come out with
She
the
made more
story.
than she got more than $2 million, but that's
Okay.
because Donald Trump defamed her.
Because he defamed her. What are
Yeah,
you talking about?
if Donald Trump never
if I had
defamed
the
her, she wouldn't have got
opportunity
the
to make up
extra,
a
I think, like
story-
$83 million.
If I had the opportunity, hold on, listen. If I had the opportunity to make up a story and I was gonna get $2 million off of it, you don't think I would do that?
No, I don't think people would make up essay stories
will do that.
specifically. I don't think that E. Jean Carroll made up an essay story specifically about Donald Trump to get $2 million when she was already a millionaire, because it can affect her particular career. It affects her in terms of how much she's harassed. She's had to go through so much emotional labor and like anguish because of the fact that Donald Trump sent his cronies after her. And she didn't even try for a case until Donald Trump defamed her. Okay? So if Donald Trump never defamed her, this case wouldn't even have happened.
She tried to defame him. What are you talking about?
Wrong. She never once defamed him. But yes, Donald Trump is the reason why she even brought this case in the very first place, because she wasn't going to bring it otherwise, right? Donald Trump defamed her, and then she came after him for defamation. And in order to prove defamation, she had to prove sexual abuse, which she did in front of a jury of 9 people that unanimously determined that Trump forcefully penetrated her against her will. You want to unmute your mic again, buddy? Anna, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, bro. Like, to me, it just seems like it's a case where she should have grabbed the security guard. Like, I don't understand. Okay, if that happens to you, you grab a security guard. You tell somebody like right away. Maybe you tell like your mom. You call your mom. You call a family member. Or let's just say worst case scenario, like something really bad happened and she couldn't even like get out of like. But it doesn't even make sense because like, how did this happen, bro? Like, she should have grabbed somebody. Or somebody could have like saw and somebody could have helped her. It just doesn't line up.
So actually, there were people that worked specifically at Bergdorf Goodman at that time that said that it was actually very common for people on that particular floor for there not to be any other people there.
Okay, so then there was nobody else there. Did she go home that night?
She actually told her friends that testified that they heard this story decades ago and that the story was verified to be the same from decades ago.
They're all in cahoots and they're all splitting the money.
They never split the money. That would be
They're gonna split the money,
verifiable
bro.
information.
They're going to all split the money. If they make more than $2 million off of this fake story, they're going to split the money.
Okay, what is the likelihood of there being a false accusal of grape?
Because everybody hates Trump and they want to defame him, so they come up with stories. It's so simple. Like,
How come no other case? How come no other accusal went through the whole civil litigation process?
Didn't you say she was a millionaire?
Yeah.
Okay, were they all millionaires?
She didn't use her millions of dollars to fund it. Plus, it is
You
the case.
didn't answer the question. Were they all millionaires?
No, not all were millionaires.
Okay, well then, you think they're gonna get any type of like?
So to clarify, only a millionaire could then do
Yes,
a
in
do
this
a
in this
scam under your
situation, yeah.
view
In
for
this
millions.
situation, yeah.
Okay, so I just want to clarify: what's the likelihood of a false accusal?
The likelihood of what are you talking about? The likelihood it happened.
Just for a charge, 2 to 10%.
No. To actually defame, like, to delegitimize Trump's person and like, basically just like to cancel Trump. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's obvious.
Okay, so I just want to let you know: 9 jurors, all of them were fooled.
Yo, why couldn't they counter the in the case?
Were not all 9 jurors fooled?
No.
He
Trump
can't answer my
couldn't even-
questions.
Okay, 9 jurors were
Were
like,
all 9 jurors fooled?
Were all 9 jurors fooled? Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they were. They were.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you this question.
Actually, are they all Democrats? Are they all
No.
Democrats? Was every
No.
single juror a Democrat?
No, actually, the jury was selected.
Republicans?
The jury was also selected by Trump's lawyers.
The jury was selected by Trump's lawyers?
Yep, partially, yeah.
Or partially?
Yeah, they were part of the process.
Okay, so then they're all making money then off of this case.
Trump's lawyers, who he hired?
Yes. You know how many people hate Trump?
Do you realize how crazy this is? That
Do
you're
you
saying
realize
his
how
own
crazy it is
own lawyers conspired against him. That's your view?
Yes, bro. You know how many
What
people
did name
turned on
one
Trump?
thing? Name one thing his own lawyer did within the case to sell the case.
Bro, didn't his freaking you know what? Didn't his somebody did him even dirtier? Like his lawyer actually turned over voice recordings of him. You know, everybody did Trump dirty.
What? No, you're talking about a different lawyer. Which lawyer? Do you even know the lawyer of the case?
No.
Do you know the
I just know
judge?
common sense and common sense.
Do you know the
is if she does-
judge? What was the
No,
judge's name?
Was she a Democrat? I said, was she a
She?
Democrat? Yeah, or he, whoever the
Oh,
judge was.
you don't
were they
know?
a Democrat?
You don't know? You're not sure?
Bro, I didn't see the movie of this. Like, what do you mean?
So-
It's just I didn't read none of it. Like, I just know common sense.
Okay,
Like,
so to clarify, he knows nothing about the case. He just knows
I
based
know-
upon common sense that
Yes.
not only did the judge conspire, the jury conspired, the lawyer of Donald Trump's conspired, right,
Okay,
against
so just
Donald Trump in
everybody-
order to be able to against
So, yeah,
everyone,
let's just-
everyone, including his own lawyer that he hired, is against him.
bro, you cannot tell me that Trump wasted his time trying to get this girl or did anything with this girl when he could have done anything with another girl. Like, why would he waste his time, bro? Like, think about it, bro.
Power. You understand? Are you
Power.
saying that? Are you
Why
saying
would
no
he want
celebrities?
power from
Are
that?
you saying no celebrities would grape women?
Do you constantly like? Is that in your head?
Are
Like,
you saying
think
no
that
celebrities would grape? Are you saying no
You-
celebrities would grape women?
Is that your idea of what celebrities
Because
do?
that doesn't have a good historical track record in terms of the truth of that claim. Kenneth, thank you for the 10 pounds, and then thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10, Desi. It's actually crazy that you would sit up here and say that. It's actually insane.
What is crazy? What is crazy about it? What
What's
is crazy
crazy?
about it?
What did I just say?
That wait, what? Why am I repeating what you're saying? You tell
Because
me
you
what
didn't
just
fucking
said.
listen.
Yes, I mean, I listened.
What did
bro,
I
and
just
listen,
say?
listen. Bro, you're talking about it's crazy to think that celebrities will not use their
Do you think there are
power?
any celebrities that have graped women?
Bro, all I know is Biden kisses children inappropriately.
What?
Why aren't we talking about that?
I'm sorry. You're talking about. By the way, when you say him kissing his grandkid on the forehead.
No. Hell no. I know you've seen the video.
Him kissing a baby like Trump.
No,
I can
bro,
show you a video
worse,
of Trump
way
kissing a
worse.
baby.
I could show you a video of Biden licking the back of a kid's neck, bro.
Licking? Please
Yeah,
provide me that
not
video.
licking. Okay, not licking, but okay, he's kissing all these kids inappropriately, touching
Okay.
them like.
You're just making this up.
I'm
Desi,
not
thank you for the
making it up.
$20. Thank you so much.
I could bring it up right now, bro.
Yeah, go for it.
You want me to bring it up?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
You just
Or
break
do you want to
something.
look? No. I just closed the door. Do you want to look it up or do I look it up?
You look it up, bro.
Okay.
Unmute your mic whenever you're ready. All right, let's get another person to help him out in the meantime. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Julie, thank you for the $5. Viv, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry. Mary, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to say that this guy in here's a fucking.
Desi, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. The other disgusted veteran. Thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much for this guy. Is a creep who needs to take a cold hard look in the mirror. His words are an indictment. Thank you so much for the other disgusted veteran. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. W's for them in the comment section right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, cute, man. You're adorable. I love you.
Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 40.
Dylan, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Dylan. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's the better choice.
Why is he the better choice?
Policies and outcome.
Which policies, which outcomes?
Borders, taxes, tariffs, you name it.
Okay. Which specific policies relating to borders, taxes, and tariffs? Which tariffs are taxes?
So I've been listening for about 40 minutes, and I think I do have some responses for some of the questions that you asked. And if you'd like to, we could start with tariffs.
Sure.
So when you talk about making it more expensive because others are going to do retaliatory tariffs,
Hold on,
right?
but
So if
before you do real quick, I just want to acknowledge the last guy just left, everyone. I don't know why he just left. And then Desi, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Bibliography in my bio. Go ahead.
Okay. So you mentioned that if we make things more expensive to come into the U.S. from manufacturing outside, and then other countries are going to put retaliatory tariffs on our exports, right? Which I don't disagree with, but I do believe that, as we've always seen, the immediate repercussion is retaliatory tariffs, right? Our stance is that our tariffs are not retaliatory and that any tariffs further than the existing ones will be considered retaliatory, which will then in turn get retaliatory tariffs. If you look at China, right, we put the tariffs up, China retaliated, and we retaliated back.
Yeah, but like that's because we impose tariffs. and then they retaliated
Yeah.
to our tariffs.
Yeah. So
So if
how
we
do you
didn't impose
propose
those
that we
tariffs,
solve
then
the
they wouldn't have
deficit?
retaliated with tariffs. What's that?
I agree with that statement, but I think that we imposed the tariffs because something needs to happen, right?
Well,
If you look at, I mean, Democrats have decades, right? You look at the trend, China's only going up. They're increasing their exports, and we are not, right? We're increasing the imports. So if it comes to
hold
war,
on. We would
and
decrease
we're a
exports
nation,
by having tariffs placed on us.
no, I don't believe so.
Okay, to clarify, what is a tariff?
So a tariff is a fee imposed on a product that's coming into your nation.
Okay, so if we place tariffs on countries around us, right, that is taxes the imports that imports into our country from their countries, right, and they place tariffs on us, meaning that they tax countries that we are exporting to their country. That means that it will reduce the amount of exports that we have because our goods will be demanded to a lesser degree in their country because of the now higher price to their consumers for our goods.
But we also have to have goods to export.
What do you mean?
So if we don't manufacture here and we import, we don't export, right? You look at chicken in the EU, right? Chicken, there's like a 200% tariff on chickens that come from the US. There's something ungodly like 150% tariff on cars that come from the US going to India, right? And so does that mean that people pay more for the US cars? No, it means they don't buy them, right?
Okay,
And that's why.
Wait, that's fine. That's fine. They would if they buy them, but they don't buy them because of the increase in price. So then impose
Right.
if you want to limit them from having those tariffs in that context, well then impose tariffs within those particular markets on their markets. Don't specifically do an overall tariff on their country. That doesn't make any
Sure.
sense. That's not retaliatory. That's
I
not
agree.
proportional, right? If you want to specifically limit them from having those tariffs, if you gave a proportional one, it would likely get them to come to the table and then do so. And so, like, I actually wouldn't even have disagreed with that policy. That if you're just imposing tariffs to the exact degree that they impose tariffs, right, in order to mitigate them from having tariffs in the first place. So it's not that you like tariffs, but you're trying to
Yeah.
get rid of them. That's not what you've just been
Yeah.
doing. If we look specifically at the USMCA, it reduced tariffs between the United States, Canada, and Mexico. And then Donald Trump has imposed tariffs again on Canada and Mexico, right? After the USMCA was already put in place specifically through one of Donald Trump's
agree.
agreements. So it
I
seems like
agree.
he's
So
going
let's
back on
take
his
it-
own trade agreements and that he's increasing tariffs on countries in which didn't have tariffs on us within those particular industries.
So there's a couple of reasons, right? And again, this is not just about free trade and elimination of tariffs, right? If you know India does automobiles for 200%, then we should charge India 200% for automobiles, right? And then at that point, it's a balance, and it is what it is. But tariffs generate revenue for the United States, right? And I'm not one of those people that ignorantly claims that the tariff is not passed on to the consumer, right? And I see Trump's claims and him saying, oh, how dare Walmart, who's reaping all these billions in profits, say they're going to raise prices. No crap, they're going to raise prices, right? But then at the end of the day, it's like, are you still going to buy that $15 nightstand from Walmart because now it's $37, or are you not, right? But if I'm Ford and I'm manufacturing cars and the Democrats keep raising taxes on me because my operations are in the United States, I'm going to get out of the United States, right? And so if I'm in Mexico and I'm manufacturing cars, even though I'm an American car company, I don't blame Ford for manufacturing. Financially makes sense. So if you're a nation that wants to reverse that, how do you make it financially make sense for Ford to manufacture in the United States and bring those jobs back? You have to do a combination of things. Tariffs aren't just all of the answer, right? And so when you get people to say, okay, well, now I'm being penalized because I'm manufacturing in Mexico, so maybe I'll come back, but are the tariffs enough that it's not going to make people just stop buying my car more affordable and profitable for me to manufacture in the US? Well, the taxes have to change too. And the narrative that the media is spinning is that, oh, all these billionaires and all these tax cuts, right? Taxes, if you raise the taxes on companies, they leave. And then guess what that means? You don't have tax revenue. So you have to have corporations wanting to be here and have it make financial sense for them to do so. That's the only way that you're going to get jobs back in the US. You're going to have American companies having American products, and you're going to make our nation stronger and fund these budgets, right? And we're talking about spending and cuts and Medicaid and all this other stuff, but you have to have money to do it. And taxes is not always the answer.
Okay. So, well, there's two things here. One, tariffs are taxes. You were saying they bring in revenue. That revenue is offsetted by all the different tax cuts that you're trying to do outside of that. And what you're doing is you're replacing a tax structure that is progressive with a tax structure that is regressive, meaning it's going to disproportionately negatively impact the low and middle class. Whereas prior, most of the tax was paid by people who are rich. Okay, so you're shifting the burden of taxation, which is incredibly harmful in of itself. Plus, it puts cost push, which is bad because you're taxing essentially the cost of production rather than taxing the profits. Does it make sense?
It does, and
that's
I'm
why
not
there's a push
necessarily
up
crazy
on the
about
the
declared value.
But
and the
that's why.
tariffs being based
So
off
if
of
you're
it either.
trying to get revenue to fund
Yep.
governmental processes, it's worse to do it that way because it's more harmful to our economy. Not only because people who are lower income have a greater what's called MPC, right? Marginal propensity to consume, meaning that they're going to consume to a greater proportion of the income that they get or the money that's given to them, which is going to stimulate the economy more, which will then, send money back up to the rich people in the very first place. And then you can redistribute that again, right? Whereas like if you just like allow it to trickle up to the rich, there's no mechanism for it to trickle down, right? That's actually meaningful because the people who are rich just have the incentive to be greedy and to keep hoarding the money and to not give it to their consumers or to their workers.
Let's be real.
Unless
The
it
people that are
profits
rich
them.
are always gonna
Unless
be
it
there.
profits them. So if you tax specifically the cost of production and then you tax less on the profits, what you're doing is you're actually making greed worse. You're making it a worse issue for us. And you're actually giving them a greater ability to pull and extract more profits to the very point in which they can, to the very most they possibly can, because they're a firm that wants to profit maximize. They're going to do whatever they can to profit maximize. Being
Every
greedy
firm will.
allows for them to profit maximize. Giving
Yeah,
money to their
I
workers
agree
is
with
only
that.
beneficial if it makes them money in the long run. So again, if you give it to them on the profit standpoint, that's the type of calculation they have. Whereas if you give it to them on the basis of the basis of the profits at the very end, rather than being on the cost of production, then it's going to be that they're actually incentivized to give the money to their employees because they would save on the deduction in terms of the taxable income for their corporation, the top marginal tax rate that they have. So it actually incentivizes them to give money to their employees if it is the case that they have a higher marginal tax rate on the top thresholds of income for income, because that's not only progressive, but it's also relating to the profits that they're pulling out. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. I see it as a really complex problem that needs to be solved. And if you look at the trend over time of our exports versus imports and our deficit and everything else, it's a big deal. And I think something has to change. And I don't view tariffs as a great thing. And I don't view them as a long-term solution. I view them as a strategic gesture, right? If Ford is manufacturing cars in Mexico and we're charging
Well, then
tariffs
you're
on
not
those
going to
cars,
increase domestic
stop
production in the long
manufacturing-
run.
Hang on 1 second. If they stop manufacturing those cars in Mexico, those tariffs are not a sustainable source of revenue, right? Because the cars are no longer coming from that side and they're no longer being charged tariffs. So then you have the opposite, right? Where you have people who are employed in our nation and are paying taxes on their income and everything else. So I think it's a strategic move. I don't think that it's really meant to be a neutralizer or whatever. It's a means to an end. And my concern is mainly around the strength of our nation in terms of the ability to defend ourselves and to manufacture if war was to happen with China. And right now, we're on the wrong end of all of that.
There's so many things I want to say. Yeah, so there's a few things here. One, you won't increase domestic production if it is the case that you are not imposing the tariff anymore. You also will lose out on the revenue specifically from the tariff. So that's going to harm the deficit even more, especially if you cut taxes, say on corporate taxes, right, or income taxes for higher incomes.
Hold on. Let's talk about that. So I'm not saying that the tariff won't be imposed. I'm saying that it won't be a sustainable source of revenue for the United States government because the cars will no longer be manufactured there and coming in. But what I am saying is that if you open jobs,
you're losing on a few things. You understand there will not be an increase in domestic production any longer once you remove the tariff.
You don't remove the tariff. I didn't say the tariff would go away. I said it wouldn't be a dependable source
So then
of
it's
revenue.
not a means to an end, right? It's always going to be there. Oh, sure,
Yeah.
but it's part of the end.
Yes, correct.
Okay,
It's
so
strategic.
sure, if it's part of the end, right? Well, then I'll ask you this question. And then it's not about renegotiation. What do you mean by it's a means to an end?
I mean that the goal is to have more companies making things in America. And not just making things, but having jobs here, right? And we can get into the immigration topic, kind of segue off of that as well, if you want to talk about the jobs and everything you were talking about earlier. And I don't disagree with what you said about...
Let me clarify.
Mhm.
So you're saying you want to help our ability to defend ourselves. I'll get back to the point specifically about more
Yeah,
companies
yeah,
coming
sure.
back to the United States. Do you think
Yeah.
that Donald Trump cutting off relationships with our allies and imposing tariffs on our allies is making us stronger or weaker?
I think stronger.
Cutting off relationships with our allies
No, not cutting off relationships.
is making us stronger.
I think that the United States needs to stand up for itself and do what it needs to do to be in a better position.
No,
because
he's
if
like
we
straight
don't,
up cutting
we're
off
gonna go-
relations. He called for us to annex Canada, dude, and Greenland, and Panama.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I agree with that. Right? I would be interested in, look, I'll be honest, I haven't done the research on all of the stuff where we talk about we subsidize Canada and we support them with hundreds of billions and blah, blah, blah. Don't know much about that, but I don't, first of all, if we, just to get off topic since you mentioned Canada, because I think if we annex Canada, it would be terrible because it wouldn't be like one state, right? It would, I think that 5 of the 7 states would probably vote Democratic and would cause the shift in the majorities everywhere. So I think that's hilarious and ironic as hell. So I'll just throw that out there.
Yeah, like
So,
like that.
but
Probably,
yeah, no,
that probably would yield that Democrats win.
Yeah, have more of a majority.
It would
Now,
make
I
it
don't
would make
think that it's
Canada
great
worse,
to-
but it would make the U.S. better. That's kind of ironic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very ironic. So, I mean, I think that as a nation, we've got to change, right? And I have a lot of issues with a lot of things that were from the former administration. And if you look at stuff like, oh, we're going to spend so many billions of dollars, like tearing down buildings and building back new buildings that are more energy efficient and, you know, all that kind of stuff. I'm all for energy efficiency. I love solar power and solar, you know, energy and electric cars and all this stuff. But
Well,
you look
gut-
at
that's
the
getting
highways.
gut in the big beat. That's getting gut in the big beautiful bill.
Yeah, and I'm sad about that because I had never purchased an electric vehicle yet. But you know, I look at this. Think about it this way: you have all these bridges and everything. What if, you know, this mandate went through in California and they said everybody has to own an electric car, and electric cars?
That's actually not what it says. The
they
one
can only-
particular mandate is just in terms of production.
Yeah, right. So let's just say everybody bought electric cars, right? Our infrastructure can't support that.
Yeah,
They're
Yeah,
not
you have to
engineered
build up
for
the
that kind
infrastructure.
of weight capacity. Yeah,
Yeah, that's why
exactly.
within the infrastructure
But
bill,
nobody's
there's
saying
building up
by
infrastructure.
2030,
Within the
we're gonna
Inflation
have
Reduction Act,
all
they're
our
building up
bridges
the
be able to
infrastructure.
support double the weight capacity. No one's saying that. They're saying by 2030, we only want people to be manufacturing electric cars, which means you
you're
just
just
set the fuse
misunderstanding.
on a stick of dynamite.
You have to understand that there's multiple aspects of this. All of these things are placed within the infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act. They are building up the infrastructure specifically for us to be able to respond to the renewable energy, like the change of the future. It's a renewable energy revolution in terms of how we run and use energy, and we want to be on the beginning of that so that we can sell our technology that is cost saving to the rest of the planet and not only make the planet better off, but also be at the fucking edge of the next revolution, right? Industrial revolution. This is the next industrial revolution.
Yeah, I don't disagree, right? And I've seen the stuff that's coming out of solid state batteries and the nuclear fusion stuff, and even in the desert where we've got those, I forget what it's called, like the thermo electric production, where they dig those holes down and then it goes across and the core heats it up, the water, right? I think that stuff's amazing, and I really believe in it. But all this stuff costs money, and I just think it's ironic that I feel like if you raise taxes, you're gonna push people out, and if you don't require people that come in illegally
Tariffs
to
are
pay
taxes.
taxes, I'm not sure what you mean. Like I understand that tariffs are. I'm saying if you raise taxes on corporations that employ people in the United States,
Tariffs do that.
they don't, because I thought we already agreed that cost goes to the consumer.
Importers particularly pass it to the consumer, but it's placed
Yes.
on the American importer.
Right. So you don't have an option at that point, right? If you raise taxes on the corporation through other means that aren't tariffs, the corporation has the ability to leave.
Yeah,
right?
why would they
If
want
they
to?
have a call center,
then
they
another
can just put
then
them all
another
in India.
Yeah, so then another corporation would come into America. That's how it works.
Why?
They'd be locked out of the markets. What do you mean?
Why would anybody come into America if they have to pay more taxes? And it's less makes less
are you
financial
saying they
sense
would
for them to
stop
do so.
selling in America, or they would stop producing within America?
Producing.
Okay. Sure. I mean, that's how the global economy works. If other things are
Right.
better produced in other countries, it makes sense for them
So-
to be produced in other countries. Let me clarify. If you were to specifically enforce that we only produce things within the United States, that would make our economy significantly less efficient. Okay?
No,
Why do
yeah,
we have
I agree.
global trade?
Because other people have better efficiencies at things that they do that are not our niche, and we have things that we should be good at that we can offer, and
Yeah,
it's win-win.
So when we oppose tariffs, we are limiting that win-win.
When we oppose tariffs, how do you figure?
I said when we impose.
Oh, impose. Okay, sorry, I thought you said oppose. So I think that we have to have something that's not corn. Like,
Hey, I grew up in Iowa.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with corn. I lived in Indiana. It's great. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, if we had something that only we had and it was killer and nobody else could do it, then that's fantastic, right? But I don't think this is like colonial times when there's somebody that's like, oh, I'm the only person that has this magical substance that burns and keeps candles lit. You know what I mean? Like, you got people importing rare earths and natural minerals and all this kind of stuff all over the place. And then it's really about what you do with it, right? And if we don't have anything to manufacture, and the only thing that we export is growing,
were you referring to like not like crops?
correct.
Okay, wait. So I'm confused. What was the relevance of you bringing that up?
The corn?
Yeah.
Because it seems like that's, I mean, what else do we export? Like, you think about tools,
so
right?
you were referring to the crops.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm so people in the comment section thought you weren't referring to the crops.
I was referring to the crops. That's why I said I lived in Indiana.
Yeah,
They're big on corn.
Yeah, we sell a hell of a lot more than just corn.
Yeah, but you look
like-
at things like Craftsman tools, right? I remember back in the day, you'd have some pride in buying something that said made in the USA, and then all of a sudden Sears goes out of business.
Wait, so
and
I'm sorry. How about we build up pride in buying things that are made up in the USA by making the USA better for everyone?
Okay, that was something I
People
wanted
will
to say
feel more
earlier.
pride. People will feel like happier in
I
doing that.
agree.
If it is the
I
case that they
agree.
have
And you
something to
said-
be happy about.
You said instead of putting tariffs, why don't you invest in the United States so that we can manufacture something to be proud of, right?
Yep.
Where are you going to get that money from that you're going to invest?
Oh yeah, from the amount that we'd save from Donald Trump not being president.
How would we save that?
Yeah, because Donald Trump wanted to spend $4 trillion more the next 10 years comparative to Harris.
So let me ask you this. If you, I'm using air quotes, spend $4 trillion more by lowering taxes on corporations, but in return, you actually bring corporations into the United States, which produces more money to fund the government.
You're assuming
not
that,
really spending $4 trillion.
So this is what you're assuming. You're assuming if we were to decrease taxes at the level of taxation that we are right now, that we would see more revenue.
Yes.
Wrong.
I'm saying that tariffs are not enough, right? You
Provide
don't
me
tariffs are
any good
part of the
evidence that
solution.
right now, at the current level of taxation that we have right now, that if we were to decrease taxes, that it would increase revenue. Please give me any good evidence of that.
So it's not just about decreasing taxes to increase revenue. It's about bringing corporations back to America.
I understand.
And you're
Can you
not going
provide
to do
me?
that by
Can you
increasing
provide me
taxes,
any
I'll tell you that.
evidence that that happens on a
No.
net basis?
No, I cannot. But I can tell you that if I was tasked with solving the problem, I certainly would not make it less appealing to be in America by raising taxes. And
Don't
yes,
you think it makes
it's
it
not-
less appealing to be in America, specifically by advocating for policies to be cut, like Medicaid and food stamps? Don't you
So
think
we can talk about that. I think that there is probably an unbelievable amount of people who should be getting off their butt and getting a job. I think that there are people that actually need Medicare and Medicaid and need food stamps and the things that those programs
I'm
were
sorry,
designed
you know
for.
that people who are getting food stamps and Medicaid oftentimes have a job, and in many scenarios, people who don't have a job, who would be relying on social services, can't fucking work. They're disabled. They
Yeah,
can't work.
Right. So
In
if
that
you read
circumstance, do you
the
think they should be
legislation of
provided?
the bill that you're talking about, it clearly states that the cuts would only be in the form of when they ask people to have to prove that they're eligible or if they're capable of working to work.
Okay, so people, in order to be able to qualify to get them in the first place, do work. Right? I'm confused.
So why are they saying that the cuts proposed in the bill would be in the form of validation and requiring people to prove that they qualify and that to work if they're capable of doing so?
One, that's already the case. I'm confused. That's already the case. That's not the only cuts in the bill. I'm confused. That's not the only qualification difference.
Okay.
So the qualification
Yes,
distinctions.
that's what I heard or what I've read.
The qualification distinctions lead to $80 to $90 billion of Medicaid being cut every year, which is
Right.
almost like a tenth of Medicaid.
So tell me how those cuts are going to happen. They're just going to say first people get dibs, the 90%, and the last 10 is screwed?
No, it's obviously a set of qualifications. Would you like me to?
Right.
Would
Yeah,
you?
I would. I mean, I'd genuinely like to know because my assumption was, or my understanding based off of what I have read was that it's going to be from scrutiny and forcing people to work if they're capable of doing so, which made me believe that they were not working right now.
Mm-hmm. I got you right here. $880 billion in cuts from programs under the purview of the Energy and Commerce Act, which is sprawling legislation. 1 second. Additionally, hold up. This is from it's just would you wait, hold up. Would you just accept from the
Yeah.
CBO that it does?
What is that?
Would you accept from the CBO that the information is coming from there? That's at
I'm
least
saying, what is the
verifiable information.
CBO?
The Congressional Budget Office is a nonpartisan committee from the federal government.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So specifically, it says nearly 8 million people fewer would be enrolled in Medicare. Fewer people would be enrolled in Medicaid by 2034 under the legislation the CBO found, including 5.2 million people that would lose coverage due to the proposed work requirements. It said 1.4 million immigrants without legal status would lose coverage in state programs, and the new Medicaid requirements would apply to non-disabled adults under the age of 65 who are not caretakers or parents, with some exceptions.
Okay, so all three of those, right? You said You said that the people are
Yeah.
already working
And
today.
it said that the
first-
Kaiser
the first
Foundation
stat-
notes that 90% of people enrolled in Medicaid already meet those criteria.
Okay, so then there's the 10%.
Yeah. And do you think that's justified?
People that don't. Yes.
You think it's justified to kick people off
For
for those
something you
reasons?
shouldn't have it.
Why shouldn't they have it?
Yes.
Why shouldn't they
Because
have
they don't meet the qualifications.
it? Okay, you're saying
that
but-
simple.
But,
You have a
but
program,
you
you
just
fund
changed
it, you have rules.
You just changed the qualifications though. Why do you think that the qualifications should be changed in that manner?
I'm confused. What qualifications are changing? Like, so you're telling me that
I
the
just told you.
qualifications are that you have to work, and then you're telling me that the first statistic is the people that are going to have to start working. So one of us is wrong there.
Wait, so proposed work requirements are imposing certain conditions.
You said they all have to work.
Certain conditions on work, right? You understand that there are certain conditions on work that you can apply in order to limit people from getting it, right? That specifically are outside of the context of just working in general. People can work and yet they don't meet the conditions, particularly that Republicans are like putting under this.
So I think that if you're capable of working, you should work.
Yeah, that's not even what this is disputing. And secondly, right, even if that is true, that doesn't mean someone shouldn't get fucking health care. Everyone in this country, regardless of whether or not they work, should get health care.
So I don't disagree with that. I think our healthcare is atrocious.
Okay, well, that,
I mean,
when you advocate for this bill,
jobs one time
you're
for a
advocating for
week.
that to be cut.
Yeah. I think if you don't meet the qualifications, if you're an illegal and undocumented immigrant, we shouldn't be paying for your health care. You shouldn't be here. And you asked
Here, the
somebody
House
earlier,
passed
does that mean you
version would
disagree with
leave
the Constitution?
11 million people by 2034, mostly due to cuts from Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. The Senate
Okay.
makes $930 billion in cuts over a decade to Medicaid, Medicare, and the Affordable Care Act,
Do you
according
know?
to the CBO.
Do you know how those people could get health care? Do you know how they could get health care?
Yeah, so here, you want me to go over the
Being
work?
employed.
I'm going over all the requirements. Both versions include new work requirements for the popular entitlement program that provides government-sponsored health care for low-income Americans and people with disabilities. They require adults to work, volunteer, or study 80 hours a month to qualify for enrollment, unless they have an exception. Do you think in order for someone to get Medicaid, they should have to work 80 hours a fucking month or a week? Or
Not a
month.
week. It said a month.
Sorry, a month.
Do
I
I think that
apologize.
they should have to work part time? That's half of a full time.
I read it wrong.
Right?
I
I work
apologize.
40 hours a week. So if I'm saying, do I think that somebody who is getting free health care and free food should have to volunteer 20 hours a week if they're able to do so? I mean, it sounds like you're earning your health care and you're earning your
And
food.
wait, and people with disabilities. So anyone with a disability should have to do more than part time.
No, so but they're not saying more than part-time. I'm saying if you're disabled, it depends, right? If you're in a wheelchair, can you be a greeter at Walmart and pass out stickers? Yeah, you can, right? Can you do stuff that for nonprofits or work at a soup kitchen or anything like that? Yes, right? Just because you have a disability doesn't mean that your ability to contribute to society is over. It just doesn't, period, right? If you're like
So you
completely
think that
paralyzed and
so
you
you
can't
think
even
so you
talk?
think
Sure.
someone who is disabled, if they do not work to at least 20 hours a week, they should be cut off Medicaid.
I think that if they're capable of working 20 hours a week, they should do it.
Wait, that's for anyone on the
I
program.
think that if you get Medicaid or you get food stamps,
Wait, it's for
that you
anyone on the
should-
program. So it doesn't even make that distinction.
Okay, you asked me what do I think. I'm giving you the
So then
stipulations of what I
you
think.
disagree with it.
Do I think if someone's unable to work, should they be cut off of? No, I don't. If they're a U.S. citizen who's disabled and is not capable of working 5 hours a week, then they should be funded and have health care. That's my opinion,
Wait,
right? You're asking me for my opinion.
repeat
So
that one more time.
if you are a U.S. citizen who is not capable, let's say you're disabled and you're not capable of working 5 hours a week, do I think that because you can't work 20 hours a week, that you should lose your coverage? No. because you're not able to contribute. I think that this should be targeted. If it's not targeted, then that's a different story. I think it should be targeted at people who are capable of contributing.
Okay. Okay, I understand. So if someone doesn't do over 20 hours a week, you're saying they should be cut off Medicaid.
No, I didn't say that.
That's what this
I
bill
said
says.
if a bill says that you should do 20 hours a week and you're capable of doing 20 hours a week, you should do 20 hours a week. I don't see a reason why you
okay.
shouldn't contribute if you're capable and why you should expect things to just be handed to you.
Well, I think anyone should get it regardless. Anyone in this country
Everybody's
should get health care
disabled in
regardless.
some way.
No, I said
I agree with that.
anyone, regardless how much they work, should get health care in this country. So obviously,
Yeah.
someone regardless should be able to get access to Medicaid. And you just telling people to get a job or to work more is not good reason, right? When we're literally talking about people not getting access to health insurance, like basic health insurance.
No, I'm not saying it's a good reason. I'm saying money is real, is what I'm saying, right? And when you were talking earlier about immigrants, and you were saying, you know, the 6 to 10 and the 4 to 10, right? And what you said was, okay, well, would I rather have 6 out of 10 people that are criminals or 10 out of 20? I'd rather have 10 out of 20 because then that changes it to 50% versus 60% of the population, right? I would rather have 6 out of 10 because you're going to have those 6 people. The overall population might not increase, but the people that are doing crime won't increase, right? And it doesn't do us any good to have
Wait.
50%
Repeat what you
people
just
in
said.
our
Repeat
country.
what you just said.
Okay, so you have 6 people that are going to kill, right? Does it do us any better to bring 4 more people in that are going to kill because we have now 10 people who are good and 10 people who are bad? No. We have to deal with the 6 people who are going to kill and keep all of the other people out.
Okay, so you would rather have 6 out of 10 crime than like 10 out of 20 crime?
So if we had 100 people in a room and
No. This is very easy.
60 of them,
Would you
60
rather
of the people in this room-
have 6 out of 10 crime or
Yes.
10 out of 20 crime?
So on the surface, those look to be equal, right? But they're apples and oranges.
They're not equal.
Yes, it is. So if you look at the
No, it's
number of
not.
crimes committed, listen, if you look at the number of crimes committed, and it's the crimes being committed by 6 people, right? And then you bring 4 more in, and now your population is 20 people, but you have 10 crimes. You just increased the amount of crime by 4.
No,
You now have more crime than you had before.
But you
That's
decreased
just
the
fact.
crime rate by 10%.
I don't care about the crime rate. I care about the crime. You can quadruple the amount of people in the U.S. and 20% of them can be murderers.
Okay, I have a
and you just brought
question.
up the amount
I have
of
a
money.
question. Would you rather a population that has 2, right, crimes that happen, but there's 10
Mhm.
people that live in the country? Or would
Mhm.
you rather a country specifically, right, that has like 100 people that have committed crimes and 1 billion people live there?
That's a good question. It's a difficult one because then you're talking statistics and likelihood, right? And then it's really about the occurrence and how many people are inflicted and what's the likelihood that it's going to be somebody you care about or yourself personally, right?
Is there a way you could respond to this? The easy response.
I would rather have the least amount of crime as possible.
You'd rather live in the country with 10 people that has a 20% crime rate?
So I want to say I don't. It's part of a bigger picture though. So you look at all these people coming in, and
Or actually,
you're
hold up.
that they're nicer than the
Hold
people
up,
that
hold
are
up,
born here. And so they're
hold up. Would
diluting
you
the
rather be in
crime
a population, a country with 10 people that are all murderers, right? 100% crime rate outside of
Oh,
you,
good Lord.
right? Or
No.
or
A billion with
100 or 100 people who have committed crime within
Yes.
a population of 1 billion people.
Obviously.
Okay, obviously, which one? Because there's
Obviously
not there. But there's
Obviously not the one with 100% murderers.
Oh, but
I think it's
wait.
somebody
I
says that,
thought
they're
you don't care about
insane.
crime rate. I thought you don't care about
No.
crime rate. I thought
I'm
you. Wait,
saying-
hold up. Let me make this point.
You just made
Let me
it
make this point.
100% of the people are killing
Let me make this point. Yeah, I
That's
understand.
something different.
I understand. You don't care about crime rate though. He doesn't care about
Touche.
crime rate. He just said he
Touche.
did. Let me please finish this point. He just said he doesn't care
Yeah.
about crime rate. He only specifically cares about the nominal level of crime. So clearly, he would care more about being in the society, right, with 10 people where there's 10 crimes that have been committed than the society where there's been 100 crimes committed and there's 1 billion people that live in that society. Even though the crime rate is drastically lower, he doesn't give a shit about crime rate. He only cares about the nominal level of crime.
So let me ask you this. If you have a certain amount of rat poison in your food, right? And you dilute the crap out of it, it's still poison, right? So do you care less about the poison because it's diluted?
Yes.
Because it's less likely to impact you.
Literally,
I'm just trying to get
dude.
your
What?
perspective. You're saying the more people that you bring in that are
Hold up.
weighted heavier on the good side, that you're diluting the percentage of people in the nation that are on the bad side. Right? You're bringing in the 4 out of 10, and they're going to mix in with the 6 out of 10, which ultimately is going to dilute the 6 down to a 5.
I'm confused. Are you saying that like you what? Are you saying you care about crime rate now?
No, I'm saying from your perspective. I'm just trying to make sure I get your perspective correct. That you're saying you would rather bring in immigrants because only 40% of them are going to do something wrong, whereas 60% of the people here are doing something wrong. So that 40%, that 60% of good coming into our country is going to dilute the amount of bad down to 50% where it was 60% previously.
Yeah, I'm saying
I believe that was your argument.
That's partially of the point, but that's not the only point. If you're going to view it from this perspective, that's the only reason I'm providing this argument, because people bring up the argument to say that undocumented immigrants shouldn't be allowed into the country because they're bringing
Right.
crime to the country, and I'm saying no.
So I think
if
that's
anything,
garbage.
if I say no, if anything, they're reducing the crime rate.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. So, but what I am saying is I'm not one of those people that say all legal immigrants are rapists and drug lords and MS-13.
But you support a
right?
candidate that does.
Yes. So here's the thing, Parker. You either have a choice or you don't, right? Unfortunately, we don't get to pick.
I'm not.
we get
I'm
to pick.
honestly not. I'm honestly not convinced that you have the ability to make choices within your life. That you're sentient.
Wow. So if we have X number of jobs, let's put it this way. I'm a firm believer in saying that if you're on a plane and it's going down, you put your oxygen mask on before you help somebody else.
Sure.
Sure. Okay. So if you have a 3-bedroom apartment and 50 people come up to you and say, "Hi, we just heard so much great things about America and we want our lives to be better, and do you have some place for us to stay?" What do you say?
Like to stay at.
Let's say you said yes.
I
Let's say
think
that you said
I
yes.
think there should be housing provided by the federal government.
Wow. Why? With what money?
The money that we pay
All
in
the taxes that we're getting from the people that are coming across and not contributing?
They contribute more than you do.
How is that?
You know that undocumented immigrants, they provide over $100 billion in taxes every single year.
How? How do they? What, by spending?
Having ITIN numbers,
Sales
sales tax, right? Like
Okay.
Social
Oh,
Security.
I spend money and I pay sales tax, but I also pay income tax, and they don't.
Okay. What's your point? Like, do you want
My
them to,
point
if
is
you
they
want
should
if you
be-
want them to pay income tax, well then give them a legal pathway to citizenship, and they will.
And I'm fine with that.
Trade.
I don't disagree
Do you,
with.
Can we
I-
propose a trade?
Yeah, I was going to say earlier when you said that you want a path for legal citizenship without having to leave the country. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but where are they going to stay? And if the answer is my tax dollars are going to put them up in hotels in New York City, I'm not okay with that.
And actually, wait. By the way, they do pay some level of income tax. They just don't pay
How
the
if they're
same.
not even
They
documented?
just don't. The ITINs. They just don't pay the same level of income tax that you pay, and that's only because they're not going through the legal process.
So how do we even know about them? How do we know that Farmer Joe is paying them in cash? And what does the I-10 have to do with that?
I'm just saying that in some circumstances there are taxes that are paid. And income
I'm
tax.
specific. I don't have a problem with those circumstances.
Okay.
I have a problem with the cash deals.
Okay, well then, if you want to limit that from happening, give people who are in the country undocumented a pathway to citizenship.
And they do have a path to citizenship.
No, one that's quick, one where they don't have to leave the country, one where they don't have to risk themselves being deported.
So I don't disagree with any of that stuff.
Well, that's a Democratic policy, not a Republican one.
Well, let me ask you this. If you walked into Italy, would you expect a debit card and a hotel?
I don't know what to expect. I don't fucking live in Italy.
But do you see what
by
I'm
the way,
saying?
Undocumented.
Do you even think that's
by the way
reasonable?
By the way,
sane-wise?
those were the people who got that. You're referencing state policy, which I thought you guys were so fucking happy about states' rights, and those are legal immigrants going through the asylum process.
So I'm saying you're talking about birthright
Doesn't even.
citizenship.
He's not going to
here.
acknowledge that. Watch that.
Acknowledge what?
What did I just say?
You said something about state policies and immigrants seeking asylum.
Yeah, legal. They're in the country legal, and they got that. They're seeking asylum. They're legal. Legal. Legal.
Okay. So you're asking me, am I happy about legal immigration seeking asylum and putting them up in hotels? No, I'm not.
Okay. Well, then what was your point then?
My point is immigration as a whole, right? If those people are legal and they're doing the process, you said anybody should have a path to it. And I said, who's going to pay for them to not get kicked out while they wait to come in?
No, you'd have to pay to deport them. Who's going to pay to deport them?
Right. We have to, unfortunately, because we let them in.
Okay. Well, then how about we?
But if you close the
how
borders,
about we just
then
say
you don't have
how
that
about
problem.
we just say we should have to pay for the immigration process for them to go through, so they can be some citizens, and then once they become citizens, they'll fucking pay way more into the system.
That's a good bet.
Absolutely, it is.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
All right. Well, then you're a Democrat, bro.
Look, I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican.
You agree with the Democratic policy more on
your banner
immigration?
at the top says, "Why do I support Trump?"
Yeah. So why do you support Trump when you agree more with Democratic immigration policy?
I don't agree more with Democratic
You
immigration
do.
policy.
We just went through it.
No.
You just
So-
don't like that it's named Democratic. That's it. You know
I
what?
don't- I don't-
Chat.
look, I voted for
You know
Obama.
what? I figured out what
I voted for
I figured
Obama.
out what the Democratic Party is doing wrong. Everyone, they're named the Democratic Party. That's it. If you have the same fucking policies, same fucking things, same character, everything else the same, with a different fucking name for some reason, then it's okay. And they're okay
Look,
with it.
I don't have a problem with something because it's democratic.
Yeah,
Right?
you have an
I
issue
told
with
you
the
earlier,
name.
I'm all for solar energy, renewable energy, and electric vehicles, right? But I'm all for things that make sense, and I'm all for doing things when it's time to do them, right? It's a chicken and an egg. You don't throw triple the weight on your interstate before your interstate's ready to hold triple the weight, right? And I'm not saying that EVs aren't the future. They are. But I'm saying let's work on our infrastructure before we start telling people that you should only manufacture electric cars.
We were. That's literally the Inflation Reduction Act that Donald Trump is, through the big beautiful bill, gutting. He's gutting the Inflation Reduction Act. We literally had something for that, and we actually
So
did.
look, here's what I'm going to say. Do I think Donald Trump is a saint? No. Right? Do I think Joe Biden or any other politician is a saint? No. Do I have a problem with something because it has the word Democrat or liberal or whatever on it? No, I don't. I have my own opinions and things that I support. And everybody typically will be somewhere near the fence, right? But you're going to have things that matter to you and you're going to fall on one side or the other. And unfortunately, the way that our country is, you don't get to pick who is leading that side of the fence. You get to decide which side of the fence you're on and hope that that's the direction that the country heads.
I understand, and I'm showing you that irreparably Donald Trump is going to harm this country and make this country worse.
How do you
So
figure?
you're on the wrong side.
How do you figure he's going to make this country
The big
worse?
beautiful bill, cutting Medicaid and food stamps, right? The
How's that going to make it worse?
people not having food stamps and Medicaid and healthcare,
But
is it going to make it
what
worse?
if people do by working?
You
It's a
understand?
complicated
Wait,
problem.
by the way,
Look, I'll
by
tell
the
you.
way,
You never let me tell the story.
you act like the only reason someone's on Medicaid or food stamps is because they're not working.
No, I don't.
That's exactly what you
But
just
I
said.
but I act like if you're capable of working and you choose not to, and the things that you need in life are given to you, you don't have any incentive to earn them.
Do you think, regardless of whether or not you choose to work, you should get access to public education? Do you think, regardless of whether or not you choose to work, you should get access to the public roads, to the firefighters, to the police? Do you
No,
think in
I
all?
don't.
No, you don't.
I think that the police are funded by
By the way, if you
tax
don't,
dollars.
if you don't work, the police will not come. If you don't work and your house is burning, the firefighters, they're not coming. They're not coming.
So I didn't say
They'll
whether
let
they
that
were gonna
shit burn. Let it burn. Let it burn. Let it shrivel up. And what the fuck?
I didn't say they weren't.
That's
gonna come.
insane.
You asked me a different question, Parker. You said, "Do you feel like you should have them come if you don't contribute and you don't pay for them to be there?" No, I don't have this mentality that I'm entitled to anything in life for free.
Public roads,
Period.
public education, firefighters, cops. Yes,
Why
you're
do you feel
absolutely
that
entitled
you're-
to that.
Why do you feel
Democratic
that you're entitled to
elections.
public roads?
Because we pay in taxes. We live in a society.
Oh, because you pay.
Yeah.
Okay. Score. High five. Looks like we agree.
So then
So if
obviously
you don't pay, do you think that you should have entitlements to all this stuff? You think you should have health care and you think you should be able to drive on the roads and
Yes.
that people should come save you if you don't
Yes.
contribute in any way to society?
Yes.
Okay.
When I
Well,
was a
they're
when I was a
conflicting.
child,
Maybe
when
they're
I was a
conflicting.
child, should I have not been given any of these aspects because I didn't do anything yet?
No. Is that child capable of contributing and paying taxes? No. It's a ridiculous question. You know it.
Sure. Well, then, okay. We'll address this then. As a so then you're saying once they're an adult, right? It is the case that you would say that if they don't contribute, they should not be given access, right, to anything, not public roads.
I'm saying that if you're capable of contributing to society, that you should. And that if everyone
So when I was
given
18
the
years old,
opportunity-
and
hold
I-
on, let me finish
when I
my
was 18
statement.
years old and I didn't have
If
a job yet,
everyone was not required to contribute and would just be handed everything that they need, no one would work.
okay, if I was an 18-year-old and I didn't have a job yet, should I have been able to use the public roads and access public education like I did?
If you're an 18-year-old and you didn't have a job yet,
Mm-hmm. Because I was 18 years old in high school without a job yet.
I'm torn. You live at home with somebody that does pay taxes?
Does that matter? I was an 18-year-old.
Yeah, because to some regard, your parents who are putting a roof over your head are also paying for the roads. So
Oh.
if their income is
Okay,
taking
so
care
be-
of the
so
roads,
because I'm related to someone that pays into the system. Okay, well, let's clarify. Isn't practically everyone related to someone that pays into the system?
if you didn't have to pay to use the roads, you didn't have to pay taxes, you didn't have to
what
work.
about
and you got
what
food
about
and
foster kids?
healthcare, why would
What
you
about
work?
wait what
Why
about
do you work?
wait what about foster kids?
What about foster kids?
They don't have a job at 18 years old. They're still in high school. Should they be able to get access to public resources?
Are they in a family?
Let's say they're not.
Then are they sponsored by some sort of city funded or state funded or government funded?
Yes.
Then of course, yeah.
Okay, but they don't have a job.
Okay. They're in high school.
So they can work.
So I'm not going to be a hypocrite. And I will say, I don't know what age, but there is an age where I think that you're old enough that you shouldn't be considered a high school student, which is basically a child, regardless of if you're old enough to serve in the military or vote.
How about 20 years
But-
old? How about 20?
Sure.
Okay,
If
so
you're 20, should you be working? Yeah.
okay, so you're saying a 20-year-old should be cut off.
I'm saying that everyone should contribute if they're able to, and not expect
18-year-old is able to, right?
20 and up.
So 19-year-old.
Told you I'm not going to be a hypocrite.
So to clarify,
right? We've already excluded
so to
children in
clarify,
high
so to
school.
clarify, a 19-year-old is not able to get a job.
Is less than 20, and I said 20 and up.
But
No, I didn't say that. I said that for the purpose of this argument,
You
I'm
said-
not going to be a
you
hypocrite.
said
and I'm going
anyone.
to say 20 and up
Wait,
because
so-
you proposed 20.
Wait, to clarify, people pay sales tax, right?
I had a job when I was 16.
Wait, I have a question. Sales tax, does that provide for the public roads?
Yeah.
So everyone pays sales tax, right?
Potentially.
So everyone should receive.
Literal about it, there are plenty of places that don't collect sales tax and just take cash and whatever. So I'm just answering your question.
But like,
literally.
if you live in a place with sales tax, then you can get access to any social service because you pay into it.
So what you're saying is if I hand you a $20 bill and you walk over to Barnes and Noble and you buy a book, that you're contributing and you're paying for the roads.
Yep.
I'm saying that Barnes and Noble collected a portion of what they charged you for the book as sales tax, and they're required to give that back to the state. But you didn't contribute.
Oh,
right?
come
You bought a book.
come on. That's clearly sales tax. You know it is.
bought a
You
book.
know that they're. You know
Here,
that
how
they are
about this?
providing.
If all I have to
Who
do is
provides
spend
the money for the
rest of my
fucking
life
business to pay it?
contribute-
Wait. Who provides the money
no.
for the business to
You
pay
just
it?
said- you
Who
just said if I
provides the
have
money for the
infinite
business?
cash
Who
flow
provides the
and
money
I
for the
spend
business to
it,
pay it? Who
I'm
provides the
entitled
money
to
for the
everything.
business to pay it? Who provides the money for the business to pay it?
What? Various places. It could have been $20 bill
The
blowing down
fucking
the
person who bought it,
street. You
genius.
contributing because you bought a book?
Yes.
No. Okay.
Yes, you are. That's sales tax.
Well, I contribute a lot more than you.
Really?
If that's the case. If all you do is go into Barnes and Noble and buy things,
I
and
never
you think
said.
you're
I
entitled
never
to the
said
same
that's what I
stuff that
just do.
am.
Wait,
No, I
if you
know,
want
but
to,
I'm saying
if you want to
it's that
talk about how
argument.
much you
wanna talk
contribute,
about murderers and 10 out of 10 people killing, if all you do is buy that book from Barnes and Noble every day, and you think you're entitled to everything that I'm entitled to, I disagree.
Oh, so to clarify, because I fucking pay more into our systems, you're telling me that I deserve more than you?
No.
Oh,
I'm saying
why not?
I'm saying
Why
that
not?
there
Wait,
are lots of
wait.
stipulations.
Why not? I pay more into the system than you. Tell me why I don't fucking deserve more.
What do you mean you pay more into the system than I do?
Tell me why
You
I
pay
don't.
sales tax.
Tell
I
me
pay
why I
income
don't.
tax.
Tell me what
I pay more than
I
you.
pay income tax too.
Yeah, but not in this hypothetical scenario. You just
I'm
buy a
talking
book.
about real life right now. Dude, I pay
Okay,
more.
that's not what I was responding
I
to.
pay.
thought
I
you were
pay
still
more in
the
taxes. Does that
hypothetical
mean I'm
scenario.
deserving of more?
No,
Oh, so why not?
because you pay the amount of taxes that are appropriate based off of the tax law and the amount of income.
Oh, there you go. Look at him right there.
I never said that if a millionaire pays more
Look at him right
in
there.
taxes, even if it's a lower percentage, that they should be able to cut me in line at the ER. No.
You made my point.
But do I think that somebody that doesn't pay, let's put it this way, if I'm at a
He
hospital,
just made my point, chat, and he doesn't even realize it yet.
what was your point? Then maybe we agree.
That regardless of whether or not someone disproportionately pays more into the system, doesn't mean that they deserve more from the system.
Correct.
Oh, so the whole point
But
you were
what I'm saying
making,
is
the whole point you were
paying into the
making.
system is not
Oh,
sales
okay, so
tax. No.
everyone deserves it.
You're
Everyone
saying
in the
that
country.
sales tax alone counts as paying into the system.
Yes.
I'm saying I disagree with that.
You're
I'm saying
wrong.
Barnes and Noble, I said Barnes and Noble is required to give a certain percentage of the
And the
sales
only
to the
way that they
state.
can pay that is
You're
by
not
getting the money
contributing by
from the
getting a
consumer.
book.
So who provided the
Yeah.
money to then pay it? It was the consumer. Barnes of Noble would not have
Okay,
paid that
then let
if it
me-
wasn't
let
for the
me
consumer.
clarify.
Wait,
Let me clarify my previous
would
statement. I
Barnes
don't
of
think
Noble
spending is contribution.
wait, would Barnes and Noble paid would they have paid taxes on that income if the consumer never spent that money at the store?
No.
Oh, so it's from the consumer. There you go.
Yes, it is from the consumer. That's how sales tax works. But I don't consider buying things.
Celebrate good times, come on.
You're missing the whole point
You
of my
finally answered the question, Chad. Oh my God, he got it.
I answered it several times.
Oh God.
You still haven't let me say the whole the thesis of my argument.
Go ahead.
Spending money, where you spend money determines whether your spending contributes. Right? If you spend it at Barnes & Noble, who's a legitimate business, and they have an obligation to turn over a certain portion of that to the state, you view that as contributing, right? I'm saying I don't view spending money as contributing. When I talk about contributing, I mean you work, you do something to better this world. Walking into Barnes & Noble and taking a book off the shelf is not bettering this world.
Yes, it is.
How?
Because you're paying taxes.
Okay. I mean, wow. Do you have the option to not pay taxes?
No.
Yeah. So are you really paying taxes, or is Barnes & Noble taking a portion of their product?
They're
and
paying it because
proceeds
they're
and
paying it because
somewhere else?
they're paying it because you spent the money. They wouldn't have paid it otherwise.
Okay. Well, if I go into Barnes & Noble and buy a book, and you go into Barnes & Noble and buy a book, and that's all you do to contribute to society, and I actually have a job, then I think that I'm more entitled to healthcare than you are.
Why?
Because I contribute to society in multiple forms and factors, of which if people didn't do,
I
there would
contribute
be
to
no
society
healthcare.
more. That's exactly what we just disputed. You literally just
No,
argued.
you said
You
if
just
you
argued
pay
against
more.
that.
I'm saying it's not about money.
You just
I'm
did.
saying it's about what you bring to the planet, what you contribute as a person.
Yeah, so the
This
fact
is a huge difference between
so the
Democrat
only
and Republican
distinction
point of view.
So the only distinction you provide is whether or not they contribute or don't contribute. It's not how much you contribute. And if it is specifically just whether or not you contribute, well, whether or not they specifically just bought one thing or not is the only relevance.
No.
If they just contribute
No,
that
it's
one
not.
time by buying that
You
one
view
fucking
buying
book.
as contributing. I don't. I
It
don't
is-
view you
it's
buying a
obje-
book as
it's,
contributing.
objectively,
Does it
it's
fund
contributing.
taxes? Yes, but you
That
as a
means it's
person are not
contributing.
contributing.
That means it's
You're
contributing.
buying goods. You're getting a book that
Dude,
you want.
you
in
are
exchange for
literally
money.
explaining how it's contributing. Data, thank you for
Parting with
$5.
money
Thank
is
you so
not
much.
Contributing. Parting with money is not making the world a better place.
Yeah,
Parker.
maybe
That's
if
what
you
I'm
want,
saying.
if you fucking looked at a book every once in a while, you wouldn't be this fucking stupid.
I'm not stupid. You haven't said anything that even makes me remotely appear stupid.
Really? Then you are not paying
Yeah.
attention in this conversation. Clearly.
I'm paying perfect attention. I just said spending money is the only contribution that you do for this world. The world wouldn't exist, Parker. That's just a fact.
No
if everyone
shit.
just had
No
money and
shit.
spent it-
Oh my god. What?
Oh, chat.
Oh
did you
my-
hear that?
Ah.
I just realized that everybody doesn't have
This
money
guy
for
just
free.
cracked the code, bro. He just cracked the code. He just realized if everyone just stopped doing what they're doing and only bought a book, society wouldn't function. If everyone in the world specifically did what I do, the world would stop functioning as well. That does not mean what I do doesn't provide or contribute to society. Do you understand that, right? That just means we live in a fucking society, right? And we do different things in that society. And not everyone does everything to survive, right? I'm not doing everything I need to survive. That's why we live in a market, bro. We're not doing I don't do everything I need. I don't go get the water that I drink. Okay? I'm not out there harvesting it myself from the ground or wherever the fuck it's got in terms of the it coming down from the mountains, from the snow. Like I'm not harvesting that shit. I'm not going and fucking doing the agriculture to grow the crops that I eat. Okay? What? We live in a society, bro. We don't do everything. Okay? What are you talking about? What is reality right now? What is life? Can't wait to see
Why-
this clipped on YouTube. You probably will.
It's a simple question. Why do people pick up trash?
They want to.
Because they love the way it smells? They want to? They just enjoy riding off the back of the truck? No.
Well, yes,
Because they have
want
to.
They want to is a good answer. They want to based upon certain conditions, sure.
Okay, so if we lived in a world that you're proposing where you don't have to do anything, who's going to pick up the trash?
Well, it could be the
No
fact that
one.
we
The answer is no one.
well, we have technology, right? We
Te-
would be able to
okay,
produce
so-
technology to pick it up.
Okay, who's gonna pay for the electricity to charge your autonomous trash collector?
Society.
Society's gonna pay for it with their
Yes.
books from Barnes and Noble.
Society. You understand? I'm not just saying the society is just buying books from Barnes and Noble. Are you really that fucking stupid? You thought that's what I was saying?
Are you that stupid that you think I'm that stupid that I thought that's what you're saying? I'm being sarcastic right back at you.
I know, but like when I said it, it made sense. When
So
you
every
said
time
it,
you don't like something I'm saying, you say, "Are you that stupid?"
no, I don't say that every time. I've just said it now twice
Oh, I've
because
counted at least
it
4
was
times.
ridiculous. When I said it, it made sense. When you said it, it didn't make sense. Tori, thank you for the
Okay.
membership subscription. Thank you so much. I
I'm
really
saying
appreciate
that people should
it.
earn a living.
Cadence, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Cadence to the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. About ahead to Barnes and Noble to contribute to society. All right,
Wow.
thank you so much. I appreciate
All right,
the
that's
$10.
funny. I'll give
Elizabeth,
you
thank
that.
you for the $5. Thank you so much. For Trump doesn't pay taxes, so he should benefit from social programs. Lane, thank you for the $1.
let's-
Appreciate it.
you've
Julie with the
made-
$5.
You've
Thank
made
you.
like $150 to $250 since I've been listening to you. So you can buy a couple books and pay for some roads to be repaved. So that's pretty awesome.
So I'm contributing to society right now, huh?
Through spending, yes.
Tori,
Is
thank
this
you for
your
the 5
full-time
member
gig?
subscription. Thank you so much. Yes.
I'm assuming it is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So what do you contribute to the world?
This.
How is this contributing? By saying that if somebody's a rapist, they can't pass good laws and they can't make positive impact on our country and our children?
Well, I'm actually giving you a space to have a conversation in front of
manufactured?
4.7 thousand people right now. I just want to let you know that. Have you ever
Yeah.
spoke in front of a stage of 4.7 thousand people in your entire life?
No, I haven't.
So then don't sit up here and tell me that I'm not contributing anything to society when I'm putting you in front of a stage in which you've never been put for before in your entire life.
So you're bringing me to the stage. What is this conversation contributing to the world?
Critical thought, education, right? People learn
Fair.
from these types of lives,
Fair.
especially like the fact that there's entertainment involved with it specifically, and me calling you fucking stupid also adds to the fact that people learn more. The more I call you stupid, the more that more people are going to be involved in the lives and more people are going to learn from these lives. Well, I have to kick you now for harassment and bullying, so we're going to go join Dean, everybody. I would really recommend, if you like this content, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. This is my girlfriend's account. I would go to my main account. I'd also recommend to go over to the YouTube right now. I'm about to join Dean right now. I'll be on YouTube by myself. So, don't leave me, okay? Don't leave me. We're going to go join Dean. All right. I love everyone. I'll see y'all there. Join me on YouTube. I'd really appreciate that. Like the stream on YouTube. Thank you so much, everyone. Evelyn, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, I'll see everyone then. Let's go. Let's go. Alrighty. We're gonna go join Dean, everyone. We're gonna go join Dean here. Oh wait, I'm not signed in on my girlfriend's account. There. I gotta ask my girlfriend. Wait, never mind. We're good. We're good. We're fine. I actually can go on a different account. I figured it out. I can join Dean on a different account. People are already leaving. That's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. What's up, everyone on YouTube? Alrighty, we can just use this one right here. All right, I'm telling him right now I'm in the box. What's good, everyone? We've been on for 4 hours and 40 minutes already. Damn. All right, everyone, give it a second. Oh, there he is. One second.
All right, we need to go a little bit less hard.
There we go. I'm in.
We need to go. we need to go a little less hard on the conservatives today. We
Yeah,
need
Dean,
to
that
go a
was a
little
bit
bit
too
less
much.
hard.
That was crazy. I've had some wild
Obviously.
guests today, Dean. Good luck.
Dude, I've been tuning in and out of your stream. I've been seeing them. You have had some freaking wild guests, let me tell you. Welcome in, J-Mar. You MAGA, bro?
Well, this is a funny story, and please, I mean, this is a true thing. I sadly, and I do say sadly, voted for Trump 3 times.
But you no longer support Trump today?
Absolutely not.
You know
And
what, bro? Real quick. Good on you for making the turnaround. Voting for him 3 times. 3 times!
That is
And
outrageous.
then making the turnaround. I'm really proud of you. I'm really fucking proud of you, bro.
Me and my papa listen to you all the time, guys, and he's told me, he's like, you need to listen to what these guys are saying. And he's like 77, actually. And I was like, Papa, you're crazy. I was like, there's no way I could vote against Donald Trump. There's just no way. And I was just like, I'm really about in tears just for going against his word, honestly. But the way that you guys, and Parker too, I listen to him too, the way that you guys come in here and just absolutely drop the fucking hammer on these delusional ass people, it really makes me smile. And I wish to God that I didn't vote for the dude. I mean, it's hard for me to even, I don't even like admitting it anymore. And mostly because of the health care.
Let me tell you, J-Mar, I do these streams for you. You
Well-
are the reason why I go live every single day for 4 hours.
Oh,
You are the
just for
reason.
me, just for me.
Well, for you and people identical to you. You're the reason why I was out in Aspen speaking on a panel. You're the reason why I post breaking news clips and updates about Donald Trump's policy on all of my social media accounts. You are the reason why I've chosen this as what I want to be my lifelong journey of getting individuals to seek truth. I really appreciate you for coming up, man. I hope that you have a great rest of your day, and thank you so much for.
It is absolutely. I
waking
really
up.
have. Thank you for letting me come up here. You guys,
Absolutely.
how old are
Thank
you
you so
guys,
much.
if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 23.
I'm 20.
I am 32, and like the knowledge that you guys have, just right off the top of your head, is insane. And it blows my mind. Like I would listen to you guys. Don't get mad at me for this, but I would listen to you guys at times, and I'd be like, these dudes are fucking crazy. And the more that I listened to you guys, I was just like, no, these guys. I don't think I've heard of one Republican that has come up here and gave a serious, without the mute button or anything, a serious fucking claim.
Well, hey, man. It means the world.
I ain't
as
trying to
already
flat.
said.
I'm not trying
We-
to, you know what I'm saying? But that's just awesome, guys. You don't ever fucking quit. And for people saying, "Oh, you'll never be president" or anything like that, dude, you never know. I mean, you're smarter than half the people in Congress. That's for sure.
Maybe one day, bro.
And Parker
Well,
down there below, man. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but
yeah,
I
Appreciate
we'll-
you so much.
We're
Hey,
gonna go
no-
ahead and move on to the next guest, but
Thank you,
Jamar,
guys.
man,
Thank
I'm not gonna forget about you. I'm not gonna forget about this conversation. You coming up here today and sharing what you did means
it's
means a whole
hard.
lot to me.
It is hard to come up here and do that because I thought you guys were going to just rip off on me, but I was like, hey, let me explain. But thank you guys so much for giving me the platform there. And guys, thanks for the gifts. You didn't have to do that, but Parker, Dean, you all have a great day, guys. I mean that.
Have a great night. Have a great night.
You as well, Jamar. You as well, bro. All right. Well, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next Trump supporter, and honestly, I now have. I now have all the motivation I need to keep it going for another 3 hours here. I mean, truly, for everybody watching, that man, he and people just like him are seriously the reason why I do what I do. 110% every day. They are the reason. Now, let's try to get the next guest up in here. Also, Lori, I appreciate you for the $5 over on CA. However, it was rejected, returned to you because they're still rejecting all incoming donations. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Christopher?
I used to.
Oh, based. Well, I'm happy to hear that you've made the switch very similar to Jamar. I am going to go and remove you, bro, but the same thing that I said to Jamar, man, is I think that you are awesome. I really hope that you don't take me very quickly removing you there as like a sign of
disrespect or disdain.
Like, I seriously do think it is, like, incredibly admirable for you to change your mind, and I think that you're awesome. So, I mean, guys, show some love down below in that chat while we get that next guest up here. Catherine, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, saying thank you for putting the ignorant, dumb people in their places. Love your content and your drive to make our country better and more educated. I appreciate you for the $5, Catherine. As well as Marissa with the 10, saying for that wholesome guy, be proud of what you're doing because it is important. Marissa, thank you so much. Show some love to Catherine and Marissa down below in that chat while we're getting the next Trump supporter up here. Then also, Alexandria, thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal. If we could please get 300 Alexandria W's down below in that chat while we are loading the next guest up, that'd be awesome. As well as Mr. Joe, the man, the myth, the legend, with the $70 donation over on PayPal. Dude! Joe says, sorry I've been gone for ages. I've not been very well. Well, Joe, you are back now. I hope that you're doing well. The man, the myth, the legend. I want to see at least 500 Joe W's down below in that comment section right now while we're getting on to this next conversation. W fucking Joe down below. Welcome up, Mist FX. Do you support Trump?
What's up, Dane? How are you?
I'm doing phenomenal. Are you from the UK?
I am, yes, but I've got family members.
Dean,
Unfortunately.
I just want to say today, there's been a lot of bans going around. I got banned on my third account like twice, and on this account as well, and then I got this one back.
Okay, I probably need to be a little bit more picky and choosy with my language then, so we're not risking that ban. We need to be very mindful of that, everybody. Hello, Mark. Do you support Trump? And then Mark said goodbye. So if you happen to be one of the 11,000 people hanging out with us in here today, everybody, make sure that you are double tapping on that phone screen, sharing out that live with a handful of friends while we are getting this next guest loaded into the live. We got Luke Giovanni loading up. Hopefully Luke is going to be MAGA. Hello, Luke. Do you support Trump? Okay, at this point, honestly, we're going to go ahead and kind of leave the queue alone and start pulling from that chat. So if you happen to be an American adult that would like to come up and debate, go ahead and drop a MAGA with your name down below. We'll get you pulled up here. We'll have a good faith debate and conversation. Allison, that $4 over on CA was rejected. They're still not allowing any donations over there. Honestly, I'm just going to go and remove it from the link tree. Let's just go ahead and do that.
Well, this is a nasty live. We hate this live. It's so disgusting. We love this. We love that. We don't like this live, though.
That's actually a really solid Trump impression.
I was about
good
to
job.
say the same thing.
That's very solid. Very, very good, man. Very, very good job. Very good job. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. We got Richie loading in. Here we go, everybody. We should be on our way to that next conversation. Yeah, that was a great Trump. Yeah, that was great. All right, welcome in, Richie.
The discussion veteran. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, and it's that.
Thank
TikTok,
you so much.
please don't take
as
us
always.
down. We automatically
Evelyn,
remove
thank you for the
them violating your
$5. Thank
terms
you
of
so much,
service.
Evelyn.
And as per the terms of service, I as the operator of the stream have an obligation to quickly and expeditedly remove individuals in which may violate or infract upon the TOS. So welcome in. Hello,
this guy.
Talair, do you support Trump?
Dean, did you get the new update?
What's up?
Did you get the new update in your system, bro?
Of what?
In your in your brain, bro, like the new update.
What
You
the
got
hell
you got
is
the
this guy
new
talking
Chat
about?
GPT.
Oh
response
yes,
setup?
yes. No, I got the new update of the Neuralink device I've installed to give me auto answers to anything.
Yeah. Dude.
Hello, Thunk. What a silly name, Thunk. Do you support Trump? And Thunk's not here. Honestly, do you want to help me try to get our next Trump supporter up here? And if so, that would be fantastic. Really just looking for anybody to come up here and debate. Now, I will go ahead and put this PSA out. The Trump supporters are very scared today, everybody.
Terrified, I
Maria,
tell you.
thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Stayed very mindful. Very Demir Maria. Thank you so much for that love. Hello and welcome in, Just Welding. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, yes.
Why so?
And
What's that?
Why so?
Just because he's kept all of his promises that he's made.
No, he hasn't.
Really? Did he repeal and replace the ACA? Did he build the wall? Did he like drain the swamp?
Well, I mean, let's even be more specific than that. He promised to slash prices so fast on day one our heads would spin. We saw inflation for another 3 months following that. Same thing with his promise to end the war in Russia and Ukraine in the first 24 hours in office. It's still ongoing and only gotten worse in the last 160 days. So when you said that he's kept all the promises he made, that was an unequivocal, bold-faced lie. If you could acknowledge that that was incredulously wrong, that would be great. And once you do acknowledge how wrong you were, we can move forward.
Well, I mean, I guess, you know, like the stuff that you picked there, I guess, yeah, like he didn't keep those promises, but some of.
And your claim was what? And your claim was what? Your claim was that he's kept every promise he's made.
Well, yeah, I mean, not all of them. I mean, it's Trump, come on. But, I mean.
Right, so then your claim was incredibly wrong.
Gulf of Mexico to America of Mexico.
America of Mexico?
America of Mexico? Are we sure that's what it's called? It's
Gulf
called
of
Gulf
America.
of America.
Yeah,
Do you
my
think
bad,
I
my
should
bad.
respect? Do you think I should respect that new name?
I mean, you have the right to do whatever you want.
But should I respect that new name?
I don't, but I mean.
You do? You respect the new name? You respect the
No,
Gulf's
I
preferred
don't.
name?
I don't respect the new name, but you know.
Oh, so you don't respect the one promise that he kept?
Yeah. Did he even make that as a promise though?
I mean, you're the one that claimed he did, so I don't know. Ask yourself, man.
I don't got a Neuralink device in my head, so.
All right. Well, let's go back to the basics, man. Why the hell do you support this this tragic president? Let me go ahead and tell you something that he's doing today. As we speak, the House of Representatives is voting on the big, beautiful bill. Now, this is something that is endorsed by Trump. In fact, it's called Trump's Big, Beautiful Bill. With everything that we know right now, it's expected to eliminate health care for 17 million Americans. And then those middle-class Americans that still have health care, it's expected to raise their premiums by $26,000 per year. It's also expected to risk the food benefits, such as food stamps or SNAP, for 11 million Americans, as well as make it incredibly harder for homeless youth, veterans, or so on to get those benefits in the first place. As well as it's expected to dramatically increase the cost of energy in this country by wiping out 72% of the production of renewable forms of energy. And on top of that, it's also the largest redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich in history. The top 1% is expected to benefit via hundreds of thousands of dollars in tax cuts per year. And it's also the most expensive bill in American history, coming to a total of $4 trillion in the next 10 years.
You like just started the live. Why does it do that?
I don't know. So what's your thoughts here, man?
I guess I messed up.
No,
Trump
okay.
Trump seems like an idiot.
All right. Okay. We appreciate
Is that all?
That's
Dude!
good.
I was never a Trump supporter. I hate Trump. He's
Oh,
retarded.
okay. All right. Well, I mean, I
Got
guess
rid of the
I got to
satisfaction
explain
just
it.
like that.
Yeah, I got to explain it nonetheless. Yo, Jeff, thank you so much for the $20
Dean, I
over on
love
YouTube
you.
Super Chat.
I love you, Dean. I love you, Dean.
Well, that's very kind of you, Jack. You're going to grow up to be a fine gentleman. That's right, Jack. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Koopa loading in. And once again, Jeff, thank you for the love over on YouTube Super Chat. Once again, incredibly kind. While we're loading the next guest up, I do want to thank a handful of people here. Sasha, thank you for the $5.
Dead.
They have an Echo over on PayPal as well as a Melee with a $3. We're really struggling to find a Trump supporter here. I would really appreciate it if we could keep the queue to just Trump supporters. That would be sweet. And then also Joe, dude, Joe coming at us with another $60 donation, bro. King Joe's in the house today. Can we please show some love to Mr. Joe down below in the comment section for another $60 donation over on PayPal? Joe, thank you so much for supporting me. That support allows me to continue to do what I do with the live streams, the videos, the traveling, keeping the studio running every single day for multiple hours, man. It means the world. Thank you, Joe. Now, welcome in, Kay. Are you MAGA?
I have been here since the guy that was talking about the clip that you pulled up.
Yes. Are you MAGA, Kay?
I do not support Trump.
Okay. Unfortunately, Kay, for that reason, I am going to go ahead and remove you. So it looks like we need to go over the rules, even though I've repeated them about 1 billion times, and I do in between every new guest. If you're not an American adult that supports Trump, if you find your way onto the stream at this point, I'm going to ban you. Okay, he was actually just up here.
Oops.
So
Sorry.
at this point, I'm going to ban you. I'm going to ban you if you're breaking the rules. I mean, I hate to do that. But at this point, it's just necessary. You know, like we've had so many people come up here today and break the rules. We need to be able to follow the rules in order for this stream to be productive. Welcome in, Sam Jones. Are you MAGA?
Yes. I want to get your opinion on two things. Is that okay?
What is? You are 13 years old, so I gotta kick you. In fact, mods banned them because they violated the rules that I was talking about as they joined and before they spoke. So mods banned them. They'll be the first example.
Who gives a fuck?
Evan, hello. Do you support Trump?
Nigger.
TikTok, in accordance with your TOS, we booted them off of the live stream with great speed because we want to uphold and honor your TOS on live today. So we removed them very, very quickly for their violation / infraction of the TikTok TOS, in which we hold to a very high value in this space. Welcome in, Big Bane. You were on Parker's stream earlier. This is the guy that you were debating about the Confederate statues. Is there any further continued conversation that you want to have, Big Bane?
I mean, no.
No, okay.
But I know
actually,
not about that topic. I mean, not about that.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy though. I mean, you were like honoring, like you were saying that we should still have Confederate statues in America. That's probably one of the craziest things I've heard.
How so?
Yeah, because I mean, it's like honoring and displaying, I mean, slave owners and very terrible people in a more commemorative light, as if they were a notable figure of history that should be commemorated via idolation. And I don't think that's I don't think that's a smart thing to do.
Yeah, he also said that
do you think
that Nazis specifically like should be kept up and commemorated on statues specifically, right, by people in Germany.
Yeah, what's your argument for that? Why do you think that we should keep up those statues? Because like my counter argument is simple: they're very bad people that did bad things. They shouldn't be commemorated in such like a light of idolatry. We should absolutely take those statues down. There's other ways to remember our history besides idolizing really bad people.
No, I totally agree with you, but the only thing I'm saying is that in that war, it was not only slave owners that were fighting. I don't know if you can agree with that or not.
Well, I mean, yeah, because only around 15% of people in the American South had owned slaves because they were rather expensive, but everybody that didn't own a slave wanted to own a slave, and slaves were kind of looked at like cars in modern day America, just simply a means to further the production of goods and to build and scale your own wealth. But everybody that fought in that war, slave owner or not, fought for the right to own slaves.
That's not true either.
Yes, it is.
I've read letters from soldiers. No, it's not true.
Well,
I read
you don't
letters
think the
from
Confederates were
soldiers.
fighting for the right for people to own slaves? You don't think that's what the Confederates were fighting for?
I think it might be like, you know what I mean, what the leaders were fighting for, but not the soldiers, bro. I read how they wrote. They thought somebody was invading. They're like,
wait, under what commands did the soldiers fight under?
Yeah, literally.
The command of the.
I don't know. I was.
So those soldiers, well, the foot soldiers
but you
would
could
fight
say
under
that
the
for
command of their
any war
generals.
ever.
The generals are the leaders. So thereby the
You could say that
soldiers
for
fought
every
slaves.
war ever. So
You're
like
right,
my
we
grandpa,
could.
right, fought in.
So I just want to clarify, like now that you know this, like this is obviously really good reason to take down those statues, right?
No,
Okay, so why should we keep them up?
because it's part of history. That's the whole argument I was making.
Well, there's other ways to remember history without idolizing maniacs. Like I think it's better if like Confederate memorabilia is like left in museums or books, not statues of like idolatry. And then I mean, even those statues, I wouldn't have an issue if they're uprooted and like put in a history museum. But I mean, just to leave them, you know, in very public places where individuals can idolize them and commemorate them as a positive figure in history, I believe is incredibly wrong. I mean, can't you agree that there's other ways to remember history apart from that?
So you know that where that guy Robert E. Lee used to live on his plantation, they built that tomb of the Quiet Soldier. Would you say that's wrong because they built it on his house?
Well, the Tomb of the Quiet Soldier doesn't commemorate or idolize Robert E. Lee, so no.
Yeah, but then why'd they build it on his house?
I don't know, but my two reasons why I think that we should take down those statues is because of the commemoration and idolization of these maniacs.
Literally.
Yeah, but I think it's just statues.
Wait.
Part of
Are you
history.
okay?
It's
Are
like
you
the
okay?
things
Wait,
about-
I have a question. I'll be specific with this. Are you okay with in Germany them keeping up statues of Hitler
Oh
that
my
commemorated Hitler?
Bro, I don't
Galaxy.
care about Germany. I don't live in Germany. I
Can
live
you
in the
answer that
United
question
States
though?
of
Are you
America. So
okay?
let's
Are you okay with that though? Is that acceptable?
Bro, I don't give a shit about Germany
Is
because I
it
live in
acceptable
America.
though?
Wait, you live in
It's
America.
acceptable.
So, wait. So then you shouldn't give a shit about the Confederate statues
Wait,
because
actually,
you live in America.
W
just-
point, Dean.
Yeah, then you
it's
shouldn't
part
care
of
about the
American
Confederate
history,
statues.
though.
No, it's actually not. No, the Confederacy was never a part of American history. What was a part of American history was fighting and defeating the Confederacy, not the Confederacy in of itself. If you know your history, well, then you would very, very well know that the Confederacy was a secession from America. Confederate history is
Yeah.
not American history.
And if they won, what would happen?
They
Who would
didn't
they be?
win.
Would they be America? or no?
If my grandma had two wheels instead of two legs, she'd be a bicycle.
If Nazi Germany controlled the whole world, like that's like what you're saying essentially.
Bro, why are you so obsessed with Nazi Germany, bro?
Are you gonna
Like,
give a
genuine.
rebuttal? Okay, I just gave you like 3 great arguments. You haven't responded to a single one. Respond to them. I'm just gonna move on.
Okay, so you said because it's like a secession from United States, right?
Yeah, it wasn't a part. Confederate history is not American history.
Then Native Americans aren't part of American history either.
So like the genocide
Right?
of Native Americans is absolutely a part of American history because it happened in America.
Then
That is what
Oh
America
my
was
God.
built on.
So the freaking Civil War happened in America, bro.
So
Why are you
fighting the
obsessed with the
Confederates.
Confederacy?
Wait. As I already pointed out, fighting the Confederates was a part of the of American history, but like the Confederacy in of itself was not. The Confederacy was a secession away from America and thereby its history.
Okay, so then Native Americans living here.
Why should we consider them a part of our history when they didn't consider themselves a part of this country?
They did consider them. That's why they're trying to fight to win.
Wait, you just said that they consider themselves a part of America. You are just historically illiterate.
Bro, okay, then what were they fighting for?
We could move on to what like the articles of the Confederacy were and what they stood for, and so
Yeah.
far as why they seceded. After you can acknowledge that they didn't consider themselves a part of this country, so why should we consider them a part of this country's history?
Because it's a part of the history.
Why?
Like I don't. That's
Why?
the best
Tell
way
me,
I can
tell me,
explain
tell me
it.
why
It
the
happened
Confederacy in of itself is a part
Okay.
of this country's history.
because it happened in this country in the time span of this country. For how long it's existed?
According to them, it didn't happen in this country. Right? Now, like, once again, fighting the Confederacy, okay, and the acknowledgement of the build of the Confederacy was a part of this country's history, right? But idolizing, like, the Confederate leaders, Robert E. Lee, all of them, they did not consider themselves American. They did not consider themselves under the jurisdiction and command of the federal government and the Constitution. They rejected our federal government. They rejected our Constitution. They rejected our circuit courts. They rejected our country. And they rejected our country to such a significant extent that they wanted to defeat this country and destroy this country because they wanted the rights to own people's property for life. And I don't think that those people deserve any commemoration in modern day America, right? And if your counter argument is, well, we don't want to forget history, we don't want to forget about the Confederacy so history doesn't repeat itself, I agree. And there's ways to remember the Confederacy, to explore the history of the Confederacy, and I believe that those ways are best left to the history books or the museums, not the public idolation of the Confederate leaders via statues in public places in America today.
Okay, then I'll actually concede to you, bro. If you agree that we should keep that history, because it's part of American history, you agree? Like, statues to me isn't a big deal. I just think that, like, if you forget about history, then you forget about everything. You know what I mean?
I mean, I literally just argued that it wasn't technically a part of American history, and I just said that we could remember history in like museums and books, not in public statues of idolation.
Okay, bro. No matter what you say, like, us fighting Vietnam is part of American history because it's America's doing it. I don't care what you say. Confederate fighting here, that's like, but you need to remember history. It's history.
All right, man. You're just too dense to be able to track like the most simple logic of mankind. So we're gonna move on. For everybody watching, how many different times did I give him the position that it's not like the Confederacy in of itself is not a part of American history, and that there's other ways to remember history outside of like public statues of idolation, and then he just completely ignored it all and then just repeated himself. So that's
He's
what
just not
happens when you
sentient.
have a guess that is, has a terrible argument that is really easily defeated, that they want to defend, but they can't defend it with a genuine exploration of truth or logic, so they just defend it via ignorance and repetition. Welcome in, Peter. Do you support the man in your profile picture, that maniac?
And can I thank a few people? Yikes.
You could thank a few people, Parker. Go for it.
Juan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely protest the BS bill and continue to do that and then call your representatives. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Juan. Thank you so much. Tim, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Along with the fact that I really appreciate Jennifer with the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Can we get some W's for Jennifer in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Jennifer in the comment section. As well as Nafi. Thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Joey, welcome into the stream, man. Do you support Trump?
What's up? Yeah. I
All
support
right,
Trump.
man.
What kind of question is that? Let's go.
Okay, all right, Joey. Now, before we hop into debate, I got to thank a
What's
couple
up,
people
Dean?
as well.
Yeah. All right.
McLaren, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, as well as your message there is absolutely true. Can we please show some love to McLaren down below in that comment section for the $10? That is incredibly kind of you. I'd also like to thank Mr. Joe for another $30 donation. I want to see at least 300 Joe W's down below in that chat. Seriously, man, it goes a long way. That is so incredibly kind of you. As well, Samantha with a $5 over on Venmo, and the other disgusted veteran with another $50 super chat over on that YouTube stream. They say Arlington National Cemetery is Lee's front yard. Know what you're talking about before dishonoring the hallowed ground. It's the unknown soldier, not the silent soldier. You fool, shut up about history. I like this guy, dude. I want to see some extra special love for the disgusted veteran down below in that chat. Cook. Holy fuck. Thank you so much for the love. Holy crap. All right, guys. We're going to go to get that next guest up in here, y'all. We also may have to hit a involuntary restart on the stream here shortly so we can get rid of the flags on the stream so we don't just get absolutely banned.
What flag did you get? Oh.
Yeah, we got 2 so far. We might just have to restart so we don't risk getting the account taken down. Oh, Joey, you were on here yesterday, right?
No.
Why are you choosing to lie? That's a weird lie to tell.
Lie to who?
To me. I just asked you if you were on here yesterday.
I've never. I just followed your account, Dean.
Why are you gaslighting me?
I swear to God, you can look at my profile. I was just scrolling on TikTok and I just saw your account.
What is leading you to gaslight me? I don't know why.
I'm not-
I don't know why people do it.
I can't come up here and request now. Is that what's going on? You don't want to talk to new guests? Is that what it is?
I mean, I just want you to tell us why you're trying to gaslight me into believing that I didn't speak to you
I
yesterday.
don't even know what that means. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just trying to have a conversation with you.
You don't know what those words mean?
Not really. I just came to talk about Donald Trump. I don't know like what you're yapping about right now.
Okay, I guess he really wants the debate. Go ahead and give us one reason why you support Trump.
Mass deportation.
Spell it.
Spell what?
Mass deportation.
I can't. I'm stupid. You can't.
Oh man, that's terrible. Let's move on to the next guest. We got Sebastian loaded up in the box, y'all. Here we go. All right, everyone, give us a minute while we're getting the next guest up in here right now. Then also Dana, thank you so much for the $40 donation over on that PayPal. Dana, thank you so much for the love. Now, Dana didn't leave a message. Just donated $40. Said, here you go, Dean. Dana, thank you so much for the love. Let's get 400 Dana Dubs down below in that comment section. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, if you're watching and you'd like to support me, you can buy my Venmo, my PayPal. In the link tree in my bio, I get 100% of the proceeds over there. 100% of them go to me. And like here on TikTok, I only get 30. YouTube Super Chat, I also get 30. They all go straight to me. You could even attach a message that I could read out on live. I could give you a shout out. I could thank you. It all means the world. It just goes into supporting me and what we do here
Jason,
on
thank you
stream.
for
It allows me to
$5. Thank you
continue
so
to do
much.
it
I
every
appreciate
single
Jason.
day.
Thank you. And Tim again,
Now,
thank you for $5.
Sebastian
Thank
and
you.
User, do you guys support Trump?
Yeah. But let me
yeah.
ask you something, right? Why don't you support Donald Trump?
Are you driving?
Me? No.
Okay, you're in a moving car though. Is somebody else driving?
No, I'm not in a moving car at all. But answer my question. Why don't you support Donald Trump?
Could you turn off your Bluetooth so we could hear you better then?
I'm not connected to Bluetooth.
Okay, why? So, I mean, I know you are.
Can you just answer my question? Why don't you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, there's about a billion reasons why I don't support Trump. A big reason today would be the big, beautiful bill that he got sent through the Senate and is on the floor of the House right now. It's only going to kick 17 million people off of Medicaid, increase insurance premiums on the average middle-class American by $26,000 per year. It's also going to risk the food benefits and eligibility of 11 million Americans while slowing the onboarding of 5 million Americans per year, while also redistributing wealth from the poor to the rich by reducing the taxes on the top 1% and increasing them on the bottom 80%. And it's also the most expensive bill that we've seen in American history, clocking in at $4 trillion, making it one of the worst bills in American history.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know too much about the beautiful bill. Like, I'm not really that, like, I haven't heard that much about it, but I know, like, I read a little bit about what Elon Musk, like, discussed about it. But I know, like, a main argument that a lot of people have is, like deportation, for example, right? Like, I think a big thing that people hate about Donald Trump is, like, the deportations, like the previous guy was saying.
So now you're pivoting to deportation. So in all reality, you actually didn't want to hear my reasons why I don't support Trump. You want to talk about why you do. Now that's fine, but you just shouldn't have asked me in the first place.
Well, the reason why I was asking you was because I'm new to your channel, and I just kind of wanted to see, like, why you view the way that you interpret.
I am sorry, bro. I do gotta kick you because I did hear the turn signal there. I'd be lying if I said I didn't. I would be lying. I'd be a big fat liar. Hello, do you support Trump, Maeve? And Maeve said goodbye. Goodbye to you as well. Moving on. Here we go, everybody. There's a bunch of people with JD Vance profile pictures in the queue. It's kind of funny. There's like 3 in a row.
I know. I see that. I see that.
Yeah, that's funny. Let's go to get that next guest up here, everybody. Here we go. We're going to go hop into the next debate. While we do, quickly, I need to thank Ann for the $20 over on PayPal. Ann says, thank you for equipping me with the knowledge I need to argue with all the idiots in my life. Let's fucking go, Ann. Thank you for the $20 and have fun arguing with them. Shout out to Ann down below in that chat. Joseph for the $25 donation. Joseph says, thank you for the work and effort you put into grilling these people. It's getting scary out there knowing that the big disgusting bill will affect families hard. Yeah, man, it is incredibly scary, Joe. And thank you so much for the $25. Show some love to Ann and Joe down below, as well as sorry, one moment here. As well as Anonymous, thank you for the $7 over on PayPal. And Georgia with the 2. You guys are so incredibly kind. Thank you so much for the love. A handful more here. Ashley, 2 minutes ago, the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you, Ashley. They say, thanks for what you do. I've had a terrible day arguing with these orange ass supporters, and it really wears you down. They are just cruel and call themselves Christians. I can't believe it. But thank you for the 10, as well as Johan with a 10, saying for being dope. Thank you for the love, Johan. And then Caleb with a $25 over on Venmo, saying keep up the great work, guys. Thank you so much, Caleb, for the message and the $25. Show some love to Ashley, Caleb, Johan, Joseph, and down below in that chat. Now take it away. Welcome in, Actually, and Jace. Do you guys support Trump?
I would
Yeah,
say my
bro.
family supports Trump.
Okay, which one said that?
T dot.
That's
T
me.
dot. Okay, then Jace, hello. How old are you, Jace?
18,
What year were you born in?
2007, 1st of January.
Oh, what time is it?
Right now it's, bro, I just want to say I love what you do.
I appreciate you for that. That's incredibly kind. All right, let's find the next Trump supporter. Here we go, everybody. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
26. Are you a lawyer?
I am not yet. I'm taking
Not
the
yet.
LSAT.
I'm taking the LSAT, so you're nearly there. Well, congrats, man. Joe, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Once again, no message, but just the kindness. Thank you for the love, Joe. Let's get 200 Joe W's down below. Thank you so much. Now, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Mass deportations.
Okay. Now, maybe before we talk about mass deportation, you said that you're taking your LSAT. You seem to care about law and order. Donald Trump doesn't. How do you support somebody that is like the antithesis to literally what you want to get a lifelong career in?
I think Donald Trump's going to enforce immigration law. Kamala Harris was not.
But I mean, even outside of immigration law, I mean, actually, even inside of immigration law, I mean, he illegally deported Abrigo Garcia. Didn't care. You as a lawyer,
Well, he was
should
deemed a
probably want a
member.
president that
Well, he was deemed a
uphold the
member of
Constitution.
MS-13, so
Not by SCOTUS.
not by SCOTUS, but according to
Not
the
by
INA,
not by any American court.
Okay, according to the INA, if the secretary, if not the AG, has reasonable suspicion to think that someone is a member of a terrorist organization, there is very low barriers for them to revoke a visa.
Oh, so you're arguing that his removal was legal?
Well, yeah, I think it was. But
The issue with his
the
argument
thing is,
the issue with your argument is he wasn't on a visa. And
Yeah, well,
the
they can
other issue with your
revoke-
argument is
he
that
was on
SCOTUS
temporary
unequivocally ruled
protected
9-0 that his removal was illegal.
9-0 that he had to be returned if
9-0 that his removal was
court
illegal
deemed
and that he had to be
finish
returned.
the process, if he had to be back to finish the deportation process.
Yeah, they ruled that his removal was explicitly illegal. So Donald Trump explicitly illegally removed Abrigo Garcia. And then what do we see from the White House? We don't care. He's never coming home.
Well, he was a member of MS-13, and I'm glad he was gone. and
What evidence do you have of
back
that?
to charge him. What?
What evidence do you have that he was in MS-13?
The fact that he was picked up in the Home Depot parking lot with two other members of MS-13. And
Oh, okay. So then because Donald Trump has been pictured with Jeffrey Epstein, a very known P3DO, and went on tape saying that he loved Diddy, this must also mean that Donald Trump is a child rapist, right?
I don't know. I just know there was a ton of evidence against
Bro
Kilmer
got cooked.
Garcia, such as him being
wait, that's
going to
be probable cause. That's going to be probable cause for him being a child rapist because he was hanging out with child rapists.
Possibly, but the thing is, how hard work he
No,
had.
not possibly. That's the
Wait,
entitlement
so-
of your
If
view.
you want to take
Yeah,
Donald
so
Trump to
if, so
court,
then
they
the
could've,
if
but
the
they
logical conclusion from your view is that this would only mean that Donald Trump is possibly a child rapist.
No, you're
then
trying
this
to
would also
pivot.
mean
Right
that
now you're
Abrigo
trying to
Garcia was
pivot.
only. No, I'm actually not pivoting. It's conceptually relevant because it's the same logic. If you'd say because Donald Trump was seen hanging out with child rapists, that this only possibly means he's a child rapist, then even if Abrigo Garcia was seen hanging out with members of MS-13, this only possibly means he is a member of MS-13.
Guilty,
he was
guilty
hanging out
by
with members of
association.
MS-13. He was wearing attire that is associated with MS-13.
Yeah, the
He had
Chicago's
this
bull
tattoo
hat.
on his knuckles. It's
The Chicago Bull hat. Yeah, he's obviously dude.
Yeah,
Honestly,
he lives in Maryland. Does he live in Chicago?
And anybody that buys a Chicago Bulls hat is obviously a member of MS-13. Like you see, like Parker down here. He's from California, but he really loves like the Colorado Broncos. So if he's wearing a Broncos hat or shirt in California, dude is obviously a gang member. I couldn't agree.
Yeah,
more.
I also have a Chicago Bulls hat.
Oh my God, Parker, you're a member of MS-13.
Okay, and then there is also the fact that the car he was stopped in Tennessee belonged to an MS-13 member. Where he
Okay,
was
and Donald
carrying
Trump was
several
flying
people.
on a plane that belonged to Epstein. It only makes my argument stronger.
Okay, yeah, and if you're in the country illegally and you have associations with a terrorist organization, I don't have sympathy for you being in my country.
Then you're
A Chicago Bulls hat is not affiliations
All the
with the
evidence
fucking.
points towards him
And then,
being
and then
an MS-13
if all the evidence
No, it
points
doesn't.
towards Abrigo Garcia being a member of MS-13, and the evidence is apparently being seen with two members of MS-13, then driving a car which belonged to the ownership of a member of MS-13, all that this means is that thereby all the evidence would point towards the conclusion that Donald Trump is a rapist because he was hanging out with multiple child rapists, because he was hanging out with multiple child rapists, and he was seen flying a plane that belonged to a child rapist. So you got to be able to say here, in accordance with your own logic, that if Abrigo Garcia is a member of MS-13, then Donald Trump is a child rapist.
Except Donald Trump was never taken to federal court and then had his bond denied because
He was taken to federal court.
MS-13,
Wait,
and then an appellate court ruled that that bond was rightfully denied.
you don't accept the court determination against Donald Trump. Why the fuck would you accept it here?
Yeah,
Which court
honestly, I think
determination?
my main perspective here is just to show you your own hypocrisy. Like if everything that you're saying is true, that he was seen with two members of MS-13, he was driving a car that belonged to a member of MS-13, etc. I think that he should have his day in court and be granted due process for that determination because I think that can be seen as evidence towards that conclusion.
Yeah, he had his due process
and I
when
hope that a
he
court
was-
would determine if that evidence is valuable or not.
Okay, he had his due
But
process
I
when
want
he had
you to-
deportation orders in 2019. That was his due process.
So that's not how due process works. Just because he was granted due process for a withholding order in 2019 doesn't mean that thereby that due process covered his removal in 2025. And
How's
that
it not?
is
That's a
exactly
deportation
what
order.
SCOTUS had ruled. It is SCOTUS ruling that you're wrong and I'm right. You said that you're taking your LSAT to become a lawyer. If you tried to argue a defense for your for whoever had hired you in court, the judge ruled that you were wrong and that the person that hired you was guilty, and then you appealed it to a circuit court. They also ruled that the person you were defending was in the wrong, and then you appealed it to a federal court. They ruled that the person you were defending was in the wrong, and then you appealed it to the Supreme Court, and SCOTUS 9-0 ruled that the person that you were defending was wrong and your legal defense was inadequate. Let me ask you a question. Would you still think you're right?
If everyone ruled against me?
Yes, he would.
Yeah, I probably would think I'm wrong. But the thing is, you're
That's
misinterpreting
exactly what
SCOTUS
SCOTUS did. That's exactly what SCOTUS did for Abrigo Garcia. They explicitly ruled that his removal was illegal in a 9-0 decision. And by the way, that ruling was on April 10th, 2025.
They ruled that if the federal court deemed that they had to return him, they had to do it reasonably.
So that was a part of their
grounds to return him.
There was two parts
It
of their
wasn't that he had to be specifically returned under the Supreme Court's order. It was.
Wait,
the
I'm saying
federal
that the SCOTUS ruling actually yes. So the SCOTUS ruling was two things. They ruled that his removal was illegal and that the Trump administration had to reasonably facilitate Abrigo Garcia's return. No, that's the two things that they ruled. That's not oversimplified at all.
Extremely oversimplified.
They explicitly said it was illegal. How am I oversimplifying it when it's explicitly what they said?
What they
literally
explicitly
said in their
said is that if the federal court ruled that they had to return him, then they have to return him.
Okay, so I just want to be very clear. You do not believe that SCOTUS explicitly ruled that his removal was illegal, yes or no?
That what it was. I don't know. You want to read it or something? Because last time I read it, it was pretty clear that what they said was that the federal court had to decide, and they couldn't just command what's his name, the president of El Salvador, to return him because he's a foreign dignitary.
Honestly, you'll be a pretty good lawyer because you're equivocating in what I'm saying. Like I already said, the SCOTUS ruling included two things. The SCOTUS ruling included the explicit ruling that the removal of Abrigo Garcia was illegal, and that the Trump admin had to reasonably facilitate his return, and then they bumped it down to a lower federal court in order to determine what that facilitation would realistically look like. I'm particularly talking about the first part of their ruling, which was calling his removal explicitly illegal. Do you affirm or deny that this was a part of their ruling? Specifically, the fact that they ruled that Abrigo Garcia's removal to El Salvador was explicitly illegal.
Sure, we can agree that it was quasi illegal.
not quasi.
Even though he had deportation orders, and that his
not
temporary
quasi.
withholding deportation order was
Not quasi illegal.
Yeah, it was the fact. It wasn't that he was deported that's illegal. It's the fact he was deported to specifically El Salvador.
Okay, so it's not the fact that he was deported that is illegal, but it was the fact that he was deported specifically to El Salvador.
Yes.
Because it violated the withholding order to El Salvador. Well, if you read the withholding order, it actually also says Guatemala, but I mean, that's a whole other story. We are generally led to believe that it is the case that a removal to anywhere would have been ruled as illegal. However, this doesn't matter because in reality, he was removed to El Salvador. So regardless of what you're saying is true or what I'm saying is true, ultimately this would amount to what the Trump administration did to Rodrigo Garcia was illegal, correct?
Okay, we can move on.
Yes.
Let's say
He's not going to address that. He won't even address
Wait,
that.
so now that we've accepted that what Donald Trump and his administration did there was illegal, and you're also like very familiar with the fact that the White House went on Twitter saying that they don't give a shit. Like, how could you, as somebody that wants to uphold the law, support somebody that doesn't?
Well, the fact is, he had deportation orders. He was in the country illegally, and he was a member of a terrorist organization that does horrible things to people. I can't say I have sympathy for the guy.
So we've already went over your logic as it relates to qualifying him as a member of MS-13, how your logic would also qualify Donald Trump as a child rapist, and how it is the case that Donald Trump was granted due process for the rape of Eugene Carroll. It's likely that you don't believe that. However, without due process and a day in court, you do believe that Rodrigo Garcia is going to be a member of MS-13 on a mere accusation / suspicion. So, I mean, I think that there's issues there. But the first point that you made, well, the fact is that he was an undocumented immigrant. So basically, you don't care about crimes committed against non-citizens?
He was illegally in the country. He committed the crime, and I wanted him deported for that.
Okay, so you don't. So, like, if the Trump administration just illegally deported every undocumented immigrant tomorrow, you wouldn't care because they're here illegally?
Yeah, I wouldn't care if they got deported tomorrow because they're in the country illegally.
Okay. All right. Well, you definitely shouldn't be a lawyer because lawyers have to uphold the Constitution, and the Constitution would care about that. I hope that you fail your LSAT.
I already took it once. I did pretty damn well, man. So I'm taking it again in a month.
Wait, Lawful, I have a question. Do you care about the Constitution? Like the existence
No, he
of
doesn't.
it?
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. No, you can't say that you wouldn't care if all undocumented immigrants were illegally deported and then say you care about the thing that would make it illegal to deport them.
Yeah, wait, so you do care about the
They were
Constitution?
in the country illegally. What's the punishment for being in the country?
Wait, Lawful, you do care about the law and the Constitution, the rule of law, the Constitution, right? The court system?
Yes, I care about the Constitution.
So we're not into the other things?
Wait,
What, the court
how can you
system is
care?
part of the
How can you
Constitution?
care
I
about
care
the thing that would make an illegal deportation illegal, but then not care about the illegal deportation?
He had deportation orders, dude. I wanted him deported when he had deportation orders. The
So
order
please
withholding
answer my question.
deportation was
How could you
dumb.
care about the thing that would make the deportation illegal, but then not care about the illegal deportation? And don't
I
answer this
disagree that
question.
it was
Don't answer. Don't answer this question in reference to Rodrigo Garcia because I just asked you the hypothetical question. If every undocumented immigrant was illegally deported tomorrow, you said that you wouldn't care. So we're actually no longer talking about Rodrigo Garcia. We're talking about the claim that you made that if 12 million people were illegally removed from this country tomorrow, you wouldn't give a shit. So please tell me how you could care about the thing that would make it illegal, but you wouldn't care about the illegal action in of itself.
What would be illegal about deporting 12 million illegal aliens tomorrow?
Oh my God, yeah. Well, you just said, what would be illegal about your hypothetical question that you asked me, where we illegally deport them? Dude, come on.
What, if we all deported them back to their home countries?
Yeah, in a manner in which was illegal in violation of the in a manner in which was illegal in violation of the Constitution. We could assume like a bunch of different like hypothetical reasons why this would be the case. Maybe they weren't granted due process. Maybe
And what is
like,
due
there was a
process
federal
look to you?
judge. What is due process? Whatever the court deems as due process inside of their legal authority.
Okay, so when you illegally enter a country, you don't get a criminal court hearing.
When you illegally enter the country, you don't get a court hearing too.
You don't get a
enter the
criminal
country?
court.
I'm confused.
You don't get a criminal court hearing. It's an immigration court, which is part of the
Right.
executive branch,
Okay.
and that's due process. That's enough due process.
Okay, so you're basically saying that they could have due process without having due process. Now you're just completely incoherent because remember the question that I asked you was if for whatever reason they were not granted legal due process, meaning that their removal was illegal, would you still support that? And you said yes. So we shouldn't even be debating about the
Well, you
legality
want a
of the
criminal
removal
court
because the
case
specific
for
question that I asked you.
Rodrigo Garcia.
No. Now you're equivocating. The very specific question that I asked you was as followed: if every undocumented immigrant was illegally deported tomorrow, okay, and you know that they were illegally deported tomorrow, would you care?
How illegal?
they had their right to due process violated. It was an unconstitutional removal. It violated the Constitution.
So they didn't get a chance to decide if they were the wrong person.
Just whatever it means that they didn't have constitution.
Yeah, I want it done
and they had their
constitutionally.
constitutional rights violated.
I want it
Okay,
done
so you
constitutionally.
so you want it done constitutionally. So then you didn't want Abrigo Garcia removed unconstitutionally. Bam.
I don't believe his removal was unconstitutional, but if
Are you
wanna-
saying that are you saying that it wasn't legally unconstitutional? Because if you're saying that, you'd be wrong. Because as a wannabe lawyer, you know that the highest court in America is the Supreme Court, and ultimately SCOTUS holds and bears the authority in accordance with the Constitution. And its
Right, but
articles
there's
to
still
give the
decisions
ultimate
you disagree
interpretation
with.
of the Constitution.
It doesn't mean I can't disagree with the Supreme Court.
So you could disagree with the Supreme Court in the sense that you think what they ruled on the Constitution shouldn't have been the case, but you can't disagree with the Supreme Court in the sense that what they say is final in accordance with what is legal, illegal, constitutional, or unconstitutional.
Well, the Trump administration did return Kilmar Abrigo Garcia and charged him with a crime. So
So this means that you would
You should
care
be
about
happy.
his original unconstitutional removal?
yeah, we can go with it. Yeah, they corrected their illegal unconstitutional removal.
Great. That was the conclusion that I was trying to reach there, man. That Donald Trump and his administration broke the Constitution, the removal of Abrigo Garcia. There's about 4 other things I'd like to go over with you, maybe related to the 14th Amendment, but I'll go ahead and allow Parker a chance to speak. Take it away, man.
Wait, so Donald Trump called for the termination of the Constitution, or all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, regardless of whether or not you think he violated the Constitution specifically within that instance. He called for an explicit termination of all the rules, regulations, and articles.
You misread
even those
his
found in the
statement on
Constitution.
that. Because he said that during that time, he said he wasn't the subject of the sentence. What was the subject of the sentence in that sentence was the election stuff, which I don't want to get banned on TikTok for it. So
Yes, but you understand he's still in that event, still called for the termination of the Constitution when you believe that he lost the election in 2020, right?
he didn't say we should terminate the Constitution.
He
He
did.
says allowing this will allow for the termination of the Constitution.
guy's-
because
this
it's
guy's
so
definitely-
lawless.
this guy
That's
definitely-
that's what he meant.
This guy definitely went through law
Not
school.
what he
Are you
said.
basically setting forth a conditional, saying that Donald Trump said, well, if X, then Y. If this was stolen from me, then I believe that this would warrant overthrowing the Constitution.
If this happens, then this. Yeah, you can argue
Does
that's,
he,
that's
bel-
how I
does
read
he
Trump's-
believe this to be the case?
Yeah, great question. Did he believe X? Did he believe that it happened? Did he believe the election was stolen from him?
Yeah, he believed the election was stolen. That's what he believed.
Okay, so then it would have been logically entailed that he also thereby believed that the overthrow of the Constitution would be warranted.
He didn't say that. He said.
Now you're
that-
contradicting yourself because you already accepted,
No, that's not. I
the
said
if X
he's
then
not
Y
that-
conditional.
It's not to correct that would allow for the overthrow of the Constitution. It's that specific thing, like undermines the entire Constitution. That specific event.
Okay, but however, so now you're reframing it because now I've gotten you to basically concede that yes, he did personally think that it would be warranted to overthrow the Constitution because he believed in X, meaning
No,
that
I
he thought
agreed
the
that he
Constitution
thought
was stolen
that the election was he thought the election was rigged. I didn't say.
I know, but in
Thrown.
affirming the proposition that he thought the election was rigged, and affirming the proposition that he set forth a conditional statement saying if X then Y, if the election was rigged, then the overthrow of the Constitution would be warranted. You would thereby also be affirming that he thought Y, meaning that he would think that the overthrow of the Constitution would be warranted. This is a very, very simple logical entailment. This is about as simple as it
No,
gets.
you're
in the world of
ignoring the
discovering
subject
logic
of
and
the sentence.
philosophy.
You're ignoring the subject of the sentence, which is
Okay. Let me go to repeat my argument, and then I want you to tell me specifically where I went wrong. Okay.
Okay. Make it simple because it's better.
Donald Trump set forth a conditional statement. If X, then Y. The said conditional statement was as followed. If 2020 was rigged, then the Constitution can be overthrown. Do you accept this?
The second conditional. The second conditional is wrong.
Okay,
The
what is
second
the
conditional
right
was
second conditional?
that then the Constitution is basically jeopardized. System that we endanger.
I disagree. I disagree with your interpretation. The reason why I disagree with your interpretation is because he literally said that this would warrant an an abolition of the rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. So I believe saying that it would warrant the abolition of these things, is it saying that those things have been compromised? Or maybe it might imply that they have been compromised, sure. However, it will also definitely imply that thereby it would warrant the abolition of these things. I think you'd say both.
I don't think you use the word warrant. But do you want to go on about illegal
Wait.
immigration,
Why would you say it wouldn't warrant it? No, explain that. Because I mean, how about we just
He
go
didn't
to
say warrant. He didn't say warrant.
Truth Social post calling for termination of. But that's the culminations of the words that I used, and this is very obvious. Let's just go ahead and read it together. Okay? So he said a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Can we agree here that the term warrant can be used interchangeably with the term allows in this sense?
No.
Okay, why?
Because he talks like an old person. Allows is for, it's like saying, if you allow people to run red lights, that allows for car crashes to happen more frequently.
Okay, so you're not explaining why we can't use the term warrant and allow in the similar sense.
Because they're not the same. That warrant means.
Okay, then what's the difference?
Because allow has different definitions.
Okay, then define allow, and define warrant.
Allow, it would be like it could lead to.
Okay, so he's saying that a massive fraud of this type and magnitude could lead to the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even as found in the Constitution.
Will lead to, yeah.
Could lead to, okay. And why could it lead to that?
Well, when you allow something so
This
crazy,
guy's so ridiculous, dude.
Very crazy. I think he would have used the word warrant if he meant what you're trying to imply.
Lawful. Everyone knows you're bullshitting, right? Everyone knows you're He's
I'm
calling.
not
He's
bullshitting.
explicitly calling for all of the rules, regulations, and articles to be overturned, right, in the Constitution. That's what he's explicitly calling for because he in his brain thinks that the election was stolen. That's why he was specifically doing that.
He's going through the hoops, but I'm gonna get him because I'm gonna go through the hoops with him. Hey, sir, hey son, I have a question. If I allow my son to have a popsicle, am I giving my son permission to have a popsicle?
Yes, but you're using a different definition of
Yes.
allow.
Wait, how do you know what definition Trump was using?
It's implied in his sentence because he.
How so? Because I honestly think if we change the word out there, allows, with my definition, which is giving permission, it makes total sense. So let's just replace the term there, allows, with my definition. A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows, or would give permission for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. So I'd actually say the context of the statement would demonstrate that the definition of the term in which I've prescribed makes perfect sense.
I disagree, but I don't think.
Okay. Wait. Why do you disagree with that? Because, I'll just read it off of my definition. A massive fraud of this type and magnitude would give permission for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Explain to me why that statement doesn't make sense.
Because who's doing the giving permission?
It would give permission, socially speaking, for the termination of these things, such as
that's
civil
ridiculous.
uprising or tyranny upon the government.
Yeah, he's claiming it himself. He's claiming that under his view, this is the case because he believes that.
Oh wait, and if you're basically saying that that's intelligible and doesn't make sense because it's ridiculous, well then basically what you're saying, if Donald Trump says anything that is ridiculous, then we should interpret what Donald Trump says to communicate a message that is not ridiculous. This is coldish.
I think if Donald Trump said he was going to terminate the Constitution, he would have actually tried to.
Well, he did. January 6th, he sent several fake slates of electorates to 7 different key swing states in the election with fake certificates of ascertainment, in which, if accepted by Congress, he directed the false slates of electorates to send those fake certificates of ascertainment to Congress, well, then the election would have been thrown out the window, and Donald Trump would have installed himself against the voice and the vote of the people. Arguably, this would be throwing out the Constitution. Yep.
Except I've seen no evidence that Trump was directly involved in that.
Except the admittance by him in front of SCOTUS saying that this was an official act of his presidency. Would you like to hear the clip?
An official act. Yeah, let's hear the clip. I'm curious.
Great. And I just want to clarify the reason that you denied what I just said is because you've seen no specific evidence that he was personally involved with it. So I just want to clarify, logically speaking, you should be able to follow this. If I give you said specific evidence, then you wouldn't deny it, correct?
Deny what? That
the fake electorate plot and the attempt to overthrow the results of the election and jeopardize the Constitution.
hold on. You're not making sense here. So if you're saying that,
So I laid out the fake electorate plot and how that would have jeopardized the Constitution if Donald Trump was successful in stealing the election from Biden. You then responded to the claim by saying, well, Dean, I disagree with you because I've seen no specific evidence to link this to Trump. So this would mean if I could give you specific evidence to link this to Trump, then you would accept the original claim, correct?
let's go with it. Sure, I want to hear the clip.
Okay, all right. Well, once I play you this clip, then you'll have to concede that Donald Trump did directly, cause the fake electorate plot to attempt to steal the election from Biden and jeopardize the Constitution. And in accepting that claim, then you would have accepted your previous claim that Donald Trump did try to jeopardize the Constitution. And in affirming that Donald Trump did try to jeopardize the Constitution, then you would thereby also have to accept my original claim that he did think it was warranted to overthrow the Constitution. Because remember, the reason why you rejected that original claim was because you said if my interpretation of his statement was true, then he would have tried to jeopardize the Constitution. So we're going to go and prove that he tried to jeopardize the Constitution by linking him to the.
Wait, did you say Donald Trump's original truths,
etc.
Truths post thing, was it allow or allow for?
Allows for. But let's go ahead.
Allows for or allows?
Same thing, no difference.
No, there's a huge difference there.
Allows for the termination.
Okay, so it doesn't. He didn't say allows the termination. Allows for. So that's like saying it could lead to.
I think that's. I think that is seriously just grammar.
I see your fallacy.
That is seriously just grammar. Allows for the termination. Allows the termination.
Grammar's everything.
I'd actually argue that allows for the termination is like grammatically accurate. Allows the termination is grammatically inaccurate. It would have been like a grammatically inaccurate statement.
Allows
the termination.
Are you when you give your kid a popsicle?
Wait! Before we pivot, I want you to play the clip. Wait! Now, before you pivot, I want to play you the clip of him saying that this was specifically linked to Donald Trump's presidency.
Yeah, I know you're running with your fallacy, man. Go ahead.
Alternate slates of electors have been a method used by previous presidents, most notably Ulysses S. Grant, to ensure the integrity of prior elections. So we believe the assembly of those alternate slates of electors was an official act of the presidency. That's what we argued before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has reserved that.
So that's Will Scharf. That's Donald Trump's personal attorney today, and that's Donald Trump's attorney that represented him in the indictment in Congress in front of SCOTUS, saying that it was an official act of his presidency. I've now proven beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt to you that yes, the fake electorate plot was an act of Trump and Trump's presidency. Now that I've demonstrated to you that Donald Trump was personally associated with that plan, thereby you'd have to accept the previous claim that he directly did try to threaten the Constitution, and because thereby you'd have to accept the previous claim that he thereby did directly threaten the Constitution, you'd thereby also accept the original premise that he called for the termination of the Constitution, because that hinged on your rejection, saying that he wasn't personally involved in the fake electorate plot.
Yeah, if you didn't play around with grammar and it actually said allows the termination, but allows for is, it doesn't make sense, man. This is
I'm
not.
sorry, lawful. Like everyone gets it, but you, bro.
No, I mean I'm
You're
jumping
using
to
the
the
wrong
hoops with them.
definition of allow. It makes perfect sense if it says it could lead to, because it'd be a stupid statement if he said, "Oh, I can just terminate the Constitution," because the whole point of this thing was to.
Well, it is a stupid statement. There you go, buddy. You ran right into it. It is a really stupid statement.
Wait, I have a question. So imagine that he won in 2020 after putting this tweet out. The tweet says that it allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, and that he did terminate the rules, regulations, and articles found in the Constitution. Could we agree that that would have been allowed for under his perspective?
If it. Could you say that again, dude?
For sure. So if you won the election in 2020 after putting out the statement that the massive fraud would allowed for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, and then in 2021 he did terminate the rules, regulations, and articles, and even those found in the Constitution, could we agree that that would have been allowed for under his perspective?
If allowed for, if he said allows, okay, yeah, let's
allowed for under his perspective. So like if he won in 2020, then tried to terminate the rules, regulations, and articles found in the Constitution, would that have been allowed for given his perspective?
I don't understand what you're saying.
If he put out a statement saying this would be allowed for, he won in 2020, and then he did try to terminate these things, from his perspective, would his attempt to terminate those things have been allowed for from his perspective?
Okay, sending electorates is not trying to terminate the Constitution, though.
Actually, you already rejected that. You already accepted that it is, okay? Because when you asked me for an example of how he's tried to threaten the Constitution, I gave you Trump's fake electorate plot. And then in giving you Trump's fake electorate plot, your rebuttal was not that that wasn't a termination of the Constitution. However, your rebuttal was that Donald Trump wasn't personally involved in this plan. Now that I've demonstrated to you beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that Donald Trump was personally involved in this plan, you are now shifting the goalpost of your original claim.
And Donald Trump
right,
was
and
not
this
part-
also doesn't bear any relevance upon my original question, because my original question wasn't about his fake electorate plot. It was a hypothetical question regarding to if he won in 2020 and then when president tried to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, would this have been allowed for under his perspective?
It would not. A election being rigged does not allow for a termination of the Constitution in the sense that that someone would get the authority to terminate the Constitution.
Oh, okay.
Trump
So now
said
you've
this is-
rejected your original interpretation of your claim. So see, the original interpretation of your claim was that it would allow for, in a sense, that it could happen. Well, now you're saying that it couldn't happen because he wouldn't have the authority. So now you'd have to accept my original interpretation of the claim relating to how it's something that he would personally think would be warranted. And then also keep in mind that my question was under your perspective, not under a legal perspective, because I think that we could agree that wouldn't be true under a legal perspective. My very particular question was under his perspective. Is it the case that if he did try to terminate the rules, regulations, and articles in the Constitution, would that have been allowed for under his perspective?
Dude, you gotta speak simpler. Your sentences are way too mumbled.
So that was a rather short one, and I have repeated it 4 times. I will repeat it again. If Trump won in 2020, after putting this statement out, and he tried to terminate the Constitution, would this termination of the Constitution, under his perspective, have been allowed for?
No, if it would not have been if there wasn't evidence of what he thought was fraud.
Oh, well, did he think there was evidence?
That there was fraud, he thought there was evidence. He still thinks there's evidence.
Okay. So then under his perspective, there would have been evidence. So that's an insufficient response. Go ahead. Because remember, this question is all poised under his perspective.
What about it?
What about it? Under his perspective, would have that attempt
he
to
had-
terminate
if he
the
had
Constitution
won-
have been allowed for?
No, it would not. It's not.
Would it have been allowed for under his perspective?
No, if he had won, he probably would not have thought there was massive fraud. That doesn't make sense. You're not
imagine
making
that
a
he
lot
did.
of sense, man.
Imagine that he did. Imagine that he did.
If he won, then there wouldn't have been fraud. Doesn't that kind
Yeah,
of sound
I didn't
cultish?
vote for him because he tried to overturn or tried to do anything with the election. I voted for him for illegal immigration.
He wouldn't have
So no-
thought he won if he wouldn't have thought there was fraud if it was the case that he won. Do you realize how cultish of a statement that is?
I'm being honest that there
Okay,
was-
well,
he thought there was
okay.
evidence of fraud,
Wait.
and-
Actually, no. Wait, fuck it. You know what? You're right. I'll grant that to you. Imagine that he did this right now in his second term after Biden's 4 years. Right now, he tried to terminate the Constitution. Do you think that this would have been allowed for under his perspective, relating to his statement in December of 2022 about
No.
how a massive fraud of that type and magnitude would have allowed for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution? From his perspective, do you think he would have found this allowed for?
No, it would not be allowed for. It would
Under his
not be-
perspective? Under his perspective.
Under his perspective, the termination. No, it's not. He's not the one terminating the Constitution, dude. I'm
literally
This
just
is-
saying.
This
I'm
is
literally
like how
just
you guys
saying-
try to manipulate.
I'm
the-
literally saying that tomorrow he signed an executive order into law saying the Constitution is null and void. Okay, we can agree from a legal perspective that EO is absolutely meaningless. But from Donald Trump's perspective, this is a legitimate attempt to terminate the Constitution. And from his perspective, would you say that this legitimate attempt would be allowed for, given his statement in December of 2022?
What, that they try to terminate the Constitution is a result of the fraud. That's what he argued, but that's
So if he did sign the CO into law tomorrow, under his perspective, he would think that it would be allowed for, correct?
no, it would not be allowed for you. You can't.
From his perspective, why?
What, an executive order that it doesn't? It's not that he would be the one terminating the Constitution. It would be that if you allow fraud, it would lead to. It could in the future potentially lead to the termination.
I'm just really confused. Are you going to answer my question or not?
I did answer it.
No, you haven't answered my question. Parker, chat, what should we do? Because this guy is just being a dense.
Your argument about the
peanut
election.
butter.
I want to talk.
What should we do, everybody? Should we keep him up? Should we continue the circle and continue to just watch this guy get absolutely intellectually like, stomped on? Intellectually stomped on, or should we hear for what he has to say? We should kick him. Okay, I'll go ahead and give it to the chat. We're gonna kick him and move on to the next guest at this point. Wow, what a conversation, everybody. So that's what it looks like when you are having a conversation with a member of a cult, right? With a very objective member of a cult. And they just can't really comprehend logic all too well. They can't comprehend reason all too well. Their faculties of their intellectual abilities are incredibly lacking, and that's the outcome, right? And I mean, for everybody in the chat saying like, "Oh, Dean, you ran." No, I gave him fair and ample opportunity to repeat that question, to answer that question. In fact, for everybody watching that is not disingenuous, like the little children in the chat, how many times did I ask him the question? How many fair opportunities did I give him to answer that question? Did I give him every single opportunity in the book? Did I give him so many opportunities to answer that question that it actually resulted in over 1,000 people leaving the stream because of his inability to answer the question? So for everybody spamming, Dean ran down below in the chat. What was I running from? What was I running from? No, please tell me. I was running from somebody that didn't have the logical faculties to answer a question that could be understood by a 7th grader? Is that who I was running from? Somebody that when asked a question 35 times had an inability to answer? I don't know. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I actually have to get off here, man. It is
You do?
time for me to get off. I've been on I just hit 6 hours, actually.
Oh, man. Well, I appreciate you for coming up.
Of course, man. I hope you have a good stream, especially when you get your main account back.
Parker
Good
Dean,
luck.
you twos are cornballs. You
Why
two dudes
so?
are.
That's a kid. I invited him up from the chat because he said that I ran. It just turned out to be a 13-year-old. So when I said all the little children in the chat saying that I ran, they literally
It
were
literally
13-year-olds.
was a little child.
They literally were. They literally were. But no, you have a good rest of your day. I appreciate you for coming up.
All right, see you, man. Have a good day, man.
Yeah, you as well.
Peace out,
thank you
everyone.
so much for coming up.
Have a good day, man.
Yeah, you as well. Thank you so much.
Peace
for
out,
coming up.
everyone. Okay, let me say thank you to some people in the chat, and then we will end it for tonight, everyone. Alexander, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for some more news. Has a video covering Jubilee debates coming out tomorrow. Dean gets a passing mention, and they play the Parker versus Peterson clip. You should reach out to them and go on their podcast. Some more news. I'll make sure to look them up. That sounds really cool. Sounds really, really cool. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Stamina, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Here, let me make sure I get everything here real quick. Honda, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Honda. And I think I am caught up on everything there. Caleb, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Caleb, on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Lily with the $5. Samantha with the 10. Matthew, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. And that is everything. I appreciate everyone who came on today, everyone. I would really recommend to watch the videos I'm about to post here right now. I'm about to post some videos here in a second. I love y'all so much. I will be on tomorrow, probably around 4 or 5 o'clock. All right. I love everyone so much. Have a good night, everyone. Peace out, y'all.